Not long after Hanli activated the bright sight spirit eyes, his expression began to stir as if having discovered something. He raised his finger to the heaven void cauldron and released several thin threads of azure spiritual chi that soon disappeared from sight. In a flicker of blue light, the ice flames began to surge around the cauldron, causing it to expand from its original size of several inches to 3 meters wide. Clear carvings of landscapes, animals and other aspects of gentle nature could be seen on its surface. When Hanli saw this sudden transformation, he calmly stood up and beckoned to it, having it move a meter in front of him as it floated in the air. After examining it a moment more, Hanli passed his hand through the icy flames and pressed it against the cauldron. As a result, the icy flames surged and swept up into a tornado around it. Followed by the sound of dragon cries, a 3-meter-long flood dragon of blue flames emerged from the tornado. It shook itself with delight before suddenly disappearing into the cauldron. At that same moment, the cauldron's faint copper exterior instantly turned blue. The various animals on its exterior suddenly began to shine with light and seemed to come to life, roaming across its surface in an incredible display. Hanli was unfazed by the sight of this and quickly pierced the cauldron with several azure threads from his palm, pouring in an unending stream of spiritual power. When a large quantity of spiritual power was absorbed, the cauldron began to hum. As Hanli gazed at the cauldron, blue ancient characters began to appear and float across on the cauldron's surface, and in a flicker of light, they began to gather 3 meters in the air to form a strange spell scripture. Hanli raised his head to look at it and unconsciously slowed the infusion of spiritual chi into the cauldron, causing the characters to suddenly dim before disappearing. In his alarm, he hastily resumed the flow of spiritual chi, causing the scripture to appear once more in a faint blue light. The scriptures weren't long and only reached about 1,000 characters in length. When Hanli read through it, his face initially revealed happiness, but his smile soon turned bitter. The scripture was easy enough to understand. It was the method to control the heaven void cauldron. The scripture clearly stated that there were 2 conditions to control the cauldron. The first would be to refine the celestial ice flames. The second condition was a kind of ancient technique known as the artifact imprint techniques. These techniques were established to control divine spirit treasures and other equivalent treasures. Each and every divine spirit treasure passed down from antiquity has their own specific artifact imprint technique. These specific techniques were incapable of being exchanged between their respective treasures, as each one had their own characteristics and abilities. As a result, there is a clear divide between ordinary ancient treasures and divine spirit treasures. Only ancient treasures that had an artifact imprint technique could be considered divine spirit treasures. And it was only after their respective command technique was cultivated that they could be sealed within one's body and could be slowly tempered. Of course, divine spirit treasures aren't able to be fused with one's spiritual sense, unlike common treasures. Rather, they are closer to devilish artifacts in this regard. In order to gain influence on the treasure's spiritual nature, one had to use artifact imprint technique as the treasure was housed in their body. As a result, the divine spirit treasure's spiritual nature will gradually shift to become suitable to the user's spiritual sense, eventually reaching the stage where one could wholly unite with their treasure and use it to its fullest extent. And given the fantastical might of divine spirit treasures, it reduces its wielder to a supporting role while in use due to the strain it puts on the user's spiritual sense. As a result, it isn't something that can be casually used, such as one's own bonded magic treasure. Rather, it requires opportune timing to use but would allow its user to easily defeat their opponents. In summary, the trade-offs for a divine spirit treasure's amazing power was the inability to use it immediately, requiring its owner to use its respective artifact imprint technique to mold the spiritual nature of the divine spirit treasure, as well as some difficulty in using it during combat. The scripture above the heaven void cauldron had explained this in simple terms, and Hanli felt quite a bit of joy from this. But after he read the incantation, his expression turned unsightly. Although the incantation itself was rather simple, it comprised of 3 layers. The first layer of the incantation required the cultivator to be at mid-nascent soul stage. As for the second and third layers, they required the cultivator to be at late nascent soul stage and the deity transformation stage respectively to cultivate. As a result, he would only be able to use only a small portion of the heaven void cauldron's power after he cultivated the first layer. Greatly disappointed, he withdrew his hand and ceased pouring spiritual power in the cauldron, causing the scripture to immediately fade away. Hanli stared at the huge cauldron in front of him with a gloomy expression. Although he didn't know how much strength was a small portion of the cauldron's power, Hanli didn't have high hopes for it. Would it be able to compare with the aureate sword formation and purple apex flames? After a moment of silence, Han Li sighed once more and decided on refining the first layer of the cauldron's artifact imprint technique. This would allow him to store the heaven void cauldron within his body, allowing him to later nurture it. With that thought, Han Li swept his sleeve, sweeping up the huge cauldron in a jet of azure light and instantly shrinking it back to its original size. Then, with the cauldron grasped in his hand, he put it away into his storage pouch in a flash of light. With that done, Han Li sat cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes. The first layer of the artifact imprint technique appeared in his mind and he began to silently comprehend it. The technique wasn't very complicated, taking Han Li only about a month's time to fully comprehend it. However, the scripture didn't state that how long he would have to temper the heaven void cauldron. Fortunately, the artifact imprint technique worked on its own. So long as the divine spirit treasure was kept in one's body, his spiritual sense gradually influenced the treasure's spiritual nature. 2 months later, Han Li emerged from seclusion. Comprehending the artifact imprint technique was far quicker than he had anticipated, allowing him to seal the heaven void cauldron inside his body. As for his remaining time, he was using the materials that Senior Marshal Brother Cheng had given him as well as the puppet remains from Heaven Void Hall to refine a single nascent soul-grade puppet. This wasn't a result of not having enough materials, but the remarkably high failure rate of refining the nascent soul stage puppets. He originally had enough materials to refine 4 puppets, but he only succeeded in creating a single one, much to Han Li's regret. Needless to say, Monarch Soul Divergence's puppet body needed more and higher grade materials to create. The success rate of creating the puppet body was sure to be even worse, so it was possible that he would need to collect several times as many materials for additional attempts. When he mentioned this matter, Monarch Soul Divergence proudly explained that the refinement method was something that he had created himself and that there was no need to worry about that as he simply wouldn't fail. If he truly failed, then the fault would most likely be in the refinement method itself. Having heard that he wouldn't have to collect even more materials, Han Li sighed with relief. Now that he emerged from seclusion, he first paid Nangong Wan a visit in the restricted area and observed the curse's condition, then returning to his cave residence and spending several days refining many medicine pills greatly useful for Mu Peeling's core formation. Afterwards, Han Li bid farewell to Senior Marshal Brother Cheng and Lu Luo before heading to the 7 Spirit Islands to meet with Master Sunreach. Although Senior Marshal Brother Cheng and Lu Luo were occupied with the acquisition of new sources for the sect, they had personally sent off Han Li from the Dream Cloud Mountains, causing Han Li to smile. After Han Li left the Drifting Cloud sect, he took north in a streak of light. The 7 Spirit Islands were to the north of the state of Shi. It was reported that if one flew a day across the endless sea, one could see the huge whirlpool in the 7 Spirit Islands. A week later, Han Li found himself on the edge of the endless seas, but before he could see the 7 Spirit Islands, he had already sensed an astonishing change in the sea. Although the sea water was as murky as ever, it was now a slight tint of blue. And with his spiritual sense, he was able to detect small fish and other life in the waters. The fearsome sea beasts that originally lived in these waters were nowhere to be seen. And the most notable of all was the massive change in the nearby spiritual chi. After flying for half a day, Han Li eventually sensed a huge spiritual chi source from a distance away as well as 7 smaller spiritual chi fluctuations nearby, the so-called 7 Spirit Islands. Greatly curious, Han Li couldn't help but fly faster. When he could faintly make out a few dots on the sea, he saw small groups of cultivators floating in front of them. They comprised 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators with 1 core formation cultivator acting as their leader, a woman in palace robes. Han Li didn't conceal any trace of himself and met the group of cultivators directly head-on. Naturally, they welcomed him as soon as they saw him. When the woman in a palace robe saw Han Li, she deeply bowed to him after a brief moment of surprise. She respectfully said, "Greetings, Senior, I am a disciple of the Harmonious Bond sect. I've received orders from my superiors to block off this section of the sea. Might I ask you what brings you here?" Not responding to her, Han Li frowned and muttered, "Block off? It seems fellow Taoist Sunreach was correct. There truly is a problem here. Could it be that you're Senior Han for the Drifting Cloud sect?" After the woman took another look at Han Li's face. "That's right, I'm Han Li, Master Sunreach had invited here. Will you have to make a report before I can enter?" When the group of cultivators heard Han Li's name, they were thrown into turmoil. As of current, Han Li's reputation has reached a stage of fame was known to the entire cultivation world of the Heavenly South. In their alarm, the group of cultivators revealed expressions of awe. Not daring to slight him, the woman in palace robes quickly said, "Since it's Senior Han, there is no need to make a report. Senior Sunreach already gave the command to let you pass. This junior will be bringing you to Spirit Turtle Island. Hanli nodded with an emotionless face and said nothing else. The woman then called out to the cultivators behind her and had them remain behind before guiding Hanli. They flew towards a black dot in the distance, an island that spanned about 30 kilometers. Knowing it was the first time Hanli arrived at this place, the woman carefully explained, "Senior Han, this is Spirit Phoenix Island, the base of the Harmonious Bond sect. It is neighboring the Spirit Turtle Island, which is the base of the Great Truth sect." Hanli glanced at the location that the woman pointed out and found that the island was still too far away to see. However, he was able to sense a huge spiritual source in a different direction, releasing clear and astonishing spiritual chi fluctuations. The source of this immense quantity of powerful spiritual chi must be the rumored whirlpool. Hanli pondered as he followed after the woman into the distance. About 2 hours later, he arrived at Spirit Turtle Island. This island was slightly larger than Spirit Phoenix Island, and its outline did resemble a turtle as suggested of its namesake. When the two had drawn close to the island, the woman had sent out a voice transmission talisman, causing a wild streak of light to welcome them when they arrived. When Hanli saw this familiar light, he stopped and sent a voice transmission from a distance. "Is that you, fellow Taoist Sunreach? You flatter me by welcoming me personally." Master Sunreach widely smiled when he heard Hanli and replied, "He, fellow Taoist Han, is someone who keeps their promises. It is only right for me to do so." Afterwards, he flew until he was only 100 meters away. The light then disappeared to reveal the Taoist priest's silhouette. Hanli smiled and saluted him. Master Sunreach instructed the woman to return, and then he turned to Hanli and smiled. "Fellow Taoist Han, follow me to my cave residence. I've already informed fellow Taoist Wei. As for Devil Concord, he is occupied with his own matters and can't come." "That's fine. Let's go." Hanli didn't raise any objections and the two immediately set off. On the way, Hanli swept his spiritual sense past the entire island and he unconsciously frowned. The island had a very rich spirit being that spanned about 5 kilometers. There were only a few cultivators on the island, but each of them possessed high cultivation, contrary to Hanli's expectations that there would be low-grade cultivators on the island. This was cause for doubt as well. Not long after, Hanli followed Master Sunreach into the newly formed cave residence. The cave residence was located in an unremarkable stone mountain and was very cleanly cut. Hanli followed Master Sunreach into a large hall and they both took a seat. He then offered Hanli some tea and they began to talk. The old Taoist seemed to avoid mentioning the reason he wanted Hanli to come, instead telling Hanli about the nearby seas as well the sects occupying the 7 spirit islands, as well as a few unaffiliated cultivators he should be aware of. It appeared that Master Sunreach didn't plan to tell him anything until Wei Wuya arrived. Hanli felt unhappy by this, but he revealed none of this and continued his chat with Master Sunreach. After the time it took him to finish a meal, Wei Wuya arrived at the cave residence, and Master Sunreach went out to welcome him and bring him into the hall. Of course, Hanli greeted Wei Wuya when he saw him. When Hanli saw his face, he noticed that Wei Wuya's skin was flawless and his complexion was healthy. He seemed to recover from his wounds from Devil Fall Valley and appeared quite vigorous. Hanli found this odd. To the best of his knowledge, Wei Wuya should have suffered an immense loss of strength from Devil Fall Valley. Since he had recovered so quickly, it seemed he had used quite a few precious medicines. Wei Wuya quickly took a seat and asked, "Brother Sunreach, have you spoke of the matter with Hanli?" "Of course not," Master Sunreach said with a calm expression. "This is something that is better said with both of us. Since Brother Wei has come, it would be better for you to start. I'll just be providing some additional details." After some thought, Wei Wuya agreed, "That's fine. This matter can't be further delay or disaster will befall us." Disaster? When Hanli heard this, interest lit up on his face. It appeared this matter was quite important. "Fellow Taoist Han, I'll make the long story short. The matter is related to the Elder Devil." Wei Wuya's words greatly shocked Hanli. In his alarm, he said, "Isn't the Elder Devil fleeing due to its heavy wounds?" "That's right. However, doesn't fellow Taoist feel that the giant whirlpool has appeared at an opportune time?" Wei Wuya solemnly said, "The whirlpool appeared in the endless seas as soon as the Elder Devil fled. We even found some concrete evidence near the whirlpool. Fellow Taoist Han should know that in the final stages of the pursuit of the Elder Devil, it slaughtered a few cultivation clans as well as a few small sections. We later discovered that these clans and sects all were rumored to possess devilish artifacts. As a result, the devil had managed to acquire 3 of these devilish artifacts. There was also a secret area near the huge whirlpool where we discovered the remains of one of the stolen devilish artifacts as if directly shattered by the great force. As a result, we suspect that the elder devil had arrived here in the endless seas before we managed to surround it and drive it away. After muttering to himself for a moment, he probingly asked, "Is there something amiss with this whirlpool? You wouldn't be taking this matter so seriously if that wasn't the case, even if the devil caused it." "Brother Hans speaks truly," Master Sunreach said with a bitter smile. "If this whirlpool only released spiritual chi, we wouldn't give it much consideration. The crucial problem is that this so-called whirlpool is actually the center of a huge formation that had been sealed long past. The 7 islands are only a portion of the spell formation. Fellow Taoists should now know how serious this matter is." Sealed spell formation? What is this huge spell formation trying to seal? Han Li's expression vastly changed. Although he didn't know precisely how large the formation was, he could imagine its immense scale given the distance between the 7 islands. Wei Wuya answered, "We have an idea of what this formation is, but I won't go into the specifics. All that matters is that formation has something to do with the Elder Devil realm as well as the Elder Devils. I'll have Brother Sunreach explain the rest. After all, it was he who first dived to the bottom of the whirlpool and saw what was there." "What is there for me to say? Did you not see it when you arrived?" Taoist Sunreach calmly asked. "At the bottom of the huge whirlpool, there is an endless, unfathomable amount of devilish chi. It is being suppressed by the immense amount of pure spiritual chi of the whirlpool, likely a result of the huge formation. If this erupts, a huge calamity will be sure to fall upon the heavenly south, warping the entirety of its worldly spiritual chi. And even worse is what else we suspect to lie underneath the sea as well. It is certain to be closely related to the devilish chi." Wei Wuya said with a tone of helplessness, "But now that fellow Taoist Han is here, he should have seen it as well. The core of the grand sealing formation has already been destroyed, and the whirlpool is releasing its spiritual chi bit by bit. Eventually, there will come a day where it will no longer be able to suppress the devilish chi. When the devilish chi releases, it will taint at least half of the heavenly south continent and make it so that it is uninhabitable by human cultivators. Since Brother Han's drifting cloud sect is so close to the endless seas, it will be sure to be affected." When Han Li heard this, he was dumbfounded. With a raised brow, he indifferently said, "Since you 3 great cultivators have summoned me here, you should have a method to resolving this problem before it becomes a disaster. If you don't have anything in mind, I am helpless in the face of this. The huge eruption of devilish chi would prove greatly damaging to the drifting cloud sect and the rest of them, and the devilish and righteous Tao wouldn't fare much better. Only the 9 Nations Union would be able to escape the devilish chi due to their distances from the endless seas, but the lingering effects would be sure to affect them as well. The loss of cultivable chi in half the continent would be sure to stir up war between many sections. After we discovered this great danger, we immediately began to research it so that we may prevent this calamity. As a result, we discovered something related to the sealing formation that was somewhat beyond belief. This matter has something to do with the Great Jin Empire." With that said, he glanced at Master Sunreach with an odd expression. "The Great Jin Empire?" Han Li asked in alarm. "Does fellow Taoist Han know where we found those records?" Master Sunreach wryly smiled and spoke with a helpless tone. "You mean?" As something came to Han Li's mind, he wore an astonished expression. "It seems fellow Taoist Han guessed it." Master Sunreach wryly smiled. "The information we acquired on this ancient sealing formation was found from secret ancient record that was hidden away in my sect countless years ago. My sect was originally a branch of one of the 3 great sects of the Great Jin, the Grand Truth sect. In addition, we were sent to the heavenly south in order to watch over the ancient sealing formation." "Your sect originated from the Great Jin?" Han Li couldn't help but ask in surprise. "That's right," Master Sunreach sighed. "However, this was something that had occurred countless years ago. Apart from a few particular ancient cultivation arts, our sect has no connection to our originating sect. This would have remained hidden, but because of our current situation, I unintentionally discovered an ancient record mentioning this inside our sect's hidden area." Han Li pensively asked, "Fellow Taoist Sunreach, does the ancient record mention the ancient sealing formation or the method to destroy the calamity that lies beneath it?" Master Sunreach solemnly said, "Although the record mentioned that the seal was extremely important and was our eternal responsibility to guard it, the record didn't mention any specific details. Fortunately, it did mention the rough composition of the sealing formation. After we gathered a small group of spell formation masters and spent several years in research, we found a method to restore the spell formation." Wei Wuya then added on, but not only does this method require a large number of high-grade cultivators, it also requires a single person to enter the depths of the devilish qi and place a formation plate at a certain place. This was why we wished to find fellow Taoist Han. Only fellow Taoist Han's divine devil-bane lightning will be able to prevent the devilish qi from corrupting your body. When Han Li heard this, he frowned. But after a moment he asked with a relaxed expression, "It seems you've been researching this method for a while, but I've only recently returned to the Drifting Cloud sect. How did you plan on placing down the formation plate in the depths of the devilish qi while I was still missing?" When Wei Wuya and Master Sunreach heard this, they couldn't help but exchange a glance. "It seems we can't conceal anything from you," Master Sunreach said with a smile. "We did originally gather many mighty devil-warding treasures and had them placed on a cultivator who practiced an evil-warding technique. But when we had this cultivator probe the devilish qi, it was far too formidable and the chances of failure were far too large. There was less than a 50% chance of succeeding. However, it will be different with fellow Taoist Han's divine devil-bane lightning. Since the lightning is renowned to be able to restrain devilish qi, this task should prove easy to you." So it was like that. Han Li faintly smiled and then with bright eyes he said, "It is true that this task should prove to be easiest for me out of everyone in the heavenly south, but before that I'd like to take a look at the fearsomeness of the endless devilish qi. I don't wish to do something that is bound to fail. This is only natural. As of current, Devil Concord is keeping watch over the devilish qi beneath the giant whirlpool. It would be better for you to take a look now. After all, the sooner the devilish qi can be sealed, the better it will be." Master Sunreach agreed without thought. Wei Wuya also nodded and raised no objections. When Han Li saw this, he felt somewhat at ease. Since this matter didn't seem to be a trap, there most likely shouldn't be a problem. The three then immediately departed from Master Sunreach's cave residence and directly headed west towards the direction of the giant whirlpool. After flying for over 50 kilometers, they eventually arrived over an area of sea covered in a mist of white light that have a large cloud of rainbow light swirling above it in the sky, appearing like an upside-down whirlpool. There was an almost indiscernible and odd connection between the white mist and rainbow cloud. When Han Li saw this, a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. With his spiritual sense, he was able to sense that both the mist and rainbow light contained large quantities of pure spiritual qi. This exceeded what a top-grade spirit vein could produce. "So this is the giant whirlpool," Han Li muttered. Master Sunreach pointed to an area and said, "That's right. Devil Concord should currently be on a nearby reef. Let's go and talk to him." Then Han Li swept his spiritual sense in that direction to find a large black-robed man sitting 5 kilometers away. When Han Li released his spiritual sense, Devil Concord suddenly opened his eyes and coldly looked in Han Li's direction before standing up. Then his body blurred and he appeared in the air. At that moment Han Li and the others were already flying over. When Master Sunreach grew closer, he stopped and happily called out, "Fellow Taoist Concord. Fellow Taoist Han has arrived. It seems we'll be able to soon restore the sealing spell formation. Oh, it is good that fellow Taoist Han has agreed to help us. With the divine devil-bane lightning he will be sure to instantly succeed." Devil Concord didn't smile and simply looked at Han Li with a cold disregard. Han Li was a bit surprised to see this, but when he thought about the matter, he couldn't help but smile. As the divine devil-bane lightning was specialized in restraining devilish qi, it would also prove devastating to cultivators practicing devilish arts. Given that Devil Concord was the top cultivator of the Devil Dao, this wasn't a matter that could be happily accepted. Master Sunreach's amiable meeting with him was most likely to prevent Devil Concord from showing him any hostility. Han Li inwardly shook his head. Although he felt somewhat gloomy over the matter, he didn't take it to heart. With his current cultivation, even if Devil Concord attempted to kill him, he'll have more than enough power to defend himself. However, Han Li strongly believed that Devil Concord wouldn't be prone to do something so foolish in the first place. When Wei Wuya informed Devil Concord that Han Li was going to take a look at the devilish qi, Devil Concord simply frowned before nodding in agreement. Then under the guidance of the three, Han Li headed towards the giant whirlpool. A short moment later, the giant whirlpool clearly entered Han Li's view. The whirlpool was about 1 kilometer wide. And strangely enough, it didn't splash with sea water, but rather emitted strands of pure white spirit qi. The resulting spiritual qi gathered into a mist above it and underneath the shining sunlight, making for a beautiful sight. Han Li took a deep breath of the damp sea air and felt his heart shake when he sensed the nearby pure spiritual qi. If it releases this much spiritual qi for each day it existed, it must possess a truly astonishing quantity. Because he wasn't able to see the depths of the whirlpool from up above, Han Li's body glowed with light and he flew to the center of the whirlpool, hoping to take a closer look. But when Han Li arrived above it, he felt a huge attractive force weighing down on his body, forcefully pulling him inside the whirlpool. In his alarm, he had light violently flashed from his body, immediately covering it in a layer of azure light. By relying on his profound cultivation, he was able to immediately stabilize himself. Then with relief, he looked downward with blue light shining from his eyes. At that moment, the three great cultivators watching Han Li wore an expression of alarm. Wei Wuya turned his head to the side and spoke with a heavy tone. Brother Sunreach, I recall that my sect's mid-nascent soul elder Ma also flew above the whirlpool, but he dropped over 30 meters before he was able to stabilize himself. That was reported to me as well, Master Sunreach said with a shocked expression. The attractive force of the whirlpool is quite strong. Even we were caught off guard and were swayed by it. Wei Wuya clicked his tongue and revealed a trace of admiration. That's right. In the past, I sensed that fellow Taoist Han's cultivation was a bit strange since it was clearly deeper than ordinary cultivators. Now that he entered mid-nascent soul stage, his magic power has become even purer. I truly don't know what is his primary cultivation art. It is truly fascinating. This is quite unclear, Master Sunreach hesitantly said. Although there are top-grade cultivation arts that can greatly increase a cultivator's magic power, they are either incredibly difficult to cultivate or contain some major flaw. It is unknown which kind of cultivation art fellow Taoist Han practices. Devil Concord remained silent, but his expression turned gloomy. At that moment Han Li's figure blurred and in flash of azure light, he reappeared at the side of the three great cultivators. Han Li calmly said, "This whirlpool obviously possesses an astonishing spiritual qi and an immensely powerful attractive power. I don't know how deep it is nor what danger lies within. Because of the huge distance and dense spiritual qi, our spiritual sense isn't able to delve deeply. If we wish to monitor the devilish qi, we can only enter its depths to take a look. Although we'll be able to resist the attractive force with some deliberation, it would be best for fellow Taoist Han to use some treasures when we descend. Additionally, there are many small whirlpools down below that will be dangerous if you're dragged inside. How about I go down below with you?" Master Sunreach proposed. Delighted by his offer, Han Li's apprehension completely disappeared. "Then I will have to trouble you. It would be great for you to accompany me." Han Li and Master Sunreach promptly turned into an azure and a white streak of light respectively, disappearing into the whirlpool without a trace. Only Wei Wuya and Devil Concord remained and the two silently stared at the whirlpool in complete silence. After some time had passed, Devil Concord turned his head and asked, "Brother Wei, what do you think about the drifting cloud sect's fellow Taoist Han?" Wei Wuya faintly smiled and slowly replied, "What do I think of him? What do you mean?" Devil Concord snorted and coldly said, "Why is fellow Taoist Wei asking when you already know the answer? Don't tell me you don't fear what he could become? Since he's already entered mid-nascent soul stage at such a young age and possesses such mighty abilities, by the time he reaches late nascent soul stage we will no longer have our current standing in the heavenly south." Wei Wuya glanced at Devil Concord and mysteriously smiled. My point of view is a bit different from yours. So you're of a different opinion? You may as well say it. Could it be you have the confidence to suppress him after he reaches late nascent soul stage?" "Suppress? Why would I want to do that? I am the oldest of the three great cultivators of the heavenly south. I only have over 100 years more to live before I perish. Even if he were the reincarnation of a true immortal, he wouldn't be able to reach late nascent soul stage in 100 years. And even if that's the case and he suppresses the entirely heavenly south, what does that have to do with me?" After hearing this, Devil Concord said, "Brother Wei is willing to allow one person to forcibly wrest away the power you took such effort and care to obtain? If you were to make an alliance with me, I may even make a few concessions to you." "I'm not interested," Wei Wuya bluntly responded with a smile. "Doesn't Brother Concord feel that it is a bit too late to take action? I might be tempted if you made this offer while he was at early nascent soul stage, but now, his abilities are no weaker than ours despite being at the same stage as us. I have no interest in making an enemy of a cultivator on the same level as my own, neither do I wish to doom my sect to disaster. Brother Concord had best remember that existences on our level are very difficult to extinguish. Even with an ambush and assistance, it still won't be enough. Of course, if you were able to create an entrapment similar to what we used to deal with the Elder Devil, that would be a different story." Wei Wuya then added on, but from the way I see it, you should avoid doing any underhanded tricks and provoking his wrath. After all, this person could potentially unify the heavenly south in the future. Don't forget the mighty deity transformation stage cultivators that had unified the heavenly south in the past. When Devil Concord heard him, he sank into thought and said nothing else. Meanwhile, Han Li and Master Sunreach delved about 10 kilometers deep into the whirlpool. Under the heavy pressure of the spiritual chi, the two were unable to quickly fly to the bottom and could only slowly descend. Han Li already took out his blue light shield and had it cover his body in a layer of blue light. At that moment, over 30 streaks of golden light began to quickly swirl around his body, taking him even deeper into the whirlpool. As for Master Sunreach, he delved down with ease. By depending on a single white flying sword to revolve around his body, he was able to easily cut through the layers of white spiritual chi in the whirlpool and followed at Han Li's side. Han Li felt a trace of admiration when he saw this. As he expected, late nascent soul eccentrics were unique existences. With that thought, Han Li then swept his surroundings with his spiritual sense. He was only able to spread it about 40 meters below before being repelled, preventing him from seeing any further. As for his bright side spirit eyes, they were able to see a little over 100 meters below, but all he saw was white mist. However, his bright sight spirit eyes would occasionally spot any spiritual chi whirlpools when they appeared, allowing him to avoid them with ease. Of course, Master Sunreach noticed how nimbly Han Li avoided these hidden whirlpools of spiritual chi prior to their appearance, causing him to feel rather impressed and even more strongly about winning Han Li over to his side. As for the possible unification of the heavenly south under Han Li when he potentially reached late nascent soul stage, Master Sunreach didn't care much for it. If he wasn't mistaken, Han Li was a cultivator who wholeheartedly pursued the heavenly Tao. So long as there was nothing to concern him personally, he would simply continue to silently cultivate, rather than pursue anything that would cause him unnecessary trouble. Were this not the case, Han Li would have seized control over the state of Shi with ease. According to the Righteous Tao's reports on the state of Shi, when Han Li was an early nascent soul stage and later entered mid-nascent soul stage, he didn't reveal any power-hungry tendencies, much to the relief of Master Sunreach. After the time it took to finish a meal, Han Li reckoned that he had already delved over 30 kilometers deep and he couldn't help but take a look up above. There was a white mist of spiritual chi that he was unable to see through, separating him from the outside world. Given the immense pressure that Han Li's flying swords were subjected to, he reckoned that only mid-nascent soul cultivators were able to sink this deep into the whirlpool. Were it not for the fact that his Azure Essence sword arts provided a deeper magic power than similarly ranked cultivators, he would find the pressure quite strenuous. Just as Han Li sank into his thoughts, Master Sunreach called out to him, "Fellow Taoist Han, we're about to arrive at the bottom. Be careful." "Many thanks, Brother Sunreach." Han Li quickly recollected himself and gazed downward. As a result, he saw a blinding white radiance flooding his view as if there were layers upon layers of light below him. When Han Li saw this, he slowed his descent. A short moment later, Han Li and Master Sunreach stopped about 20 meters above the white light barrier. With his bright sight spirit eyes, Han Li was able to clearly see countless threads of devilish chi squirms staring at the light barrier. Han Li muttered, "So this is suppressing the devilish chi. It will prove quite troublesome." Master Sunreach explained, "That's right, the amount of devilish chi has turned it into an abyss. It is unknown how far deep it goes. I won't conceal this from you. My own cultivation art possessed some evil warding properties and I attempted to go in. But I was only able to reach about 300 meters deep before I was unable to further persist. In matters of both its devilish nature and quantity, it isn't something that common cultivators can touch. Devil cultivators that practice ancient devilish arts will have a massive spike in cultivation if they were to touch it, but conversely, their souls will become corrupt and be lost." Han Li nodded as he listened and stared at the devilish chi behind the light barrier as he silently mulled over the matter. After a short moment of thought, Han Li said, "Brother Sunreach, wait here for a moment. I'm going to take a look and see how formidable this devilish chi is." "Be careful, Brother Han." Master Sunreach wasn't surprised in the slightest by Han Li's action. Han Li didn't say anything further and his silhouette blurred several times before appearing with the tip of his foot touching the light barrier. Then a foot-long streak of azure sword chi shot down and instantly pierced through the light barrier and traveled into the devilish chi before disappearing without a trace. Han Li revealed a bit of surprise, but he soon realized something. The light barrier was only effective against devilish chi. He wouldn't need to expend any effort to make an opening through it. With that thought, the golden sword streaks revolving around him began to sing with thunder and began to spark with arcs of golden lightning, creating a giant net of lightning around him. As of current, his understanding and grasp of divine Devilbane lightning have reached a realm beyond comprehension. With his hands forming an incantation gesture, the net of lightning quickly shrank and wrapped around his blue light barrier in the blink of an eye, creating a huge ball of lightning around him. As for his flying swords, they shrank to the size of several inches under his command and quickly flew into his sleeve. With that done, Hanli silently sank through the light barrier and entered the devilish chi without any resistance. Thunder loudly rang out and black devilish chi began to lash out around him, but the rings of thunder dispersed the devilish chi as they continuously swarmed around him. Hanli made no immediately movements. He simply stood in place as he observed the divine Devilbane lightning disperse the clouds of devilish chi. As a result, the devilish chi quickly restored its original form and rushed around him once more. Hanli frowned and his heart sank after he saw the rate at which the divine Devilbane lightning was being consumed. He tilted his head in thought before delving deeper into the devilish chi. As of current, Hanli had no mind to spread his spiritual sense past the light barrier. The concentrated devilish essence of the chi below could corrupt a cultivator's spiritual sense, inflicting immense harm on anyone foolish enough to do so. His only option for the time being was to use the bright sight spirit eyes to gaze into the pitch-black depths. However, they were only able to look about 10 meters deep before he could see no more. After sinking about 600 meters deep, Hanli paused and looked around him. Then a short moment later, he immediately returned up. When Master Sunreach saw Hanli appear, he smiled at him and said, "The divine Devilbane lightning is clearly powerful. You were able to stay inside for such a large period of time without the slightest damage. It is deserving of its grand reputation." "It wasn't much," Hanli calmly replied. "Since the devilish chi isn't under anyone's control, it is easily scattered. Let's return and have the discussion up above." Master Sunreach promptly nodded in agreement. Then, Hanli withdrew his golden lightning and summoned his flying sword before flying back to the surface. When the two arrived at the surface, Wei Wuya calmly asked them, "How was it? With fellow Taoist Han's divine Devilbane lightning, you should be free to move inside the devilish chi." After a moment of thought, Hanli answered, "I already gave it a try, but before I agree I have to first ask you where you want the formation plate. If the location is too deep inside the devilish chi, I fear that my divine Devilbane lightning will not be able to last." Devil Concord then proposed, "Let us return to the cave residence to discuss the specific location. The formation plate is still in the hands of those formation masters. Let us first go retrieve the plate and then have the discussion then. After all, the formation plate wasn't easily created, so we cannot lose it in the process." The others raised no objections to Devil Concord's suggestion to move the discussion elsewhere, and the group headed towards Spirit Turtle Island. Hanli asked Master Sunreach for a sealed room to spend the night meditating as they waited for the other two to retrieve the formation plate from the spell formation masters. Then, on the morning of the next day, Hanli received a sound transmission talisman from Master Sunreach and promptly appeared at the main hall. Hanli walked in with a raised brow, noticing that the three great cultivators were already seated and talking to one another. When Wei Wuya saw Hanli arrive, he called out to him and summoned a faint red jade slip on the table with a flip of his hand. "Fellow Taoist Han, please take a seat. This is the location that you must place the formation plate according to our research of the ceiling formation." "Oh, let me take a look." With a wave, the jade slip shot into his hand and then he took a seat before immersing his spiritual sense into it. A short moment later, Hanli's face stirred and he withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip, wearing a gloomy expression on his face. Hanli tossed the jade slip back on the table and raised his head, coldly saying, "Fellow Taoists, do you plan on having me go on a one-way journey to place the formation plate so deep into the abyss?" Devil Concord calmly replied, "How can fellow Taoist Han say that? Although the location for the formation plate is a bit deep, with the divine Devilbane lightning protecting you, it shouldn't pose a problem." "Is that so?" Hanli glanced at Devil Concord and said with an angry tone, "Does Brother Concord believe my reserves of divine Devilbane lightning are infinite? Or do you simply wish for me to not return after I place down the formation plate? You mean to say that you don't have enough divine Devilbane lightning to last the trip back?" Wei Wuya asked with a frown. "From what I remember, fellow Taoist Han controlled quite a large quantity of lightning during his battle with the Elder Devil. It shouldn't pose much of a problem. Could it be that you didn't delve too far deep into the devilish chi?" Hanli asked with an odd expression. Wei Wuya yelped. fellow Taoist Han means to say. Devil Concord's eyes flickered but he remained silent. As for Master Sunreach, he lowered his head in thought. Han Li knitted his fingers together and held them at his chest before he explained with an indifferent tone, at a certain depth it is clear to see that the devilish nature of the Qi becomes even stronger and it exhausts the divine devil-bane lightning at a greater speed. I've reached this conclusion after delving a kilometer deep into the abyss. Although I do possess a bit of divine devil-bane lightning, I will not be able to delve 10 kilometers deep into the devilish Qi and make it back. Wei Wuya tensely frowned and turned to Master Sunreach asking, so it was like that? Brother Sunreach, you delved the deepest into the devilish Qi out of the three of us. Is this true? It's true, Master Sunreach sighed and nodded in agreement. When I delved deeper into the devilish Qi using my secret techniques, I felt my magic power drain at a faster rate. I originally believed that Han Li wouldn't notice and was thinking about warning him. When Devil Concord heard this, his expression changed and he said, in that case our original plan to have a cultivator enter the devilish Qi depths with devil-warding treasures would fail. Although they would be safe at the beginning, there is danger of becoming corrupted once they delve too deep. That's right, Master Sunreach said with a wry smile, that's why I wasn't very interested in that plan. But since fellow Taoist Han was still missing at the time, I didn't raise any objections as there were no other alternatives. Han Li observed their tone of voice and expressions with indifference, but he grew somewhat gloomy. He was unable to tell whether the three truly knew of it or if they decided to keep the matter hidden. Regardless, he wouldn't easily agree to them. Then the room was filled with silence. It was clear that it would be a death sentence to have someone place a formation plate this deep in the depths of the devilish Qi. Telling Han Li to do it for a virtuous cause would be an even less likely matter. Although the four present realized that half the heavenly south would be affected by the release of the devilish Qi, none of them were interested in sacrificing themselves and preventing this as they already cultivated to such a high stage. If worst came to worst, they would flee from the heavenly south altogether. They will be able to easily find a place for themselves in the world with their level of cultivation. And apart from Han Li, there was no one else that could delve deep enough to place the formation plate, causing the three great cultivators to look at each other in dismay. Then Han Li's eyes wandered for a moment before speaking with a relaxed voice. I am also aware that this matter is quite serious and that you all find yourselves facing a dilemma. As such, I have an idea I wish to try. When Master Sunreach heard this, he hastily said, what's your idea? Please tell us. Wei Wuya and Devil Concord felt their spirits roused and hastily turned to Han Li. It's rather simple. I believe I am able to reach the designated location for the formation plate with the divine devil-bane lightning, but I will not have enough to safely return. As such, you will need to hand over the devil-warding treasures you've gathered over to me so that I will last longer in the devilish Qi. However, since this method does pose quite a bit of danger to me. With that said, Han Li paused as if hesitant to continue. With joy on his face, Wei Wuya hastily said, that will be no problem. So long as you can place down the formation plate, we'll lend fellow Taoist Han all of the devil-warding treasures we've acquired. Of course, we won't have you brave this grave danger for nothing. Master Sunreach suddenly smiled at Devil Concord and said, Brother Concord, what do you say? Devil Concord was stunned when he heard this, but after some hesitation, he nodded. Indeed, if you accomplish this, we plan on handing over one of these islands over to fellow Taoist Han. You would present one of the islands to me? Han Li's narrowed his eyes. That's right, Master Sunreach said with a friendly voice. To tell the truth, we planned on dividing the islands between 7 great sects, but a majority of those sects belong to our 3 superpowers. There is one island that is difficult to divide. We originally planned on handing it over to fellow Taoists Long Han and Feng Bingwen, but it turned out that the 2 are in seclusion. As such, we've decided to hand it over to a small, unremarkable sect. Now that fellow Taoist Han is here to brave the danger, we will hand over the island to your Drifting Cloud sect. Surely no one will raise any complaints over this. Is that so? Han Li said with amazement. After all, from what he heard, not only did the islands have outstanding spirit veins, but they also have several rich spirit stone mines and other rarities. After some thought, Han Li then worriedly asked, since the 7 islands were a section of the Grand Formation, won't they sink back into the ocean when the formation is restored? Don't worry, Wei Wuya answered. The method we're using to restore the formation differs from the original used to create the sealing formation. Naturally, we won't waste the islands by having them sink back into the ocean. And the cultivators occupying the islands will also be duty-bound to look after the sealing formation. After muttering to himself, Han Li replied, Since you three have made such heavy promises, I'll have to give it a try, but after this matter is settled, I don't wish to be further involved in this. Wei Wuya heartily laughed and agreed, placing the formation plate is already considered a great service. Leave the rest to us. Although Master Sunreach and Devil Concord both had different ideas originally, they grew at ease for the time being. At that moment, Wei Wuya took out a white circular object from his storage pouch and handed it over to Han Li. Han Li took a glance at it. It was a palm-sized formation plate that was meticulously carved from white jade. It flickered with spiritual light and was engraved with several complex talisman characters. Han Li's hand glowed with azure light for a moment, transferring it into his storage pouch in the blink of an eye. All right, now everything is ready except for one last thing, Wei Wuya said with a pleased expression. When does Brother Han plan on taking action? Naturally, the quicker the better, Han Li grimly answered. I already rested the night and restored the magic power I earlier consumed. If you fellow Taoists have the devil-warding treasures on hand, I will place the formation plate right away. Who knows what could happen to the devilish chi if we delay? The three great cultivators raised no objections to Han Li's suggestion. As for the devil-warding treasures they managed to difficulty acquire, they all carried them on hand and each took them out, giving them all to Han Li. A jade scepter with a flood dragon head, a fire-red trigram mirror, a set of sparkling gold armor and a small black flag. Han Li promptly tested the efficacy of the four treasures and found that they were exceptional. 3 of the treasures were Yang Flame treasures and would prove very useful in dealing with the devilish chi. As for the black flag, it was a famous Devil Dao treasure. According to Devil Concord, the flag was originally used to ghostly yin winds, but it is also capable of absorbing devilish chi. Han Li looked at the flag with doubt and fiddled with it before finally placing it in his storage pouch, much to the shock of Devil Concord. After Han Li put away the treasures, the cultivators left Master Sunreach's cave residence and head out in the direction of the giant whirlpool. 4 hours later, Han Li appeared alone at the bottom of the whirlpool. When Han Li looked at the devilish chi below the light barrier, he silently made a fist and thunder rang out, instantly covering his body in several dense arcs of golden lightning, weaving a net of lightning around his light barrier. As Han Li looked at the golden lightning, his mouth twitched, forming a trace of ridicule. Despite how cunning the 3 great cultivators were, they couldn't have imagined that he originally possessed 72 flying swords created from gold lightning bamboo. According to his estimates, he would have enough to make 2 trips and still have enough to spare. This task didn't pose the slightest danger to him at all. On one hand, he had done this to haggle over the rewards as Master Sunreach had previously informed him that there were possible benefits. On the other hand, he had done this to avoid the 3 from realizing how much divine Devilbane lightning he possessed. In the future, the only things that could pose a threat against Han Li in the Heavenly South would be the 3 great cultivators and the Mulan divine sages. He had no choice but to deceive them. 1. The strongest cultivator pair in the Heavenly Dao Alliance. They are mid-nascent soul stage Dao companions that can match a late-nascent soul cultivator when joined together. Like the last time Han Li delved into the abyss of devilish chi, he was protected in a net of divine Devilbane lightning. Soon, the rings of thunder grew softer as he delved deeper and soon the golden lightning could no longer be seen. On the surface of the ocean, the 3 great cultivators were talking with one another as Han Li delved deeper. Brother Sunreach, do you feel that fellow Taoist Han truly doesn't have enough divine Devilbane lightning to make the entire trip? Will his lightning be consumed too quickly to have any remaining for the trip back? Wei Wuya asked with his hands behind his back. Does Brother Wei mean to say that my previous words were false? Master Sunreach's expression sank and he appeared displeased. Wei Wuya chuckled and said, Please don't misunderstand me, I didn't mean that at all. I simply asked because I felt that fellow Taoist Han agreed far too easily. Master Sunreach's expression relaxed and he said, If that's the case, I'm not too sure myself. However, I consumed greater amounts of magic power the deeper I delved into the abyss of devilish chi. I imagine one would need an astonishing amount of divine Devilbane lightning if they wish to make a whole round trip. I don't believe fellow Taoist Han can accomplish this with his lightning alone. Perhaps he has something else that can withstand the devilish chi for a time. That is quite possible. After all, there are an endless number of mysteries and wonders in the cultivation world. But regardless of how it is said, it will be good if this calamity could be smoothly resolved. Wei Wuya spoke with a smile and took a glance at Devil Concord. The large black-robed man had his arms crossed as he glanced down at the whirlpool, his face emotionless as he remained silent. For the time being, silence filled the air. 10 kilometers deep into the devilish chi, A light barrier surging with golden lightning was floating motionlessly. Han Li was inside it, solemnly reading through the jade slip that detailed where the formation plate should be placed. A short moment later, Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip and looked around. His surroundings were completely devoid of light, not surprising as he already reached the farthest depths of the devilish chi abyss. Han Li frowned and opened his mouth, spitting out an inch-long golden sword. In a flicker of golden light, the small sword flew out of the light barrier with a layer of thin lightning covering the body of the blade. It circled around him before revolving above his head, turning into a strange inch-large golden ring of light. Han Li formed an incantation gesture and pointed at the ring of light above his head, ordering it to suddenly stop and shoot out in a streak of golden light. He then closely followed after it in a blur. He flew a meter across the abyss before the small golden sword suddenly shot downward and released a muffled bang. The flying sword had pierced into something. A trace of joy appeared on Han Li's face and arrived 3 meters above where the sword had landed. In the pitch-black darkness, all he could see was the faint light of the small sword flickering with lightning. It had pierced into a huge flat rock. Han Li muttered to himself for a moment and pressed one of his hands against his light barrier. The net of lightning surrounding the barrier suddenly surged with blinding light and released several dense bolts of golden lightning that quickly revolved in the nearby area, turning into several golden pythons. As a result, the golden pythons cleanly swept away all the devilish chi in the nearby area, illuminating the huge rock underneath. Han Li examined it for a moment and revealed shock. This wasn't a rock but rather the floor of an altar. It appeared to stretch beyond the range of the golden lightning. He was amazed. The area that the formation masters wished to bury the formation plate was unexpectedly remarkable. Han Li commanded the golden pythons to quickly envelop the rest of the altar, revealing its general appearance. It was a square building that stretched out about 100 meters. All of the characteristics and engravings on the stone walls illustrated that it was a building created by cultivators from antiquity. After Han Li viewed his surroundings, he waved to the sword embedded in the floor and it returned to his sleeve in a golden streak. He then flew towards the center of the building and after a short moment, it began to flicker with white light. His heart stirred at the sight and he sped up, eventually clearly seeing what laid at its center. It was a shattered stone tablet. Only a small portion of its foundation remained standing upright with the rest of its fragments scattered around. Han Li's eyes wandered around the stone tablet as he observed it. Although it was shattered, he was able to see a few worn talisman characters that he couldn't understand. It was unknown what kind of material it was carved from as it would only occasionally sparkle with a faint white light. Could it be a rare material on par with the gold lightning bamboo? Han Li thought. Soon, he reached out towards a fist-sized piece of the stone tablet and his hand glowed with azure light before summoning it into his grasp. The stone piece was gray and unremarkable. If it weren't for the traces of spiritual light, Han Li wouldn't have found anything particular about it. Han Li looked at it several more times and his brow stirred before he suddenly exerted great strength into his grasp. As a result, a strange scene occurred. The stone wasn't crushed to powder as Han Li thought. Instead, it flickered with white light and suddenly turned soft, allowing his fingers to sink deep into the stone. Han Li felt his heart jump. He frowned and asked Monarch Soul Divergence, "Senior Soul Divergence, do you know what this is?" "No, I've never seen it before," Monarch Soul Divergence said with a lazy tone, "but this is no surprise. There were so many rare materials used during ancient times, it is impossible for someone to know them all. You may as well let me research that piece. I am idle and have little better to do." Then without another thought, Han Li tossed the stone piece into the bamboo tube behind him. Light flashed from the bamboo tube and a mist of white light sucked the strange stone inside of it. Han Li quickly turned his attention to the shattered stone tablet. It hadn't been long since it was shattered, and it appeared that when the spell formation was damaged, the stone tablet had shattered as well. With that thought, Han Li collected the rest of the stone fragments in a sweep of azure light. He then flicked his fingers and launched over 10 streaks of azure sword light at the stone foundation, wishing to take the rest of it with him. A series of booms sounded out and to Han Li's surprise, the sword chi wasn't able to cut through the stone. It didn't seem to have any effect. How strange. Han Li yelped in alarm and hesitated for a moment. He no longer paid attention to the rest of the stone tablet and launched several streaks of sword chi in a different direction. Although he had enough divine Devilbane lightning to sustain for a while longer, Han Li didn't dare to linger too long in such a dangerous place and began to place down the formation plate. A series of muffled explosions sounded out, followed by the appearance of a 3-meter deep hole at the side of the stone tablet. With a wave of his hand, white light flickered and an exquisite formation plate appeared. Han Li shook his hand without the slightest hesitation and sent the formation plate into the hole in a streak of light. Grimly staring at the formation plate, his 2 hands then formed a hand incantation and the formation plate began to shine with even greater light. Soon, the formation plate released a clear ring and a thick beam of white light shot out towards the sky, only to disappear without a trace. Han Li felt at ease. Since the formation plate was functioning as expected, he had clearly found the right place. With that thought, Han Li swept up an azure gale with a wave of his sleeve, completely burying the hole with rocks. He then released a spell seal and muttered an incantation before melting the pile of rocks to seal the hole completely in a smooth layer. The hole now appeared as if it never existed. Han Li walked around the large hole to make sure that nothing appeared out of the ordinary and he nodded with a satisfied expression. With that done, he released several spell seals, striking the nearby golden lightning pythons. With pangs of thunder, the lightning pythons faded away into specks of light and the devilish chi began to quickly roil as there was no longer anything holding it back. Han Li pondered to himself before the lightning flashed around his light barrier, preparing to rush back up to the ocean surface. At that moment, Monarch Soul Divergence's voice echoed through his spiritual sense. "Youngster, wait a moment." Han Li stopped in surprise and asked, "What does Senior have to say?" Since this is the center of the ceiling formation, it is also the densest area of devilish chi, and since it has been suppressed since ancient times, it is possible several devil essence diamonds have formed here. According to ancient records, they were a material used to refine precious devil Dao treasures. You should see if you can find them nearby. Devil essence diamonds? An odd expression appeared on his face. Then after some thought, he slapped his storage pouch and took out a yellow jade scepter with a wolf's head. This was the ancient treasure that originally housed Silvermoon. Although its artifact spirit was missing, it was still capable of using simple earth movement techniques, but not to the superb skill that Silvermoon was capable of. With a soft shout, Han Li's light barrier doubled in size and a streak of white light flew out from his sleeve. It circled around him and turned into a small white fox. Since time is limited, let's split up to find the devil essence diamonds. Han Li quickly spoke and tossed a ball of golden lightning towards the small fox. With a ring of thunder, the ball of lightning wrapped around the fox in a net. Keep in mind that the lightning will not last long. Han Li solemnly warned, once it shows signs of weakening, immediately return and then we'll head back up. Yes, master, Silvermoon replied in her usual bright voice. However, I do not know what devil essence diamonds look like. Before Han Li could reply, Monarch Soul Divergence answered, Devil essence diamonds are pitch-black gems that contain astonishing devilish chi. They will be easily recognized. That will do then. I'm heading off. Silvermoon nodded and her fox body flashed with silver light before disappearing into the ground. Han Li didn't remain still either. With a wave of the jade scepter, a layer of yellow light appeared around his light barrier and he sank into the floor without a trace. For a time, no one could be seen above ground. Time slowly passed by and the platform was completely quiet, but was now shrouded in pitch-black devilish chi. The endless darkness resembled what one would imagine of the underworld. Not long after, golden light flashed as Han Li emerged from the ground. He looked around him and a trace of worry appeared on his face when he saw that Silvermoon wasn't there. Then he turned his attention to his hand and relaxed his grasp, revealing an exquisite pitch-black gem. It appeared to be the size of his thumb. Monarch Soul Divergence chuckled and said, As I expected, there are truly devil essence diamonds here. Your luck is quite good. This was an item that ancient devil Dao cultivators could only dream of. It was incredibly rare even during times of antiquity. Is that so? This item is so precious? Han Li took a closer look at the gem and narrowed his eyes to examine it. The gem didn't shine with even the slightest light. Instead, its serene darkness gave a bewildering sensation to Han Li as if his consciousness was being sucked inside it. Han Li felt his heart tremble and quickly withdrew his gaze, not daring to look any longer. At that moment, silver light shined from underneath him. A silver fox wrapped in faint golden light shot out from the ground and quickly entered Han Li's light barrier. If you took any longer, I was going to personally come and find you. I expected that you would have returned earlier than I did. Could it be that you found something? With a wave of his hand, he swept up the small fox into his arm. Without saying a word, Silvermoon spat out 3 pitch-black gems, undoubtedly devil essence diamonds. Good. Delight appeared on Han Li's face and Silvermoon gave what appeared to be a smile before disappearing into his sleeve. Han Li took the 3 gems along with his own and placed them into a single jade box. "We can't stay any longer," Han Li muttered. Soon, the golden lightning around him trembled and a large boom sounded out. He began to slowly rise to the surface. Han Li's speed was slow throughout his ascent. After a quarter hour he finally arrived at the barrier of white light. During his entire journey, he hadn't made use of any of the devil-warding treasures that the 3 great cultivators had given him. Han Li eventually passed through the light barrier suppressing the devilish chi and withdrew his divine devil-bane lightning entirely. But then Han Li didn't immediately return to the surface. Instead he looked down and slapped his storage pouch, taking out a damaged dark green flag. Silvermoon yelped and said with amazement, This. Isn't this the ghost-sifting banner? 1. Appears in chapter 789 when Han Li fights against the devil cultivator that cursed Nangong Wan. Although the devil heads and Yin ghosts attached to the banner were cleanly destroyed, the banner itself is a rare Devil Dao treasure and is still intact. From what I've heard, it is able to absorb ghost chi in order to restore itself. Devil Concord's flag had reminded me of this. Devilish and ghostly chi are both worldly Yin chi and have a certain level of similarity. And given the pure devilish chi here, it is perfect to test whether or not the flag can be restored. It doesn't matter if it fails. Han Li spoke calmly and blue light began to brightly glow around his hands, wrapping around the small flag. Afterwards, the flag flew into the devilish chi in an azure streak. The ghost-sifting banner was engulfed by the countless threads of devilish chi and the azure light surrounding it was cleanly devoured. When Han Li saw this, he grasped his hands in an incantation gesture and pointed at the green flag below. The lifeless ghost-sifting banner suddenly glowed with green light and it violently grew under Han Li's command. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a torn 3-meter-tall banner. It appeared to still be damaged from its battle against the Oriate Sword formation. When Han Li sifted through the consciousness of the Yin-sifting sect elder, he also acquired the method to control the banner. This and the many other banners of its kind were legacy treasures passed through many generations of the Yin-sifting sect. Of course, this meant that the banner didn't require blood to recognize a master. Although it was classified as a magic treasure, it could be used by anyone after some refinement. Han Li chanted an incantation at that moment, and a meter-large hold suddenly appeared in front of the flag, containing gusts of Yin winds within it. Then, the dense devilish chi that gathered around quickly streamed into the hole at a violent speed. Han Li rejoiced at the sight. The banner was able to absorb the devilish chi as he expected. As the banner absorbed the chi, it began to restore itself at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Not long after, the banner appeared to be in flawless condition, but its original green color was now tainted black. Han Li's eyes wandered across the banner as it consumed the devilish chi all around it. He was somewhat surprised that it continued to absorb the devilish chi after restoring itself. He didn't expect for it to consume the chi like a bottomless pit. In addition, he discovered that the more devilish chi it absorbed, the more black light began to cover the green parts of the banner. When Han Li saw this, a trace of surprise appeared on his face, but he continued to calmly observe this from a distance. After an unknown amount of time had passed, the ghost-sifting banner finally released a series of hums and the hole it summoned in front of it disappeared. The banner was now entirely covered in dazzling black light. At that moment Han Li pointed at the black banner and it quickly shrank back to its original size. It then shot up in a black streak of light and entered Han Li's grasp. Han Li quickly examined the banner in his hand and nodded with satisfaction before putting it away. In the future he would have to find an opportunity to test its might. Because he had tarried for too long, Han Li didn't dare to delay any further and promptly had his tens of flying swords revolve around him, breaking through the dense spiritual chi above him, allowing him to ascend to the surface. As the 3 great cultivators waited above the whirlpool, they appeared calm but their expressions betrayed a slight trace of fear as if worried that Han Li had failed in his task. But then Han Li shot out from the whirlpool in a streak of azure light and they all felt great relief at the sight. "Fellow Taoist Han, how did it go? Did you succeed?" Master Sunreach beamingly asked. "I fulfilled my task. The formation plate is securely placed." Han Li replied with a smile. "Good. Allow me to test it." Wei Wuya summoned a formation plate identical to the one Han Li buried before slapping his storage pouch. He held the formation plate in one hand and formed a hand gesture with the other. Then he muttered a cryptic incantation and the formation plate in his hand began to shine with white light, releasing threads of rainbow light in a gorgeous display. "Good. Wei Wuya said with a friendly grin. You've properly installed the formation plate. We can immediately send invitations to the other cultivators to come and restore the spell formation. With the formation plate set down, we won't need to worry about the devilish chi suddenly bursting. We owe much to fellow Taoist Han's achievement. Since the matter is settled, I must bid my farewell. I have a few important matters to handle. I'll return these treasures to you. After this was said, Han Li returned the 4 devil-warding treasures to the 3 cultivators. The 3 great cultivators received the treasures and couldn't help but look at each other with dismay at Han Li's wish to suddenly depart. There is no need for fellow Taoist Han to be so impatient, Master Sunreach urged. How about he stays at our 7 spirit islands for a few days? Many thanks for Brother Sunreach's kindness, but I cannot afford to delay these affairs. Han Li shook his head, his face revealing a trace of regret. Since Brother Han has urgent matters occupying him, we won't keep you here any longer. Have a smooth journey. Wei Wuya sent him off with a salute. Then I will take my leave. Han Li then cupped his fist to the 3 cultivators and covered his body in blinding azure light before brilliantly streaking across the sky. Half a month later, Han Li returned to the Drifting Cloud sect. After informing his senior martial brothers about the spirit island that was given to the sect, he prepared to enter seclusion. This time, Han Li wasn't cultivating magic power but completing the refinement of his second nascent soul. Not only would this greatly expand his abilities, but it would also grant him another life. What was originally the wood spirit nascent had now reached the stage of assimilation and was on the verge of becoming his second nascent soul in entirety. Of course, Han Li first observed Nangong Wan's condition before entering seclusion for a few years. After experiencing several grand events recently, the heavenly South cultivation world had finally entered another period of peace, and the many sects and clans took the opportunity to nurture their disciples and hone their strength. 4 years after Han Li entered seclusion, Silvermoon was in her human form respectfully waiting outside the sealed seclusion room. On the day before, she received a voice transmission from Han Li while she was nurturing the spirit medicines with the green liquid, and she was now waiting on Han Li to emerge from the room. She didn't have to wait for long. The stone door eventually began to groan and slowly open. However, when she raised her head and gazed inside, she didn't catch sight of Han Li. Instead, she saw a black-keen wind that suddenly blew out from the room. Then with a muffled chuckle, the 3-meter-large black cloud made its way towards Silvermoon. Silvermoon paled and took several steps back in her alarm as she looked at the black cloud in shock. Then the black cloud came to a sudden stop and softly shined with light as if made from black silk. This is... Silvermoon's mind began to stir. The black cloud suddenly condensed into an inch-large black-green nascent soul and it said, "How is it? It should be considered a success for my second nascent soul to have reached this stage. Congratulations on Master's achievement." Silvermoon sweetly smiled and curtsied at the nascent soul. Apart from the nascent soul's slightly smaller size, it appeared exactly the same as his original. A familiar voice sounded out, "It has come as a surprise that I was able to complete my second nascent soul so quickly. However, it does feel a bit strange now that it's done." Han Li then walked out from the secluded room. At that moment, the black-green nascent soul grinned before flying a circle around Han Li and landing on his head. Silvermoon took a good look at Han Li and smiled. It is only natural to feel a bit odd after acquiring a second nascent soul. But with a bit of time, Master should become accustomed to it. "Oh, from your tone of voice, it seems you know something about having a second nascent soul. Did you remember something?" Han Li curiously asked. After a pause, Silvermoon answered, "It isn't very clear to me. I don't know why I said it. Perhaps I knew about a similar technique in the past." Han Li nodded when he heard her explanation and said nothing else. Then, the nascent soul sitting on his head summoned a small flag with a wave of its hand and began to play with it. It was the ghost-sifting banner that had absorbed the devilish chi. When Silvermoon saw this, she couldn't help but look at the nascent soul in surprise, asking, "Could it be that your second nascent soul cultivates a devil Dao art? It is only natural that the second nascent soul should cultivate something exceptional, but it cannot cultivate a new technique alone since it doesn't have its own body yet, so I am using my own body and the ghost-sifting banner's devilish chi to have it cultivate a few of the profound Yin art transformation techniques. As for whether or not I will grant it a body, I've yet to decide," Han Li said with a frown. "Once it has its own body, there is a possibility of backlash and betrayal. I must be careful about it." He then patted his head and in a flash of black light, the nascent soul entered his skull without a trace. Han Li's spiritual sense allowed him to clearly see within him. Both his main and second nascent soul were sitting cross-legged across from one another in his dantian and were meditating. Silvermoon tilted her head and said, "It is right for Master to be cautious. I've never heard of the profound nascent formation arts before, and other cultivation incarnation techniques are generally a division of attention. As for higher-grade incarnation techniques such as the Mulan Divine Sage Zhongs, 1. They are grand abilities that are employed through a forceful division of your primal soul. Their incarnation techniques don't make them stronger. They are only either for survival or producing superior numbers, but they can be considered formidable techniques regardless." Alright, enough of that for now. Did anything happen while I was in seclusion? Once that was said, he beckoned to Silvermoon and walked into the main hall. Silvermoon closely followed after him with soft steps and said, "A year after Master entered seclusion, Lady Mu succeeded in her core formation. As per your instructions, I gave the copulation essence arts to her along with some medicine pills suitable for a core formation stage cultivator. As for Lady Nangong, she remains safe within the restricted area while the demon beast core is further weakening the soul seal curse day by day. I reckon that even without the curse's removal method, it should be dissolved in another 100 years. Of course, that is simply my own speculations. Master should go have a look for himself." Han Li rejoiced after hearing the good news, but just as he was about to ask about other matters, Silvermoon added, "There is also one other thing I must report to Master. The 6-winged frost centipedes have been continuously fed the rainbow skirt grass over the years. They should have grown and laid eggs, but for some unknown reason, their growth had slowed to a standstill, having only molted once and showing no further signs of reproduction." Molted. When Han Li heard this, he stopped walking and revealed an odd expression. Silvermoon bit her lip and slowed her steps. "That's right. After they molted, they became far more powerful. Additionally, they became irritable as if they were about to molt once more. Let me take a look at them." Han Li frowned and then changed direction, walking towards the passage that led to the insect rooms. A short moment later, Han Li had arrived. He walked towards one of the insect rooms and looked inside. Before he could clearly see the centipedes, he felt a gust of glacial chi that blew past him. All he saw was a thick layer of sparkling ice covering the entire insect room. There were also several various-sized mounds of ice with thick holes dug into them. Half-feet-long snow-white streaks were currently roaming around them. Having already imprinted Han Li as their master with his blood, they immediately recognized him when he appeared. They grew restless and immediately pounced in Han Li's direction, grabbing onto the walls closest to him. With a wave of his hand, Han Li opened the restriction to the room with a mental command. Several inch-large masses of white light floated towards him. He nimbly grabbed one of them with his hand and brought it to his face. It was a larva with a skin completely snow-white. Apart from the 2 small protrusions from its back, it appeared exactly the same as when he last saw them. Han Li looked at the larva in his hand and muttered to himself for a moment. Silvermoon stood at his side in silence. At that moment, Han Li extended his finger and brought it to the larva's mouth. With a crackle, blue flame appeared on his fingertip. The centipede larva opened its mouth and spat out a thin thread of glacial chi towards the blue flame. Suddenly, the blue flame surged several times its size before being completely wrapped by the chi. Han Li then slowly closed his eyes as if attempting to sense something. "It seems your words held true. They have become far more powerful after they molted. There isn't much difference between reproduction by cannibalism and continuous molting." Han Li opened his eyes and then vanished the blue flame with a flick of his finger. "It doesn't come as a great surprise why they aren't continuing to devour one another," Han Li continued. "These ancient insects are all fantastical oddities. Perhaps they are only able to reproduce several times, or if the rainbow skirt grass simply causes changes in their body. In any case, it is no problem as long as we can further mature them with the green liquid." Master's words come as a relief. Silvermoon sighed and then sweetly smiled, displaying a bewitching charm. Han Li ignored this and instead made his way to the main hall as he sullenly said, "During my seclusion, I've become well rested. Let's make the trip to the Great Jin Empire. Whether it be to dispel the baleful chi present on my body or find rare materials, the journey is absolutely necessary. And regardless of how effective the ancient flame toad's demon core is at dissolving the soul seal curse, I am still worried of something unexpected happening to Wanner. It is best that I pay a visit to the Een-sifting sect and find the incantation to dissolve the curse. I've also already cultivated a second nascent soul to brave any dangers that I may find in the Great Jin." So it was like that. But with Master's abilities, there should be seldom few cultivators capable to matching him. Silvermoon said with a smile. "Hee hee, There are many miraculous and fantastical treasures in the cultivation world. There is nothing that is certain. Also, I am already at odds with the devil Tao cultivators of the Yin-sifting sects. If they discover that I've arrived, there is be certain to be trouble. It is better to tread on the side of caution. I'm going to first take a look at how Wanner is doing before going to see Senior Marshal Brother Chen. Then I will see if I can gather any more of the missing materials for the puppets and 7-flame fan. If everything goes smoothly, we can set a departure date after half a month. Yes, Master. I also wish to see what the Great Gene is like, as it's renowned to be the holy land of cultivators. Once that was said, the room became quiet once more. Half a month later, an azure streak shot out from the Dream Cloud Mountains and flew south. Not long after, a few well-informed cultivators received information that the Drifting Cloud sect's renowned Elder Han had left the Dream Cloud Mountains to go on a distant journey. The specifics were unknown. It was possible he was roaming the Heavenly South or had left it entirely. After the news was spread around, the Heavenly South grew restless before growing calm once more. Han Li's departure hadn't been followed by any further events. The Dream Cloud Mountains Ancient Sword Sect and 100 Possibilities Pavilion still treated the Drifting Cloud Sect sincerely and didn't make any moves against them, allowing them to hold the position as the top sect in the state of Shi. As years slowly passed by, cultivators passed away from reaching the end of their lifespan and new characters emerged from the gaps left behind. The cycle of the Heavenly South cultivators began one more. As for Han Li, any trace of him had disappeared from the Heavenly South. For over 100 years there had been no word of him. One of the Mulan's late nascent soul cultivators. First seen in chapter 746, he is capable of creating clones of himself. A caravan of about 30 men were traveling down wilderness with grassland as far as the eye could see. There were 8 carriages among them, accompanied by young leather-clothed horsemen, with a few of them only reaching the ages of 12, but they all were in high spirits regardless. At the very front of the caravan was an old man riding a fine yellow horse. He had sharp creases in his brow and dark red skin. He also wore a fire-red fox hide cap, gorgeous robes, and a tricolored embroidered belt that symbolized his position as the master of the group. They were traveling through the north of the Endless Sky Plains, on their way to pay tribute to a temple belonging to the Soaring Tribes. The Endless Sky Plains were what the Soaring Tribes called the Mulan Plains. This was due to Soaring Tribes' belief that their patron god, the Endless Sky Beast, had protected them for generations. Originally, the Soaring Tribes occupied the southern portion of the Endless Sky Plains, but ever since their victory in the war against the Mulan 30 years ago, they occupied the entirety of the plains, and their strength massively surged, leaving them without match in the area. Of course, given the huge size of the Soaring Tribes, they consisted of countless smaller tribe divisions. Smaller tribes consisted of 100,000 men, with the largest tribes reaching around 100 million men. Because there were many men who won merits in the last war, many new tribes had emerged, with a majority of them being quite insignificant, only numbering tens of thousands of men. The master of the escort was named Ying Lu. He was the leader of a small tribe that had split off from a larger one. Although they were considered a tribe, they only consisted of about 80,000 men. When he was young, he was a formidable warrior and struck down several small Mulan tribes in the war, capturing many of their nobles in the process and earning his current rank. However, he was unable to withstand the ravages of time. With the addition of the toil he put his body through over the years, he now appeared elderly despite only being 50 years old. Ying Lu looked to the blazing sun in the sky, noticing that it was noon before turning to look at the young man behind him. He sighed. Regardless of how small a tribe was, they had to regularly present tribute to the immortals in case they came across calamities or demon beasts. However, newly formed small tribes like their own were unable to call upon immortals. Even the lowest grade immortals were unwilling to watch over tribes as small as theirs. After all, it was better for an immortal to join more prosperous tribes, granting them more resources to further their cultivation. However, there are a few small tribes that had low-grade immortals, but these immortals had originated from these tribes or their aptitude was too poor to join larger tribes. As for Ying Lu's Grey Heron tribe, they didn't have the opportunity to nurture an immortal for themselves. Whenever something happened over the years, they could only hire the immortals of neighboring tribes at great cost to assist them. Their price was extremely high and would only assist them a few times at the cost of the tribe's revenue for half the year. As the tribe wasn't wealthy to begin with, this cost had put them in a hard situation. Fortunately, 20 years had passed and the day of spirit release has finally come for their tribe once more. Ying Lu handled this with care and didn't allow this opportunity to pass him. he promptly led several of the tribe disciples to the nearest soaring tribe's temple. The endless sky temples were originally established to honor their patron god, but after many years of development, they have become holy lands to the people of the soaring tribes, where low-grade immortals were fostered by the soaring tribes. Every temple was managed by several high-grade immortals, responsible for imparting basic methods of cultivation. Once that was done, the lower aptitude cultivators were sent back to their tribes to receive their support there. As for the high aptitude cultivators, they were accepted as disciples by the high-grade immortals and were personally nurtured. But before one could receive personal instruction from high-grade immortals, they must go through the spirit release rites. There were only about 70 endless sky temples spread throughout the plains, but each of them were the heart of the regions they were located and had thousands of variously sized tribes surrounding them. Since there was only one temple in the region, the largest sects resided closest to it, and as a small sect, the Grey Heron tribe resided in an area farther away. Their journey to the temple would take 3 months at the very least. Helpless, they could only depart 4 months ahead of time. On the previous day of spirit release, he had already established his tribe, but he wasn't able to gather enough tribute for the temple, so he could only watch the opportunity pass him by. As a result, Ing Lu was unwilling to allow this chance to miss his tribe again. He even reduced the rations of the tribe and cut on other costs for the sake of this day so they could acquire an immortal for their tribe. However, they had to bring the tribute through wide expanses of grassland, an extremely dangerous task for mortals like them. After all, the tribute consisted of materials useful towards immortals and even more precious towards mortals. If they weren't careful, they could be robbed even by an immortal. This was a common occurrence whenever a day of spirit release approached. It was better for the tribes closer to the temple, as none dared to be too imprudent in its proximity, but it proved extremely dangerous for tribes farther away. It was once said that the tribute from a mid-grade tribe, a 1,000-year medicine herb, was leaked and made known to many. As a result, a high-grade immortal from a larger sect plundered it. Of course, the immortals of the temple were angered by this and dispatched an immortal to investigate this matter, but it was unknown if anything came of it. With such events having happened, Ing Lu been extremely worried ever since he left his tribe. Although he was carrying the tribute, he didn't have the protection of an immortal. As the day of spirit release approached, immortals from many tribes were occupied with matters from the temple. Even if one had spirit stones, the immortals were too busy to accept. Occasionally there would be wandering immortals, and the larger tribes nearby would rush to hire them at great cost. Weaker tribes couldn't hope to compete. With that thought, Ing Lu sighed and glanced behind him again. 4 of the 8 carriages carried tribute, all of them pulled by the most meticulously chosen steeds in the tribe. These carriages were also crafted from the hardy red birch wood. Of course, to make sure that they wouldn't catch any attention, the carriages' exteriors were ragged and worn. Even with these measures, they had encountered a small pack of feral wolves and nearly lost one of their members. In order to escape the wolves, they had to abandon the 2 slowest carriages. Although the 2 carriages didn't carry anything particularly costly, they did hold enough food for 2 months. It seemed that they would have no choice but to make a temporary stop in 2 days. There should be a nearby valley where men rarely tread, but there may be some wild bison or other game to hunt. With that thought, Ing Lu stroked the hardwood bough that hung from his saddle. What happened? A young woman at Ing Lu's side yelped in alarm. The woman was 15 years old and was named Ing Shan. She was a relative of Ing Lu and was one of the few people in the tribe who possessed spirit roots. It was only natural for him to dote on her. Ing Lu hastily raised his head in alarm and saw waves of azure light in some dense shrubbery ahead of him. Ing Lu's heart trembled. As the leader of his tribe, he was naturally familiar with the light released from immortal techniques. Could it be they wished to act against a group as destitute as his? Ing Lu's heart sank and he raised his hand, ordering the group behind him to stop. When the others saw the azure light ahead of them, they instantly grew cautious from alarm. Ing Lu firmly grasped onto his horse's reins and had it come to a stop. He then began to think of a plan to defend themselves. But after a short moment, Ing Lu felt that there was something amiss. The azure light in the shrubbery continuously flickered, but there were no immortals or any techniques that emerged from it. Ing Lu's eyes brightened and he hastily examined the shrubbery. The dense shrubbery were about as tall as a person and couldn't be clearly seen through. Ing Lu's gaze wavered and he suddenly shouted, "Tu Meng! Go over there and take a look to see whether or not there is an immortal there." "Yes, tribe elder." A young man with a sturdy and formidable appearance descended from his horse and carefully approached the shrubbery that was 60 meters away from him. When the azure light was only 20 meters away, He hesitated and his feet came to a stop. "May I ask for the name of the immortal here? We are the Grey Heron tribe and we wish to pay our respects in front of your true appearance." The youth spoke with a clear tone of respect. However, the light in the shrubbery continued to flicker and no response was given. Tu Ming couldn't help but to look at Ying Lu. Ying Lu lowered his head in thought for a moment before silently nodding. The youth then gathered a bit of courage and walked forward with silent steps. When he arrived in front of the shrubbery, he gritted his teeth and parted the wild grass in front of him. Ying Lu bitterly smiled and said, "So long as Sir Immortal agrees, I am willing to give 25 spirit stones. I'll be honest, our Grey Heron tribe isn't large. This is the limit that we can offer you." The white-robed man smiled in response. 25 spirit stones is a good amount, but don't you want to ask me of my rank before naming your price? Perhaps I am only at the third or second layer of chi condensation without the ability to protect you. Ying Lu forced a chuckle and said, "Sir Immortal is joking. Although I don't have any spirit roots, I've gained much experience in my time in the Holy War. The light you released isn't something that a third-grade chi condensation immortal could produce." Without further consideration, the white-robed man said, "Good. Since you are so sincere, I will journey with you. However, I will be taking half of the spirit stones first. Once we arrive, you can pay me the other half." "Of course, here are the spirit stones, Sir Immortal." Ying Lu was happy with his reply and patted his robes before taking out a small pouch. He then picked out a number of spirit stones and promptly handed them over to the white-robed man. After the white-robed man took the spirit stones, they disappeared in a flash of light. This caused some of the youths to yelp in surprise. "What? You've never seen a storage pouch before?" The white-robed man asked in surprise. "Sir Immortal, these youths haven't had much experience with immortals," Ying Lu said with slight embarrassment. "So it was like that." The white-robed man nodded in understanding and then glanced at the carriages with some hesitation. As Ying Lu had many dealings with immortals in the past, he immediately shouted, "Quickly prepare the best carriage for Immortal Han and allow him to meditate. Hurry." When the youths heard their leader, they awoke from their daze and completely unloaded one of the carriages and put the cargo onto the other carriages. Once the carriage was completely unloaded, the white-robed man faced Ying Lu and said, "Thank you for your consideration. I will be resting on the carriage. Just call out to me if anything happens. And since I'm already fasting, there is no need to disturb me during peacetime." "Of course I will keep it in mind." Ying Lu bowed and widely smiled. The white-robed man nodded and promptly approached the carriage in strides, but after taking several steps, he suddenly turned to the youth Tu Meng and coldly said, "Did you see my face? I don't want rumors to spread, so you had best keep it to yourself." The white-robed man didn't say another word and then climbed on the carriage, closing the curtains and blocking everything from view. Tu Ming's face turned deathly pale. Although the white-clothed man had already entered the carriage, the youth was still repeatedly shaking his head. Ying Lu loudly shouted, "Since we've acquired an immortal, we may journey with ease." Everyone set off. He then turned to the young woman at his side and said, "Ying Shan, follow the immortal's carriage. If he has any commands for you, follow them. Serve him well." When the young woman heard this, she happily agreed, knowing what he meant. As the other youths drove the carriages forward, they whispered to each other spiritedly. Although there had been immortals that handled affairs on the tribe's behalf, they immediately departed once they were finished. They didn't have the opportunity to see or speak with an immortal. They were naturally curious. Hidden inside the covered carriage, the white-robed man was sitting cross-legged without motion. "Youngster Han. It seems the technique you used on that soaring tribe's member had scared him quite a bit. Perhaps he might have nightmares on this in the future, hee." An aged voice filled with schadenfreude spoke from the back of the white-robed man's mind. The white-robed man ignored his statement and asked, "Is the pestilence demon soul lock technique truly effective, senior? I don't wish to become a monster that only knows slaughter before I find a method to dispel this baleful chi." "Be at ease," the old voice lazily said. "Although this secret technique was something I founded to dispel the backlash from the Great Development Technique, it is equally useful towards restraining baleful chi. However, I must warn you that the pestilence demons possessing your body aren't only restricting your baleful chi, but they are restricting your cultivation as well. Your current cultivation is at most at the level of mid-foundation establishment stage, but you must remember not to rashly use your magic power by any means." The white-robed man sullenly said, "That goes without saying, of course, but I didn't think the baleful chi backlash would occur far quicker than you had anticipated. and its violent nature was far worse than I've heard. The aged voice snorted and said, "It wasn't that I guessed incorrectly, but that you had to fight with other cultivators before you managed to dispel your baleful chi. You even heavily damaged your vitality to the point of near death. It is only natural for the baleful chi to backlash. As for its violent nature, it is only to be expected from how deeply it has accumulated on your body. Were it not for the fact you are helping me refine my puppet body, I would be disinterested to help you." Needless to say, these two were Han Li and Monarch Soul Divergence. It had now been half a year since Han Li left the Drifting Cloud sect. After he left the Heavenly South, he directly entered the Mulan Plains and carefully concealed his cultivation and identity. At the start, it went smoothly and he assumed the identity as an unaffiliated cultivator, safely entering many Mulan tribes and even exchanging cultivation experiences with a Soaring Tribe's cultivator. But after he crossed most of the plains and arrived in the south, wanton calamity struck down upon him. In a wasteland far from the Soaring Tribes, he had routinely released his gold-devouring beetles and was about to prepare his strongest batch of beetles for reproduction when a mid-nascent soul-stage Soaring Tribe's elder came across Han Li while he was chasing down a demon bird. The Soaring Tribe's elder was also controlling a single fully mature gold-devouring beetle at the time, and because the rainbow skirt grass was so convenient to use and mature, Han Li had grown careless as nothing happened to him in the past when he used it. Without any high-grade concealment spell formations placed down, the Soaring Tribe's elder saw Han Li's beetle swarm in plain sight. When the Soaring Tribe's elder saw the 10,000 gold-devouring beetles floating above Han Li, he nearly passed Han Li by in shock. He promptly ignored the demon bird and immediately demanded Han Li to follow him to see some kind of holy woman of theirs. Han Li couldn't agree to such conditions and immediately set out to kill him. He promptly used several grand abilities along with his second nascent soul, resulting in the destruction of the cultivator's physical body. But Han Li then gloomily discovered that the Soaring Tribe's elder cultivated a very strange technique. He was able to split his nascent soul into 7 divisions, each of them skilled in evasion techniques. During a moment of carelessness, Han Li allowed one of them to escape. It was then that Han Li realized that he stirred up the hornet's nest. Not daring to linger for even a moment, he flew south throughout the night. But by using some unknown method, Han Li suddenly found many Soaring Tribe's nascent soul cultivators pursuing him several days later. Even one of the Soaring Tribe's 4 late nascent soul cultivators were present. Han Li repeatedly fought several battles and slew several high-grade cultivators, but the late nascent soul cultivator amongst them struck a heavy blow against Han Li while he was distracted. Were it not for the myriad-year spirit milk and the blood shadow evasion, he feared his life would have been forfeit. Although he managed to temporarily evade pursuit through these measures, Han Li suddenly discovered something immensely troubling affecting his body. Perhaps as a result from the loss of strength and injuries from the constant battles, the baleful chi on his body broke out and began to undergo backlash. Fortunately, he was able to see this ahead of time with his immense spiritual sense and used secret techniques to forcefully suppress it. This made his bad situation even worse. Helpless, he could only ask Monarch Soul Divergence for guidance out of this perilous situation. As an old eccentric that had lived over 10,000 years, Monarch Soul Divergence immediately gave Han Li the Pestilence Demon Soul Lock Seal to temporarily seal the baleful chi. However, the consequences were immense. Before he could find a method to dissolve the baleful chi, he would need to seal the demons of pestilence along with his baleful inside of his body. This would contain a majority of his baleful chi at the cost of most of his cultivation. If he rashly made use of his magic power during this time, the baleful chi and pestilence demons would backlash. Han Li was fully aware of the consequences of this technique and hesitated in using it. But as he evaded pursuit, the baleful chi in his body underwent backlash with far greater intensity than before. In a moment of desperation, he hastily landed in the shrubbery and without the time to even place down a protective spell formation, he employed the Pestilence Demon's Soul Lock Seal with frantic need. When Ying Lu had arrived, Han Li was in the final stages of employing the technique. The youth Mu Teng parted the shrubbery just as Han Li's face wore the appearance of one of the 5 pestilence demons sealed inside of him. It was incredibly gruesome, giving the youth much cause for fright. The youth currently believed the ghost face to be Han Li's true appearance. With that thought, Han Li couldn't help but wryly smile. Although I am temporarily able to restrain the baleful chi, a vast majority of my cultivation was sealed. It is fortunate that I am escorting these mortals to an endless sky temple. Nothing should happen along the way. Han Li muttered. Monarch Soul Divergence coldly chuckled and said, Although your cultivation is sealed and you aren't able to use your ancient treasures and flying swords, you can still use your gold-devouring beetle and second nascent soul. However, you did give the nascent soul-grade puppet you refined to your senior martial brother Lu before you left, and you also gave a majority of your core formation stage puppets to that concubine of yours. Those puppets would be rather useful right now. Han Li indifferently said, I didn't know when I'd be able to return to the heavenly south, so I had left the puppets behind in case of contingencies. Even if senior martial brother Cheng will soon perish, Lu Luo will have the nascent soul stage puppet to assist him. And Mu Peeling will be safe with the tortoise puppets I've given her. Otherwise, I would have felt ill at ease heading towards the Great Gene. In that case, don't complain about any dangers you encounter. Monarch Soul Divergence said with disapproval. After a moment of silence, Han Li's expression stirred and he asked, Is there any way to temporarily dissolve the pestilence demon soul lock after it is placed? My gold-devouring beetles and second nascent soul shouldn't have any problem dealing with core formation opponents, of course, but it will be dangerous if I run into an enemy at nascent soul stage. I don't know how long it will take before I can find a method to dissolve my baleful chi. Temporarily dissolve the seal? Monarch Soul Divergence paused for a moment before slowly replying, It might not be possible for others, but it could be possible with the many treasures in your possession. However, the cost will be steep. What cost? So long as it doesn't affect my future cultivation, I will accept the cost. It will be better than losing my life at a desperate moment. In that case, it will be quite simple. Each time you wish to dispel the seal, it will require 2 drops of the myriad-year spirit milk. I'll give you another set of secret techniques to release the pestilence demons and temporarily allow the baleful chi. According to present circumstances, your magic power will be restored for about 2 hours. After that time passes, the spirit milk will be completely devoured by the pestilence demons and your magic power will be sealed once more. And each time the seal is released, the baleful chi will take over a portion of your soul. After a certain number of times, even the pestilence demons will not be able to restrain the baleful chi backlash. Although myriad-year spirit milk is precious, it isn't as precious as my own life, but aggravating the baleful chi backlash won't be good by any means. Will this cause any future problems after I dispel the baleful chi? There will certainly be problems after releasing the baleful chi. Under your current circumstances, I reckon that you will only be able to lift the seal 5 of 6 times before the pestilence demons lose control. It is up to you to weigh what there is to gain and lose. There isn't much to think about, Han Li said with decisiveness. I will only use it during matters of life and death. How about Senior pass the technique on to me? I will only say the incantation once, so remember it properly. Monarch Soul Divergence then uttered the incantation for the technique. Han Li closed his eyes and committed the incantation to memory. Han Li opened his eyes and calmly said, All right, it appears this technique isn't very difficult. I should be able to use it after a few days of comprehension. Of course. It is but a common method of removing seals. But youngster Han, do you truly plan on following these mortals to the Endless Sky Temple? Monarch Soul Divergence curiously asked. Surely you would know that this event of theirs will attract many soaring tribes cultivators. Has Senior heard of the proverb that the most dangerous areas are actually safest? If I wholeheartedly wish to conceal myself, I am confident that I would be able to stay hidden for some time, but with the baleful chi winding around my body, I would need to urgently hurry to the Great Gene Empire. As for my pursuers, they would be looking everywhere for lone travelers such as myself. In that case, it'd be better for me to mingle among the cultivators near the temple. Since there are many cultivators there, it would be impossible for my pursuers to look at them all. And given that I've already lived several months in the Mulan Plains, I am confident I'll be able to disguise myself as a low-grade cultivator. In any case, the temple just happens to be in the direction of the Great Gene. It seems I was just being meddlesome as you already have a plan. Monarch Soul Divergence chuckled and then said nothing else. When Han Li heard this, he sighed and immediately asked, Silver Moon, how are you faring? In that last battle, you also sustained heavy injuries. Many thanks for your concern, Silver Moon replied with a faint voice. Since I am an artifact spirit, wounds don't affect me much, but my fox suffered significant damage and can't be used to assist Master for a time. Feeling relieved, Han Li gently replied, It will be no matter. In the future, I will act carefully, so there should be no need for you to take action. Take your time to recover. Yes, Master. After strenuously forcing out an answer, Silver Moon spoke no more. With a grimace, Han Li wryly chuckled in his mind. Han Li quietly meditated for a moment more in the carriage before brushing his hand past the storage pouch, producing a foot-long jade box in his hand. Several white sparkling talismans were stuck onto the box as if sealing it. Han Li then stroked the talismans on the jade box with his fingers with a wavering expression. 1. As previously stated in Chapter 742, gold-devouring beetles were also nurtured and used by the soaring tribes. On the day Han Li struck down the flesh body of the soaring tribe's mid-nascent soul cultivator, a portion of cultivator's nascent soul managed to escape, but the fully matured gold-devouring beetle that was under his control were left behind. Familiar with the characteristics of the beetle, Han Li easily captured it alive with his second nascent soul and restrained them in a jade box. He originally planned on waiting for a safe time before examining the differences between the mature gold-devouring beetles and his own, but given his current drop in cultivation, he needed to deal with the insect as soon as possible. If the abilities of the mature gold-devouring beetle was far greater than what he originally anticipated and it broke out of its restrictions, it would be hugely troublesome with his current cultivation as he wouldn't be able to restrain it. With that in mind, Han Li took a deep breath and suddenly flipped his hand, producing several variously colored formation flags in his palm. With a flick of his fingers, the formation flags scattered and formed a restriction barrier enveloping the carriage. Han Li placed the jade box on his knee and slowly closed his eyes. Black light flashed and a black-green nascent soul appeared from the top of his head. The nascent soul rubbed its hands together and summoned the jet-black sifting banner into its grasp. Because he handed over the flag for his second nascent soul to refine, it was the soul magic treasure that was able to escape the restraints of the pestilence demon soul lock seal. Gold-devouring beetles couldn't be harmed with heat or cold and were impervious to blades. The only method he had currently that could kill them were the essence devil heads formed from the banner. Their refinement method was something he had acquired from the soul of the sifting sect elder. Of course, wiping away the soul imprints on the fully matured gold-devouring beetle wasn't something that could be done in a short amount of time. In truth, if the gold-devouring beetle's master had perished instead of being severely weakened, he wouldn't have dared to make an attempt. He was incredibly cautious of the mature gold-devouring beetle and placed down several restrictions as a result, fearing that they run rampant. Then, the black-green nascent soul waved its small flag above its head and a foot-long cloud of devilish chi appeared above it. The nascent soul leapt forward and disappeared into the cloud before the cloud sank downward and wrapped around the jade box. The sound of the soft buzzing within the box suddenly grew louder and fervent. The devilish cloud wrapped around the jade box began to roil and the buzzing became sharp and deafening, but Han Li was indifferent. With his hands grasped in an incantation gesture, his body remained still. Under these restrictions, he had no fear of the buzzing alerting the Grey Heron tribe outside. He simply drew out the beetle's primal soul. The difficult refinement process had started. The Grey Heron tribe members were greatly interested in immortal Han, but ever since he entered the carriage he hadn't emerged. Clan leader Ying Lu had particularly forbidden anyone from disturbing the immortal's cultivation, much to the disappointment of many of the youths. 10 days later they found a pack of wild goats across the canyon and hunted quite a bit of them. And after half a month, nothing out of the ordinary had happened, much to the relief of Ying Lu. After another few days they arrived at a very safe place for rest. The endless sky temples would use magic power to quickly set up temporary encampment nearby, specifically as rest stops for any tribes passing through. Once the day of spirit release passed, these rest stops would be immediately dissolved. As Ying Lu thought this, a sound suddenly appeared from above and he unconsciously raised his head to take a look. It was a streak of blinding white light streaking past them. A faint silhouette could be seen within the light, and it disappeared an instant later. When Ying Lu and the youths saw this, an uproar broke out. Ying Lu frowned and felt somewhat apprehensive. From his experience in the past sacred war, those streaking lights were produced by high-grade immortals. This strange scene was rarely seen. High-grade immortals only flew across the highest of places where mortals could rarely see them. If he remembered correctly, in the past few days he saw 4 streaks of light flying at a low altitude. Could it be that something important happened in the past few days? Was a tribe robbed of their tribute? Despite the puzzlement he felt, the old man felt relief. With high-grade immortals patrolling the skies, they should be safe for the time being. After some further consideration, Ying Lu loudly called out the escort behind him and urged them to gain more speed. Unbeknownst to Ying Lu, the white light had actually scoured a perimeter of 50 kilometers at a low altitude before heading off south. And a streak of red light not far away flew in its direction. When the 2 streaks of light encountered one another, Their light disappeared to reveal a middle-aged man wearing faint yellow fur clothes and a beautiful woman in her late 20s wearing palace robes. The middle-aged man took the initiative to salute the woman and said, "So it was Immortal Shio. I didn't discover anything on my side. How about you? Brotherly, does it look like I've found anything?" The woman spoke coldly with a grimace. The middle-aged man sighed with an anxious expression and said, "In the last few days, we already searched an area of 1,000 kilometers only to find no trace of him. Even if his concealment techniques were brilliant, we should definitely be able to find traces of him with our cultivation. How about we interrogate the tribute carriages traveling down below? It seems Immortal Lee is truly tempted by the reward, but is the venomous dragon pill worth your life?" The woman said with a cold laugh. The middle-aged man paused for a moment before asking with bewilderment, "What is that supposed to mean? Could it be that Immortal Shio isn't tempted by the reward?" The woman didn't directly respond and indifferently asked, "When Brotherly received the mission, what did those nascent soul grade elders tell you?" After some hesitation, the middle-aged man honestly replied, "My superior told me that there was a foreign nascent soul cultivator that is trespassing in our endless sky plains. He also grievously injured one of our elders. As such, he must be captured alive. Given that he is injured, it should be possible for core formation cultivators like us to capture him." The woman snorted and a mocking smile appeared on her face. "Brotherly, because you've come late, you don't know much of the situation. If it were me, I absolutely wouldn't want to find this foreign cultivator. Since Cultivator Shio has spoken as such, there must be a reason. Could you tell me why?" The middle-aged man asked with a solemn expression. After a moment of silence, the woman sighed and said, "We've known each other for many years. I will tell you the truth and prevent you from foolishly throwing away your life. I arrived earlier and heard some information about this foreign cultivator from one of the elders. It is true that this foreign cultivator is at nascent soul stage and is grievously wounded, but the one who personally dealt the blow wasn't any nascent soul cultivator, but the one of the Grand Immortals." "What? A Grand Immortal was the one to injure him?" The man asked in shock. "That's right. I also heard the Grand Immortal was only able to launch a successful sneak attack on the foreign cultivator when he was surrounded by many other elders. Before this, he had already killed 3 nascent soul Great Immortals. It was said this person possessed extremely vicious abilities and that he was unfazed by the attacks. Even under heavy injury, he was able to escape the Grand Immortal through the use of a secret technique. From the way I see it, this foreign cultivator is likely on par with our Grand Immortal. In that case, he will be able to easily slay 2 measly core formation cultivators like us, no matter how injured he may be. I don't wish to forfeit my life over a venomous dragon pill." The woman's face turned sullen as she continued, "And from the way I see it, the nascent soul immortals that dispatched us are most likely leaving us to die. Didn't they employ a soul-guiding technique on each of us before they sent us out? They said it was so that they can find us when we're in danger, but they're most likely just using us to scare him out of hiding. Then when we fall, they will use the soul-guiding technique to track him down." The middle-aged man felt his breath run cold and he spoke out in furious alarm, "They would actually treat us like cannon fodder? How will we handle this?" "It is quite simple," the woman said. "Didn't we already look through the area? There is no need to go any further. Since we can report back to our superiors, there will be no further exposure to danger. If someone else has found the foreign cultivator, that will be fine. And it won't matter if no sighting of him was found either. Then when the day of spirit release arrives, all immortals will be heading to the temples to pay their respects. We will be summoned there as well." After a moment of hesitation, he decisively said, "From your words, you mean to say that while the venomous dragon pill is valuable, I am more likely to lose my life in the process. Many thanks for the explanation, Immortal Shio." The woman smiled and said, "Good. Since that has been resolved, let's go rest at the temple encampment for a bit. In the past few days, many tribes had brought forth their tributes. Perhaps, we'll be able to find something we need ahead of time. Then we can conduct another search periodically every few days as we look through the tributes." Of course, the middle-aged man raised no objections. Soon after, the red and white streaks of light flew directly south. In a completely sealed room, there was a 3-meter-tall offering table surrounded by a dozen of various colored formation flags. The flags glowed with light and formed a temporary spell formation. On the table, there was a dark green formation plate surrounded with waves of green chi. The figure of a nascent soul could be faintly seen sitting cross-legged within the smoke and appeared to be breathing the smoke in and out as if it were cultivating something. At the corners of the sealed room, there were 4 old men sitting cross-legged who each held a dark green spell flag in their hands. The flags were all pointed at the circular plate at the center of the room, and they released faint threads of green smoke that slowly spread towards the plate. This strange scene almost appeared as if painted. The room was completely silent. After an unknown amount of time, the 4 old men appeared to have grown tired, and the nascent soul within the green mist became more stable and clearer to see. The red-haired old man sitting in one of the corners put away the flag and stood up, cupping his fist to the other 3 in the room. "I can't thank you fellow Taoists enough for your hard work. After a few more days, Junior Marshal Brother Gue will be able to recover." Once this was said, the other 3 also put away their spell flags. The pale beardless old man among them hastily returned the salute and chuckled, saying, "There is no need for Brother Hun to appear overly courteous. I've known Brother Gue for many years. Using a bit of my strength for him is only natural." The red-haired old man then took a brief glance at the nascent soul sitting cross-legged and sincerely said, "Regardless of how it is said, my junior martial brother and I will always remember this kindness." The pale old man chuckled and said, "Don't be so formal, fellow Taoist Hun." The red-haired old man's expression sank and he sullenly said, "That's right. We've been trapped here since the very beginning to assist Immortal Gue over the loss of his nascent soul. We don't yet know if there was more information on the foreign cultivator. We all know how incredibly rare it is for gold-devouring beetles to lay eggs. It is truly hard to believe there are others in this world capable of controlling over 10,000 of them. Since I was late to arrive, I didn't join the battle to trap the foreign cultivator. He must have been fearsome since he took down 3 nascent soul stage immortals." When he said this, the other 3 exchanged a glance and revealed faint dread on their faces. The pale old man sighed and said, "How could there be such a fearsome person? In addition to his gold-devouring beetles, he can also release purple flames and golden lightning. Of the first group of nascent soul immortals to block his path, there were 2 who perished as a result of these 2 techniques. The golden lightning trapped one of the immortal's nascent soul, and the purple flame easily destroyed it. As for the second immortal, he would have died no matter how careful he would have been. Not only that, but he also controls fearsome magic treasures," the plump old man added on with a fearful expression. "He has a strange set of gold azure flying swords that number around 60 or 70, all of them incredibly sharp. There were many treasures destroyed by those swords. Not to mention that wicked pair of wings on his back that are capable of lightning movement without an incantation, making him nearly impossible to catch." Brother Hun may jest over the matter, but when the 7 of us surrounded him at the time, we felt our backs drenched in sweat from an immense fear of death. Just as we were on the verge of retreating for the time being, one of the Grand Elders fortunately responded to our summons on time, and he launched a sneak attack on the foreign cultivator and heavily injured him with the elemental immortal rest palm. After the foreign cultivator was injured, he instantly transformed into a crimson blur and broke through the encirclement. We attempted to use our spiritual sense to find him, but we couldn't find a single trace of him. The Grand Elder explained that this person has already fled hundreds of kilometers away and we were unable to pursue him as a result. The red-haired old man wore an unsightly expression and asked, "Could it be this person is actually a famous top-grade cultivator from one of the grand sects of the Great Jin Empire? It is no wonder that only one of Junior Marshal Brother Gue's 6 Essence Soul divisions was barely able to escape him. There is no need for Brother Hun to worry. You should know the might of the elemental immortal rest palm. Even if that person escaped from this land, the strike should have greatly damaged his cultivation. There is no need to fear him. Furthermore, the guest that accompanied the saintess from the Great Jin is residing in a nearby Endless Sky Temple. If that person is a cultivator from the Great Jin, the guest should know of his strange abilities. We will be able to better deal with this cultivator after we figure out how to deal with him. Even if this person is truly a cultivator from a powerful sect from the Great Jin, the Grand Elders won't let him go after killing so many of our nascent soul immortals. Besides, his methods of breeding such a vast number of gold-devouring beetles must also be investigated." The pale-faced old man spoke with a tone of resentment. It appeared he had suffered quite a bit in his battle with Han Li. "I hope that is the case," the red-haired old man muttered, "but fortunately the cultivator's gold-devouring beetles haven't yet fully matured. Otherwise he would have forced even the 4 great elders to retreat if he would have released 10,000 of them." When the other old men heard this, they exchanged a glance and could only bitterly smile. As soaring tribes immortals, they naturally knew the might of fully mature gold-devouring beetles. Just as the old men in the room felt at ease, The nascent soul sitting cross-legged in the green mist suddenly let out a piercing shriek and its hands held its head as it rolled around in great anguish. Its body appeared as if on the verge of dissipating. Not good. Everyone quickly take action. The red-haired old man immediately shouted in alarm. When the other old men saw what was happening, they knew matters had turned for the worse and they quickly summoned the spell flags once more. Under the control of their spell seals, for clouds of green mist shot towards the center of the room and enveloped the nascent soul in an attempt to restore it. Time slowly passed by as the four old men mustered their might and the screaming from within the green mist lessened. After a moment more, the nascent soul was calmly sitting cross-legged once more as it attempted to absorb the green mist with all of its strength. After an unknown amount of time, the nascent soul softly spoke as if attempting to catch its breath. Many thanks for your great assistance. I am fine, now. You may stop. When the four old men heard this, they felt a wave of relief and ceased their casting. To tell the truth, they had been straining themselves after doing this for so long. Although they were still able to push themselves to continue, their vitality and strength would suffer as a result. The pale old man couldn't help but ask, Brother Gue, what caused your nascent soul to disperse once more? This is extremely dangerous. The nascent soul gritted its teeth and said, Fellow Taoists, please don't worry. Nothing else will happen. It's just that my link with my gold-devouring beetle was severed. My spiritual sense was affected. The red-haired old man felt his heart drop and he asked in alarm, What? The gold-devouring beetle had perished? How had he done this? Mature gold-devouring beetles are nearly invulnerable. How could they be easily destroyed? After a moment of thought, the pale old man said, This isn't anything odd. Without Brother Gue to personally command them, their destruction was inevitable. After all, there are a few top-grade Devil Dao techniques able to directly strike at their souls without striking at their body. Oh, in that case, this person must be a Devil Dao cultivator, the fourth shriveled old man hesitantly said, but when we first fought against him, a majority of his techniques didn't appear to come from the Devil Dao. When that was said, the many cultivators looked at each other in dismay as silence filled the room. Meanwhile, in a faraway place, Hanli was taking a deep breath inside the carriage. He felt quite a bit of relief in his heart. After half a month of continuous effort, he eventually managed to wipe away the soul in the mature gold-devouring beetle and absorbed it into the Een-sifting banner. During this time, the Grey Heron tribe didn't disturb him even once, much to Han Li's unexpected delight. Of course, he was completely ignorant that he had nearly exterminated the owner of the gold-devouring beetle in the instant he destroyed the souls. He waved his hand and grasped at the black devilish chi in front of him. In a gust of wind, a small black flag flew out from the mist and into his hand. The remaining black mist roiled and transformed into a black-green nascent soul. It was holding a huge sparkling golden beetle in its hand. Below the nascent soul was a white jade box with all of its seals removed. Han Li fiddled with the small flag in his hand and swept his gaze past the golden beetle. The beetle was half a foot long and had a pair of vicious inch-long fangs along with a fiendish appearance. It was several times larger than Han Li's own gold-devouring beetles. However, the beetle was completely soulless and lacked any vigor. After some thought, he reached out to the Een-sifting banner and a fist-sized ball of green light flew out, revolving once in front of him before dropping down. The soft green light appeared exactly the same as the mature gold-devouring beetle, but it was smaller and its body was tainted black with shining scarlet eyes. Go! Han Li pointed at it and the gold-devouring beetle's soul shot into its original body in a streak of black light. Crimson light immediately flashed from the huge golden beetle and it unfurled its wings before flying around Han Li's second nascent soul. With a happy expression on his face, Han Li muttered, If I guessed correctly, it should be fine if I treat this insect as a refined demon corpse. Although its power is far less than the original, it should still be exceptionally powerful. If I wish to truly control it, I will have to refine it with devilish chi once through. Under these current circumstances, being able to unleash such a ferocious insect will be very useful in protecting his life. As Han Li's heart stirred, the small flag in his hand grew several times in size and the matured gold-devouring beetle revolved once around him before landing on the banner. Black chi surged around the banner and then the beetle disappeared without a trace. Soon after, Han Li unceremoniously tossed the banner towards his black-green nascent soul and it opened its mouth with a laugh, absorbing the Een-sifting banner into its body. Then in a flash of light, the nascent soul flew onto the top of Han Li's head and disappeared from sight. Hanli took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He began to comprehend the incantation to dissolve the pestilence demon's soul lock seal in case of future mishaps, but then his expression stirred and he turned his head to the sky. Although his cultivation was sealed, this hadn't affected Han Li's powerful spiritual sense. If he were correct, a soaring tribe's cultivator had flown above the Grey Heron tribe's escort once more. He found this quite interesting. This soaring tribe's cultivator was clearly looking for him. Over the last 2 weeks they would fly above the carriage every 3 days or so, but they would rush away each time. They didn't ask any questions to the mortals in the escort either, saving Han Li the effort of using any of the concealment techniques he prepared. Although he felt puzzled by this, Han Li was happy with their search methods and promptly closed his eyes once more. At that moment, Ying Lu loudly shouted to the rest of the escort, "Muster yourselves. In 2 days we'll arrive at the designated temple encampment. When we get there we can rest safely for a few days." Temple encampment? When Han Li heard this, his heart stirred. After muttering to himself for a moment, he paid this no further mind and focused again on comprehending the incantation. Half a day later, Han Li sensed a nearby escort from another tribe. The escort didn't appear very large, but they did have a dozen more members than the Grey Heron tribe's escort. From the direction they were heading in, they should meet with the Grey Heron tribe in about 2 hours, but because they appeared harmless, Han Li hadn't mentioned it to Ying Lu. About 2 hours later, the two escorts ran across one another, causing quite the disturbance. Both sides scrambled into formation, but it turned out that Ying Lu and the leader of the Red Wolf tribe's escort were old friends. The two were overjoyed by their meeting and decided to travel together. The Red Wolf tribe's leader, a large man with a full beard, glanced at Ying Lu's carriages and curiously asked, "Brother Ying, do you have an immortal with your tribe? Is he on a carriage?" Ying Lu didn't answer but asked, "Your tribe's immortals aren't on your carriages? Did you bring them on the journey?" "Immortals?" The large man glanced at Ying Lu with slanted eyes and muttered, "There was only one, and he was an unaffiliated immortal that I only acquired by abandoning my pride and paying him at great cost. Could it be that you have 2 immortals?" As the two were friends, he spoke without reserve. "2." Ying Lu sighed and said, "I only have one, of course. I've only managed to barely have him agree to protect us on this journey as well." The two then bitterly laughed with a sense of mutual suffering. Ying Lu then added on, "All right. We are now only a day away from the encampment and nothing else should happen. But after that we will pass by the territory of a large tribe along the way. Will be best to be a bit careful. How about we travel together with a few other small tribes along that way? It will be safer, not to mention that we have an immortal in our ranks." The large man hesitated for a moment and asked, "Can I give this some thought? The last time I joined together with many small tribes, I was drawn into trouble because one of the tribes was carrying some incredibly precious goods. Brother Ba's fears are something that rarely ever happens." Ying Lu shook his head in disapproval and said, "The odds of small tribes like ours to carry something precious are far lower than our chances getting robbed regardless." "Fine, I'll give the matter some further thought," tribe leader Ba replied. At that moment, the two tribes' escorts were traveling together and were having friendly chats with one another. The particularly beautiful women of the two tribes were being crowded around by the young men, and they would occasionally give off a clear laugh. Since these women were picked to present the tribute, they were naturally among the most beautiful in the tribe. It was no surprise that the men amongst them were filled with excitement. When Ying Lu heard the laughter, he couldn't help but shake his head and thought to tell them to quiet down for fear that they would offend the immortal in the carriage. But then, a strange shriek cried out from above and was clearly heard by everyone in the two parties. When Ying Lu heard this, his expression vastly changed and he turned to glance at tribe leader Ba at his side. The large man's expression appeared unsightly as well and was filled with terror. "Everyone get down from your horses and hide." Ying Lu hurriedly cried out, "They are simian vultures. Quickly call for Immortal Han to come out." At that moment, tribe leader Ba loudly cried out to his own tribe, "Hide in the carriages. Quickly call out Immortal Feng to deal with these demon birds." At the very name of the simian vultures, the tribes were thrown into a flurry. All of them dismounted from their horses in terror, with some even tumbling down from their horse. Then they lied on their stomachs or hid into the carriages as they looked to the skies with pale complexions. There were 3 black dots in the sky that grew larger to the eye as time passed by. In nearly an instant they could be made out to be 3 demon birds. They had the head of an ape and the body of a bird. Their wings spanned 6 meters long and they had a pair of fur-colored ape arms on their body. They loudly bellowed with blood-curdling screams, inciting terror in anyone who heard them. Although simian vultures were only grade 2 demon birds, they were far more cruel and intelligent than other demon beasts of their rank. Not only were they extraordinarily strong and capable of splitting metal with their claws, but their bewitching cries were effective even against early Foundation establishment cultivators, let alone any mortal. Normally, it was rare for one to appear in the plains, but now that 3 have appeared, the mortals in the escort had completely lost themselves to fear. A cold snort sounded out from one of the Red Wolf tribe's carriages and a blue-clothed silhouette shot out in a flash of red light. As he floated in the air on an embroidered scarf, he disdainfully said, "What is there to panic over? Are they not simply grade 2 demon beasts?" Ying Lu couldn't help but look at this person in alarm. This immortal also wore an azure cloak over his head and his voice sounded young. "Immortal Feng, please be careful. There are 3 simian vultures." Tribe leader Ba loudly shouted with a distressed voice. When tribe leader Ba employed Immortal Feng, he knew the cultivator was at the early Foundation establishment stage. According to this, he would have a bit of difficulty dealing with only a single simian vulture, let alone 3 of them. This left tribe leader Ba in much distress. As for Ying Lu, he hastily turned his sights on one of his carriages as he laid on his stomach. He saw another man who was also wearing an azure cloak. The man was standing on top of the carriage and was looking at the sky. Ying Lu felt somewhat at ease at the sight of Immortal Han. So long as his cultivation wasn't too low, the 2 immortals may stand a chance of warding off the 3 simian vultures if they joined hands. At that moment, the 3 simian vultures naturally saw the appearance of the blue-robed immortal floating in the air. They hadn't known there was an immortal among the escorts and knew that he would be difficult to deal with, but they were reluctant to abandon their prey. They hesitated for a moment and began to circle in the air about 300 meters away from them. "Looking to die?" The blue-robed man snorted after seeing that the simian vultures wouldn't retreat. Irritated, he raised his hand and simultaneously released several talismans, instantly forming 3 3-meter-long fire serpents that pounced towards the vultures. The fire serpent technique. Han Li couldn't help but to yelp in alarm after seeing this. Although the fire serpent technique was only a low-grade spell technique, the talismans for this technique were quite costly for a Foundation establishment cultivator to casually make use of. This caused Han Li to narrow his eyes, feeling a bit of interest towards this cultivator. However, he soon frowned and inwardly sighed. Although the 3 fire serpents were powerful, the 3 vultures could easily avoid them at such a large distance. It appeared the blue-robed man had a very shallow understanding of the fire serpent technique and didn't know how to command them to pursue an enemy when they evaded, wasting the talismans only to incite the vultures. The biggest of the vultures let out a fierce cry and the 3 of them simultaneously spread out their wings to dive directly towards the blue-robed cultivator. When the blue-robed man saw that the fire serpents didn't have any effect, he blankly stared for a moment before catching sight of the 3 vultures rushing towards him. Then in a panic, he rushed to took out a small shining white sword and began to hastily utter an incantation to have it strike at the vultures. Han Li felt even more disapproval at the sight of this. Given that the vultures were already attacking, it was better to first place a protective barrier on one's body. Wasn't it suicidal to conduct a magic tool to attack instead? It was obvious this cultivator wasn't experienced in battle, but the small sword was a high-grade magic tool. It seemed he had a bit of backing. The blue-robed man uttered the incantation with great practice and completed activating the magic treasure by the time the vultures had arrived. In a flash of light, the small sword transformed into a meter-long streak of white light and struck at the vulture at the middle with immense speed. The vulture knew that it found itself in a perilous situation and blurred in an attempt to dodge, but it was too late. It could only hold out one of its claws to block the white streak. The white streak was only stalled for a single moment before a blood-curdling scream sounded out. The black claw was easily sliced through by the sword streak and blood splattered through the air. However, the other 2 demon birds had already arrived over the blue-robed man's head, their 4 claws reaching out towards the top of his head. The blue-robed cultivator turned pale with fright and hastily commanded his flying magic tool to shoot back in order to avoid the 2 simian vultures' attacks. He had clearly underestimated them. As grade 2 demon beasts, the vultures were bound to possess some ability. Before the 2 vultures fully descended, they released a piercing shriek. When the blue-robed cultivator heard this, he felt both his body and mind shaking as if he were struck by a hammer and swayed several times. Then, a wind carrying a fishy scent blew down above him and the blue-robed cultivator yelled in fear, his complexion turning completely pale. At that moment 2 muffled booms sounded out. Two fist-sized fireballs had shot out and struck the two incoming vultures. Red light shined from the explosions and raging flames enveloped them, heating up the nearby air with its blistering temperature. The simian vulture's howls came to a sudden stop. The blue-robed cultivator was delighted at having just escaped death. He then quickly commanded the magic tool to return to him and shot 40 meters away before taking out a talisman and slapping it on his body. With a yellow light barrier appearing on his body, the blue-robed cultivator felt safer, now realizing that spell techniques were different in practice and reality. His inexperience had nearly resulted in his death. With that thought, he couldn't help but look downward with surprise to see Han Li, who was also wearing an azure cloak. Of course, the blue-robed cultivator knew it was he who saved his life. The fireballs that Han Li released with his Foundation establishment cultivation weren't enough to slay the Grade 2 demon beasts. The two simian vultures shortly flew out of the flames with an even more grotesque appearance. The vultures had most of their features burned away and no longer paid the blue-robed cultivator any attention as they were now flying in Han Li's direction. As for the vulture with its claw chopped off, it was now rushing towards the blue-robed cultivator with scarlet eyes. Han Li looked at the two huge birds and unconsciously wrinkled his brow. He then slapped one of the pouches at his waist and released two streaks of white light, each of them containing a half-foot-long snow-white centipede. The two centipedes were far smaller than the simian vultures, but they appeared to buzz with excitement as if holding no fear of them. As soon as the centipedes were summoned, they rushed to meet the vultures head-on, but the vultures' ape heads contorted in fear and hurriedly flapped their wings to stop their charge. After smelling the insects with their nostrils, they even attempted to flee in fear. The scent of ancient exotic insects wasn't something that low-grade demon beasts dared to approach. However, the two centipedes possessed no intent to allow them to run free. They released a monstrous screech and opened their mouths, spitting out white glacial chi that rushed forward with intense speed. The vultures could only let out a miserable scream before they were submerged by it. The centipedes then flew forward in a gust of wind and entered the glacial chi without any hesitation. When Han Li saw this, he paid no further attention to the battle on his side and turned to look at the blue-robed cultivator. The blue-robed cultivator was controlling the small sword as sweat drenched his body. As for the injured simian vulture, it was still putting up quite a fight and appeared just as vicious as when it was healthy. It was deftly running in circles around the blue-robed cultivator in a brown blur, incessantly cawing, and would occasionally attack at the light barrier with its single claw. The constant attacks on the light barrier left the blue-robed cultivator distraught and incapable of wholeheartedly focusing on the battle. Although the flying sword was powerful, its master was far too unaccustomed to using it. He was able to injure the vulture initially when he caught it off guard, but he now could barely keep track of it. As for his other talismans, they were beyond the abilities of the blue-robed cultivator. It was already difficult to control the sword magic tool. It would be impossible to further divide his attention. If nothing else happened, he would soon suffer defeat and perish. A cold glint flickered in Han Li's eyes as he saw the simian vulture turning several times in the air. Just as he pondered whether or not he should help, the vulture sensed something and let out a caw before stopping to chase the blue-robed cultivator. It then unfolded its wings and traveled over 40 meters away in an instant. This scene came as a surprise to both the blue-robed cultivator and Han Li, but Han Li simply snorted. He unceremoniously raised his hands and a red thread shot out. The vulture's figure suddenly stopped in the air before smashing into the ground, motionless. Although he had only entered the endless sky plains recently, Han Li had heard of the extreme grudges the simian vultures could hold. As he didn't wish for any problems to occur in the future, he decided it would be best to cut the problem short while he could. Han Li's sudden attack came as a surprise to the blue-robed cultivator and he shouted out in alarm, "A flying needle! Use flying needle magic tools." Han Li glanced at the blue-robed cultivator and calmly asked, "What? Is there anything strange about that?" He waved his hand towards the vulture's corpse and a red streak shot back into his hand. It was an inch-long sparkling silver needle that glowed with red light. "Of course not, it's only—" Before the blue-robed cultivator could continue his explanation, he was interrupted with two muffled thuds. Two sparkling white blocks of ice fell to the ground and left meter-deep holes where they landed. Inside these ice blocks were both of the simian vultures, wide-eyed and obviously dead. As the blue-robed cultivator stared in shock, a white light flashed from the blocks of ice and two streaks of light flew out, circling around Han Li before landing on his shoulder. The blue-robed cultivator dryly swallowed and asked, "Your esteemed self cultivates spirit insects?" Han Li stroked one of the centipedes on his shoulder and said, "That's right. I am the one who nurtured these two glacial snow centipedes." Glacial snow centipedes weren't something that Han Li fabricated. They were a true exotic insect, and after maturity, they appeared similar to the current form of the six-winged frost centipedes. If one wasn't experienced with exotic insects, they wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Much to Han Li's surprise, the blue-robed cultivator eagerly said, "Would fellow Taoists be willing to part with the flying needle and the spirit insects? I will purchase them at a great cost." Han Li was taken aback for a moment and then smiled, saying, "Is fellow Taoist joking? These insects have already recognized me as their master, and you might not be able to afford my price for the flying needle. Spirit stones are no matter. I will accept any price you state." The blue-robed cultivator spoke in an overbearing tone without thinking the matter through. His heart was stirred from the sight of the needle slaying the simian vulture in an instant. When Han Li heard this, he narrowed his eyes. After examining the blue-robed cultivator for a long while, his expression grew sullen and he coldly said, "Apologies, but this needle is very convenient for me to use. For the time being I cannot sell it. Since you are unwilling, then so be it. If I also had such an incisive magic tool, I might not be willing to sell it either," the blue-robed cultivator responded with disappointment. Then with a flicker of his eyes he asked with a calm tone, "My name is Feng Yu, and I have yet to properly thank you for saving my life. Might I ask for your esteemed name?" "My surname is Han. How about we put everyone in order first?" Han Li indifferently said. "In order?" The blue-robed cultivator was stunned for a moment before glancing around. At an unknown time, the mortals had come out of hiding and were standing up. However, all of them were crowding 30 meters away from the cultivators with expressions of reverence. The leaders from both the tribes were the only ones standing close to them. They appeared somewhat excited, but Ying Lu appeared particularly happy. Ying Lu had clearly saw the three simian vultures were slain entirely by immortal Han, who he had hired along the way. This immortal's grand abilities were found beyond what he had expected, much to his delight. It seemed that he alone would be enough to keep them safe on the journey. Han Li called out to the tribe leaders and commanded, "Deal with the demon beasts. Bring me their claws and tail feathers. As for the rest, you may use them as you wish." According to the rules of the plains, the slayer of the demon beast had a claim over all of its parts. Although these materials were meager and of lesser quality, they were naturally valuable to a foundation establishment cultivator, and Han Li couldn't ignore them under his current identity. "Yes, we will follow your orders," Ying Lu said with delight. The flesh of the simian vulture might be worth nothing to an immortal, but they were very valuable in the eyes of mortals and could be traded for many things. Tribe leader Ba also acknowledged the order with a respectful tone. Then the two let out a series of yells, and the burly youths of the tribes walked out to deal with the corpses of the vultures. The one slain by the flying needle was easy to prepare, but the frozen vultures needed to first be shattered. "If immortal Feng is unharmed, then how about you return to your carriage and rest? I feel somewhat tired as well and will be heading back first." Han Li spoke to the blue-robed cultivator with an indifferent tone and then walked back towards his carriage without waiting for a response. Han Li's indifferent attitude left the blue-robed cultivator at a loss. He had originally planned on making friends with him after seeing his incisive magic tool and spirit insects, but Han Li had unexpectedly cut him short and departed, leaving him in an awkward position. From the kindness of having been saved by Han Li and the strength he revealed as well, the blue-robed cultivator couldn't retort. After a long while, he could only sigh and resentfully return to his carriage. Unbeknownst to the blue-robed cultivator, Han Li was sitting cross-legged in the carriage, silently looking at him as he departed. "Master, that person has quite a bit of backing. Why has Master separated himself from him?" Silvermoon's baffled voice appeared in his mind. After resting for a time, Silvermoon had finally recovered enough strength to speak without effort. That person isn't from the soaring tribes." "What? How does Master know this?" Han Li's sudden statement came as a shock to Silvermoon. "Take a look at this." Han Li suddenly opened his hand and summoned a ball of blue light into it. It was the image of a jade pendant engraved with ancient characters. "These are ancient characters from the Great Gene," Silvermoon said, shocked. "In fact, I reckon that nothing would have happened to him even if I didn't act. The jade pendant Feng Yu carried on his body is a top-grade magic tool. Every time the demon bird would draw close to him, it would automatically release a series of spirit waves to protect him. He concealed it at his waist with only a meager layer of fabric, and I was able to clearly see it with my bright sight spirit eyes. They most likely belong to a noble clan in the Great Gene. Silvermoon grew pensive and said, "That's right. From ancient records, the Feng of Ning was a noble clan that extensively made use of its grand name. It seems our fellow Taoist Feng should be fellow Taoist Feng one instead. But where is this Ning anyways? Is it the state of Ning in the 36 Jin Empire territories? Or is it the West Ning province in one of its 108 provinces? Or is it from some common city named Ning?" Because Han Li wished to go to the Jin Empire, he acquired many ancient records relating to it. He didn't find her earlier statements surprising because he knew Silvermoon had looked through many of them as well. Regardless of what Great Jin clan he is a disciple of, his appearance in the endless sky plains is a sign of trouble. As such, the less contact I have with him, the better. As of current, our priority is departing from the plains and finding a way to dissolve the baleful qi on my body. With that said, he closed his eyes. Silvermoon chuckled and agreed, "That's about right. Since this person is only at early foundation establishment stage and possesses a protective magic tool on that level, he must be an important character to the Feng clan. But since he had now concealed himself in an escort for the tribute of a small tribe, there is certain to be some trouble following him." Soon after, Silvermoon kept quiet as well. A while later, several of the youths eventually managed to break through the huge chunks of ice trapping the simian vultures with large hammers, and they were able to properly butcher the 3 simian vultures. Afterwards, they gave the most precious of the materials, the claws and tail feathers, over to Han Li. The parts left over were divided amongst the 2 tribes. Of course, because Han Li was the immortal that the Grey Heron tribe invited, they received the majority of the remains. While tribe leader Ba didn't acquire much, he was happy nonetheless as they acquired an unexpected harvest despite the fact that his tribe's immortal hadn't killed any of the beasts. Inside the Red Wolf tribe's sealed carriage, the blue-robed cultivator took off his cloak to reveal a pale face. Apart from overly thin lips, he appeared rather handsome. At that moment, he wore a cold expression and he patted around his neck before finding a golden chain that had a silver key linked to it. The key was thick as a finger and several inches long. Mysterious designs were engraved on it along with a golden character, Feng, too. After staring at the key, Feng Yu revealed a strange expression. Then, his face wavered between excitement and pain before ultimately wearing a gloomy expression. He let out a long breath before carefully putting away the key. After confirming that no one could see the key as it hung on his neck, he closed his eyes and began to restore the magic power he had just consumed. Not long after they finished cleaning the carcass of the last simian vulture, the 2 tribes began to set forth once more. This time, none dared to wantonly speak in loud voices. Silvermoon didn't raise any objections to his words. Then Han Li closed his eyes and continued to sit in silence. A while later, Han Li let out a yelp and shock appeared on his face. This time, Silvermoon tactfully remained silent as Han Li tightly frowned before having sudden changes of expression. "Senior Soul Divergence, if I remembered correctly, you said there were many techniques to dissolve my baleful qi. Is it true that most of these techniques are Buddhist?" "That is true," Monarch Soul Divergence lazily replied. "Confucians and Taoists also have many of their own techniques to dissolve baleful qi, but none are as effective as Buddhist techniques." As Han Li's expression wavered, he said, "Then is it true that the most obvious property of Buddhist techniques is that a majority of them release a 7-colored light when they are activated?" "That is right." "What? Have you discovered something?" Monarch Soul Divergence asked with a curious tone. Han Li lowered his head and muttered, "In that case, this person might be useful. This could be an opportunity." Monarch Soul Divergence grew somewhat annoyed that Han Li wouldn't answer his question. Just as he thought to ask more about it, Han Li resolved himself and set forth, riding a magic tool out of his cave in an azure streak. This action came as a surprise to Silvermoon and Monarch Soul Divergence. But after seeing Han Li act with such haste, they could only save their questions for later. Han Li quickly arrived at a small forest rarely seen in the endless sky plains. It spanned about half a kilometer and was made of sparse and short trees. At the center of the forest, there was a patch of empty land that spanned about 30 meters wide where the 2 previous cultivators resided. The blue-robed cultivator was lying face down on the ground. He was motionless and had a black bloodstain on his back. While it was unknown whether he was still alive, a gorgeous 7-colored light covered his body. There was also other person nearby, a purple-robed old man with eagle-shaped eyes. He was striking at the light barrier with a fire-red flying sword. Although the seven-colored light barrier was unordinary, it had already begun to wildly shake and flash with light as it had no master controlling it. Han Li didn't conceal his sudden approach, alerting the purple-robed old man below. In the old man's shock, he swept his spiritual sense past Han Li and relaxed after finding that he was only a Foundation establishment cultivator. The old man then surged with killing intent and raised his hand, launching a remarkable fast black streak at Han Li. It was a tri-pointed stake wrapped in black chi. Han Li coldly snorted and stroked the top of his head. Then, a black-green cloud flew out from it and transformed into a meter-long hand, swiping at the approaching black streak. The purple-robed old man was shocked when he saw this. Before he realized what was happening, the tri-pointed stake was caught with ease and in an instant, he felt his connection severed. Then, the giant hand began to fly downwards. In the old man's shock, he flusteredly formed incantation gestures, ordering the red flying sword to protect him. But suddenly, the black-green hand disappeared and a second later, it reappeared 3 meters above him as a fist and fiercely smashed down upon him. Ah! The purple-robed old man let out a miserable scream before he was pounded into a bloody mush. Afterwards, the black-green fist unfolded back into a hand and swiped across the old man's remains, taking an egg-sized ball of green light. The hand then immediately shot back in Han Li's direction and circled once around him before transforming back into a nascent soul. The nascent soul sat down on Han Li's shoulder with a beaming smile and held the tri-pointed stake in one hand and a small ball of green light in the other. Han Li's expression stirred at the sight of this. While he was besieged by the soaring tribe's cultivators, he didn't use his second nascent soul even once, keeping it in reserve for a critical opportunity to escape. However, it now proved far stronger than he had anticipated. A simple transformation technique was capable of easily slaying a core formation cultivator without the slightest resistance. With that thought, he began to float down and approach the rainbow light barrier. At that moment, the red flying sword had fallen to the ground as its master had now perished. It simply shined with faint light as it laid motionless. Han Li didn't pay the sword any attention and walked right towards the seven-light barrier before closely examining it. He was able to clearly see the light barrier had originated from the blue jade pendant floating at the center of the barrier. The jade pendant floated a meter above the blue-robed cultivator's body and it glowed with seven-colored light. A few strange Buddhist characters would occasionally appear in the light. It was the jade pendant Han Li showed to Silver Moon and was inscribed with the words, Feng of Ning. Han Li stared at the jade pendant for a moment before slowly asking, "How is it, Senior? Is this magic tool refined by a Buddhist sect?" Monarch Soul Divergence coldly snorted and indifferently said, "The materials and magic tool are clearly of Buddhist make. However, it was clearly refined by a high-grade Buddhist cultivator. This magic tool wouldn't have been able to block the attacks of a core formation-level magic treasure for such a long period of time if that weren't the case. It seems there is a relationship between a Buddhist sect and the Feng clan." Han Li rejoiced after hearing Monarch Soul Divergence's explanation, knowing his actions hadn't been in vain. He then stepped forward and pressed his hand against the barrier, covering it in a faint layer of blue flames. With his current cultivation, he wasn't able to control a large amount of the celestial ice flames, and these meager amount of flames were already pushing his limit. But this proved more than enough as the seven-colored light barrier wasn't able to withstand its frigid cold for long. Soon after, the light barrier collapsed with a bang. Han Li approached the blue-robed cultivator and examined the black blood stain on his back before frowning. He sensed the blue-robed cultivator's aura had become incredibly unstable and weak. His body already started to emit the scent of death, and it was clear his life wouldn't last much longer. Without any hesitation, Han Li struck the blue-robed cultivator's body with a magic seal and opened his mouth to spit out a cloud of azure chi that enveloped the blue-robed cultivator. Then with a wave of his sleeve, the youth's body flipped onto its back. Han Li stared at the blue-robed cultivator and immediately felt his blood run cold. It was truly Feng Yu, but his complexion was now totally black and his lips had turned a faint purple. It was a horrid sight to behold. Han Li grimaced. After a moment of thought, he spread his spiritual sense throughout Feng Yu's body and blue light flickered from his eyes. The poison had already spread throughout his body and he should already be dead by all means. Given how odd this was, Han Li carefully continued his examination. A short moment later, Han Li found something and tugged at Feng Yu's collar. With a zap, a piece of his robes tore off, revealing a chain held onto a silver key. The key pulsed with white light and continuously dispersed of the poison at the center of Feng Yu's chest, which had also turned jet black. Han Li's gaze wandered and he grabbed onto Feng Yu's arm. Azure light then glowed from his palm and quickly spread through Feng Yu's body, slowly dispelling the poison. But suddenly the azure spiritual chi that Han Li released was turning black and it began to quickly spread back to his hand. Agony poison. Han Li yelled and his complexion paled. He immediately withdrew his hand and severed his spiritual chi connection to Feng Yu's arm. One of the 10 absolute poisons? Youngster Han, you've wasted your energy. There is no way of saving this person now. Monarch Soul Divergence chuckled and spoke with a tone of schadenfreude. When Han Li heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and annoyedly snort. It might be impossible for me to completely remove the poison, but it won't be difficult for me to awaken him and keep him alive for 10 days. I merely need to use a good number of spirit medicines, but I don't know if it will be worth the cost. With that said, Han Li stood up and wore a pensive expression. Silvermoon then suggested, Master, how about you awaken him first and have him make a few things clear before you come to a decision? That's true. Until I know about his relationship to the Buddhist sects of the Great Jin, I am unwilling to take any further actions. Soon after, Han Li slapped his storage pouch and produced a small white bottle into his hand. Han Li flipped the small bottle and dropped a fire-red almond-sized medicine pill into his hand. A trace of sorrow appeared on Han Li's face. This was a medicine pill refined from a high-grade demon core and was used to increase the spiritual power of core formation stage cultivators. It was a bit of a waste to use it on a foundation establishment cultivator. If his magic power wasn't sealed and Silvermoon wasn't injured, he'd be able to use a soul-searching technique instead of going through all this trouble. He held Feng Yu's chin in one hand and opened his mouth wide with a flip of his wrist. Then with his other hand he wrapped the pill in azure chi and flicked it into Feng Yu's mouth. Han Li let go of him and reached his waist to take out a sparkling silver needle. It shined with a cold light as he stabbed various places on Feng Yu's body in a blur. Suddenly, all the stabbed areas spurted with black blood, releasing a foul stench into the air. Han Li stood up and held his hands behind his back as he waited for Feng Yu to awaken. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the black poison blood formed a large pool around Feng Yu's body and he eventually began to softly groan as if he were about to awaken. Han Li's gaze wandered and he flicked his fingers, launching a wind that immediately stopped the flow of poisoned blood. Then with a tremble of his shoulder, his second nascent soul transformed into a black cloud and disappeared into the forest. It's you. Feng Yu eventually opened his eyes and clearly saw Han Li standing in front of him. He then let out a yelp of alarm and struggled to sit up. Han Li gave Feng Yu a glance and asked, What? Is it a surprise to see me? Was it you who saved me? Where is that traitor Feng Zhen? Although Feng Yu's voice was weak, it was filled with vigilance. Han Li looked to the side and carelessly said, You mean that purple-robed man? He's dead. Feng Yu turned his head with great effort before finally spotting the remains of the purple-robed old man. An expression of shock and resentment appeared on his face. Then his gaze turned back to Han Li with an odd expression. Could it be that fellow Taoist Han was the one to kill that old traitor? It seems your abilities are truly profound. I will remember your kindness and reward you in the future. He then took out a medicine pill from his waist and brought it to his mouth before attempting to stand up. When he stood up halfway, he lost the strength in his legs and fell back onto the ground. What's going on? I can't muster any strength. Feng Yu's face then betrayed a trace of panic. You're going to give me a reward? It seems you don't know about your current situation. Han Li spoke indifferently, showing no intention of helping him. What does that mean? What has happened to me? Have you placed a restriction on me? Feng Yu glared at Han Li and his face revealed furious alarm. Han Li smirked and said, You think too highly of me. If I wanted to restrain you, why would I need to place a restriction on you? How about you take a look for yourself? He then raised his hand and flicked a small object in his direction, a common mirror. Feng Yu was completely bewildered by Han Li's actions, but gritted his teeth and took a look at the mirror. How can this be? My face. When was I so deeply poisoned? Could it be that old traitor used? When Feng Yu saw his condition, he felt great fright and couldn't help but yell in shock. He then hastily reached for his storage pouch and took out a large pile of bottles in a flash of white light. He hastily searched through the bottles and began stuffing his mouth with medicine pills without any regard for the consequences. Han Li watched him with indifference and didn't say a word, allowing him to scarf himself with medicine. With that done, Feng Yu said little else to Han Li and closed his eyes in meditation. focusing on channeling the medicinal power to dissolve the poison. But after a while, he opened his eyes and appeared to be on the verge of panic. How can this be? The many antidotes I've taken have no effect? What kind of strange poison is this? Han Li leisurely said, although I haven't seen it before, it appears to be the agony poison of the 10 absolute poisons. Feng Yu's complexion turned deathly pale and he couldn't help but shout, agony poison? To think they would use that against me? That old traitor is clearly relying on the Kong clan. It was rumored the Kong clan possessed that poison. The Kong clan? Han Li's brow momentarily stirred. Wait. Feng Yu suddenly thought of something and managed to gather the strength to turn himself in Han Li's direction, asking, the agony poison should have immediately killed me. How was I able to reawaken? Han Li's expression sank and he snorted, it seems you are unaware of my act of kindness. If it weren't for the questions I had for you, I wouldn't have wasted the vast essence pill on you. You merely had a temporary stay on life because of that thing on your neck blocking the poison. It would have immediately killed you otherwise, preventing any miraculous medicine from reawakening you. You touched it? When Feng Yu heard Han Li mentioning the silver key, he looked down at his chest in alarm before quickly calming down. I was quite curious about how a Foundation establishment cultivator was able to resist agony poison for such a long period of time. Naturally, I wanted to investigate the matter. However, the vast essence pill is only temporarily blocking the poison. One day the poison will continue its attack on your heart and you will surely die. With some thought, Feng Yu then nervously asked, the vast essence pill? I heard that it was an incredibly rare medicine pill. If I had another one of those pills, would I be able to continue suppressing the poison? Han Li was surprised by his question and coldly replied, it would be able to preserve your life temporarily, but do you understand the materials used to refine it? It isn't a medicine pill for dissolving poison, but something used for core formation cultivators to break through bottlenecks. It isn't something that can be bought on a market. Although Han Li didn't say it outright, it was clear what he had meant. It is a cultivation progression pill for core formation cultivators? Although Feng Yu anticipated the pill would be precious, he couldn't help but be dumbstruck. However, there is a way for you to live. Han Li said with a smile. What is it? So long as you save my life, I am willing to agree to any conditions. Feng Yu's mind was roused and he quickly spoke with eagerness. Han Li chuckled and said, I don't want any reward from you, just a few answers to my questions. That's fine. I'll answer to the best of my knowledge. Feng Yu replied without hesitation. Han Li explained, the method is quite simple. Since the agony poison has already set your body on the path of ruin, you simply have to exchange your body. In the past, cultivators that are afflicted with the 10 absolute poisons used possession to escape with their lives. Possession? Feng Yu bitterly smiled, much to Han Li's surprise. Han Li raised his brow and asked, what? Do you find this method unacceptable? After a moment of hesitation, Feng Yu muttered, many thanks for Brother Han's kindness. While possession might work for others, I can't use this method. Something then came to Han Li's mind and he asked, you can't use this method? Could it be you already? I won't conceal this from you, Feng Yu said with a bitter smile. I already used possession once before. This isn't my original body. Han Li sighed and shrugged. In that case there is nothing left for you. There is no cure for the 10 absolute poisons. Feng Yu revealed an expression of alarm and bitterly pleaded, there is truly no other way? Brother Han has much knowledge. Can I trouble you to give it more thought? There is nothing to think about, Han Li shook his head. Since the fame of the 10 absolute poisons had lasted through the cultivation world for so long, there truly is no method of dissolving them, earning them the reputation of being the 10 absolute poisons. Then you mean to say that I will soon pass away? Feng Yu said with a deathly complexion. That's right, Han Li replied emotionlessly, even if you continue to take vast essence pills, you will eventually become resistant to its effects and perish regardless. Grasping at his final straw of life, Feng Yu recollected himself and rigidly stared at Han Li, asking, how many vast essence pills does Brother Han possess? Can he sell them all to me? Han Li frowned and then calmly asked, what? Fellow Taoist Feng wishes to purchase them from me? While I am willing to sell them, I don't have too many. How about we talk about the matter after you answer my questions? Please don't hesitate to ask. Now that I've reached this far, there is nothing I won't answer. Feng Yu gloomily replied. Good, very good. How about you state your identity? You aren't from the soaring tribes but from a noble family from the great Jin, is that right? Feng Yu looked at the jade pendant that had fallen to the ground and the silver key on his neck. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Since you've already guessed it, was there a need to ask that question?" Han Li wore a faint smile and aloofly said, "Which Ning is the Feng of Ning from? And how powerful is the Feng clan?" "What other Ning is there?" "It is the Guanning Prefecture's Feng clan, of course. It can be considered a significant faction." Feng Yu answered. "The Guanning Prefecture? The province capital?" Han Li narrowed his eyes. "There are many prefectures with the name Guanning, but the Feng clan of Ning resides only in the Liao province." Feng Yu replied with an odd expression. He appeared somewhat baffled by Han Li's questions. Han Li carelessly nodded and didn't further ask about the Feng clan. He instead pointed to the jade pendant and asked, "How did you acquire that item? What are its origins?" "This pendant was passed down from my father. It is a token of the Feng clan." "Why do you ask?" Feng Yu said with surprise. Han Li glanced at the youth and doubtfully asked, "A token? Could it be all disciples of the Feng clan possess a top-grade magic tool as a token?" "Of course not," Feng Yu shook his head. "There are only 4 such tokens in the entire Feng clan. From that, it seems your standing in the Feng clan is quite high. I am the eldest son of the Feng clan. If nothing unexpected happened, I should have become the head of the Feng clan in several tens of years." Feng Yu curled his lips and a trace of pain appeared on his face. When Han Li heard this, he wasn't surprised. For such great problems to happen to him, it seems that something happened to the Feng clan. However, this had nothing to do with Han Li. Instead, he stared at Feng Yu and uttered the most pressing question on his mind. "What relationship does your Feng clan have with the Buddhist sects of the Great Jin? Don't say you don't know anything about it. That token of yours possesses a deep Buddhist spiritual light." Feng Yu blankly stared for a moment and openly answered, "The Buddhist sects do have a relationship with our Feng clan. One of our ancestor was a layman disciple of the Guanning's Thousand Light Temple, a branch of the Grand Gold Sifting sect. Our Feng clan originally cultivated a Buddhist technique, but ever since the Thousand Light Temple moved away from the Liao province several hundred years ago, we changed our cultivation art to a Confucian one." When Han Li heard this, he rejoiced. Although he didn't know about the Thousand Light Temple, he had heard of the Gold Sifting sect. It was one of the 4 great sects of the Great Jin. It seems the Feng clan had genuinely cultivated Buddhist techniques in the past. "Do you know any of these Buddhist techniques?" Han Li asked. After a moment of hesitation, Feng Yu replied, "I didn't wish to cultivate Buddhist techniques, so I don't know any of the incantations. However, our Feng clan have preserved some of these techniques." He was astonished that this mysterious character had his eyes set on these Buddhist techniques. While Buddhist techniques were extremely powerful when cultivated to their late stages, their cultivation speed was pathetically slow. Even in the Great Jin cultivation world, there were few truly willing to take the initiative to cultivate Buddhist techniques. Monarch Soul Divergence then said, "Youngster Han, ask if his ancestor cultivated a crystal relic within his body. Only Buddhist cultivators with a crystal relic are able to cultivate methods to dissolve baleful qi." In preparation for his trip to the Great Jin, Han Li had read through a few records that happened to touch upon the subject of crystal relics. Crystal relics are a characteristic of Buddhist cultivators. There is no set pattern for their appearance. There are those that appear during core formation stage and those that are refined during nascent soul stage. To external cultivators, they were a rather mysterious existence. However, a crystal relic was something required to cultivate many profound Buddhist techniques and abilities. As such, cultivators from other sects, despite how superior their cultivation may be, are rather fearful of Buddhist cultivators who possess a crystal relic. Han Li agreed with Monarch Soul Divergence's suggestion and asked Feng Yu about it. "A crystal relic?" Feng Yu frowned. "My ancestor had cultivated one in the past, but due to his poor aptitude, he wasn't able to break through the barrier to nascent soul stage. As such, he was disheartened and established the Feng clan of Ning instead." Han Li's spirits were roused. It appeared his luck was quite good. He may be able to find a technique to dissolve the baleful qi without searching deeply into the Great Jin. With that thought, Han Li smiled and said, "I now have one last question for you." Feng Yu forced a smile and said, "If there is anything you wish to know, please ask." "Why did they use agony poison to deal with a foundation establishment cultivator such as yourself? The 10 absolute poisons are more precious than rare medicine pills. They wouldn't have used it if they wished to capture you alive. There should have been no reason for that core formation cultivator to use something as excessive as the agony poison. given the differences in your cultivation. When Feng Yu heard him, his face turned gloomy. That traitor Feng Zhen was a rogue devil Dao cultivator that our Feng clan had adopted in the past. Because he had offended an expert and was being hunted, he prostrated to our Feng clan to take him in, even offering to take our name as well. My grandfather had given that traitor shelter as our clan was prosperous at the time. As he was sent to handle our relations with a few of the soaring tribes in the past, I had originally come here to find him, but I didn't expect that he had been compromised by the Kong clan. He then lured me out and used the Kong clan's agony poison because of the restriction placed on his body. Direct descendants of the Feng clan are able to restrain his cultivation once they're at foundation establishment stage. If he hadn't used poison to launch a sneak attack on me, I wouldn't have been so helpless. Han Li tilted his head and mused, so it was like that. It is said agony poison has no scent or color. In the instant a lesser cultivator touches it, they would immediately slip into a coma. The Kong clan seems to be great enemies with your clan. That's right, Feng Yu scowled. The Kong, Zhang, Jin, and the Feng clan are the four great noble cultivation clans in the Guanning prefecture. Originally, we were all neutral parties, but when our Feng clan weakened in power, the Kong clan suddenly created an alliance with the two other clans and struck the Feng clan off guard. Feng Yu was reduced to wandering through various tribes in the plains after his clan had lost his standing and was now on the death's door. It was only natural for him to bear hatred towards these three clans. I have no interest in knowing about the quarrel between noble clans, but your reply is to my satisfaction. Now let's mention the matter of the vast essence pill. Of course. I have no interest in your other affairs. Although we've come to an agreement, let us head somewhere more discreet. This place is too open. Han Li smiled and waved his sleeve at Feng Yu without waiting for him to agree. A gust of azure light blew around Feng Yu and caught him just as he was about to fall. Then with the azure light wrapping around his waist, he began to float off the ground. Although Han Li's cultivation was sealed, he still possessed his superb control of magic power, something far beyond the capability of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. At that moment, his second nascent soul emerged from the forest and reappeared in front of Han Li with a tri-pointed stake in one hand and the purple-robed old man's primal soul in the other. Han Li glanced at the old man's primal soul and emotionlessly said, "There is no use for him. Kill him." When the second nascent soul heard Han Li, it grinned and firmly held onto the primal soul before emitting a black-green flame from its small hand. The green ball trembled for a short moment before turning into ash. At that moment Han Li flicked his finger and an egg-sized fireball struck the old man's crushed remains, giving them a blazing cremation. Soon after, Han Li waved at the ground and the old man's storage pouch and small fire-red sword flew into his hand. Then after tidying up the rest of the traces of what had happened nearby, Han Li brought Feng Yu to the sky before dropping down to the field of rocks where he had set up his temporary shelter. Now that his cultivation was restricted, he had no choice but to be careful. Additionally, Han Li felt particularly gloomy about how he wasn't able to employ his immensely powerful spiritual sense. It was on the level of a late nascent soul cultivator, but he took the initiative to conceal most of it. If a grand elder of the soaring tribes or any of their nascent soul cultivators with strengthened spiritual sense were to detect him, it would be a sure death sentence. As a result, he had pulled back his spiritual sense to only cover the nearby area, preventing any roaming high-grade soaring tribes cultivators from noticing it. When Han Li was caught nurturing his gold-devouring beetles, he had been resting a portion of his spiritual sense at the time and had grown careless. Then as it so happened, a mid-nascent soul soaring tribes cultivator was pursuing a demon bird at a speed comparable to a late nascent soul cultivator about 10 kilometers away. Even if Han Li had been on guard at the time, he wouldn't have been able to put away his gold-devouring beetles in time and would have encountered disaster regardless. He was truly out of luck for a mid-nascent soul cultivator skilled in movement techniques to come across him in a place as vast as the endless sky plains. And he was convinced that if both sides understood each other's abilities, a battle wouldn't have broken out between them. Every time Han Li recalled this, he found himself not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He now found a majority of his magic power sealed due to the baleful chi backlash. And his opponent only managed to have one of his 7 split nascent souls escape from him. It was likely he suffered a massive loss in cultivation and would take quite some time to recover. The next day Han Li returned to the encampment. There were far fewer tents there than when he had arrived. It seemed many of the tribes finished resting and had continued on their way. When Han Li found the Grey Heron tribe, They were already prepared to leave and were waiting for Han Li to return. Ying Lu was delighted when he spotted Han Li and hastily invited him into a carriage. He then called for the escort to leave through the other side of the encampment. Han Li sat in his carriage and slowly closed his eyes in preparation to sleep. But against his expectations, the carriage came to a sudden stop right after they left the encampment. Han Li opened his eyes with a frown, simply releasing a bit of his spiritual sense outside instead of lifting the curtains. Soon, escorts from various other tribes began to appear and their leaders called out to Ying Lu in greetings before joining together with the Grey Heron tribe at the front of their caravan. At that moment, Han Li realized that during the time he was absent, the Grey Heron tribe had formed an alliance of sorts. These carriages had their own cultivator guards, but their cultivation was pathetically low. Two of the tribes even only had cultivators at Qi condensation stage. According to the sayings of the soaring tribes, Qi condensation cultivators weren't considered true immortals. It was also unknown how these tribes came across these cultivators. Despite Han Li's sealed cultivation, he still possessed the highest cultivation among the caravan guards. Han Li stroked his chin and then shook his head with a bitter smile. From the way he saw it, having more tribes in this journey would only serve to inconvenience them instead of being of any help. Then the Red Wolf tribe rushed over. When Han Li saw this, his expression stirred and he thought to release his spiritual sense. But suddenly, a very faint spiritual sense swept across the caravan. If it weren't for Han Li's hugely powerful spiritual sense, it was likely he wouldn't have sensed this at all. Han Li's expression changed and without further thought, he concealed his aura. As expected, the thread of spiritual sense swept past the entire caravan and then focused on inspecting the cultivators that were present. A moment later, Han Li stood up and began to walk in circles, ultimately deciding to remain inside his carriage. Han Li wore a sullen expression as he looked at the encampment as they departed. During that moment, 3 soaring tribes cultivators were standing on the second floor of the stone structure in the encampment, all of them looking in the direction of Han Li's caravan. The bald old man suddenly yelped in surprise and opened his eyes with a bewildered expression. The large middle-aged man standing behind the old man had a change of expression and his face tensed, asking, "Senior Ying, could it be you've discovered him?" The bald old man snorted and gave the middle-aged man an annoyed look. "Be at ease. It wasn't the foreign cultivator. There was a person amongst them that was acutely poisoned and surrounded by toxic qi. I'm baffled how he is still alive." The palace-robed woman standing at the middle-aged man's side smiled and explained, "Senior Marshal Uncle, Brotherly was simply a bit worried. Senior Marshal Uncle might have nothing to fear from the foreign cultivator, but you are the only nascent soul cultivator present. Given how vicious this person is, the many small tribes and minor cultivators in the caravans will be drawn into the battle, and while you may be able to fend for yourself, you won't be able to look after the others." From the old man's strange discovery, there were only 2 conclusions. Either his spiritual sense was mistaken, or there was a cultivator with a spiritual sense far superior to his own, most likely being the foreign cultivator. Regardless of the outcome, neither of them would be good. For the first possibility, it would cause a loss of face in front of his 2 juniors and a loss of reputation as well, but the second possibility could lead to disaster. While he made it appear that capturing the injured foreign cultivator would be an easy task, he was among the cultivators that had participated in the battle to stop Han Li and held his grand abilities in terror. The nascent soul cultivators who fell in the battle against Han Li had their bodies had turned to purple ice and their nascent souls were subsequently frozen over, a scene that remained fresh in the old man's mind. Even if the foreign cultivator was injured, he reckoned that the foreign cultivator could easily bring him down in mutual destruction. Since there were no other nascent soul cultivators nearby and there was a vague possibility of death, he didn't have to mind to confirm whether or not the danger was true. In any case, the Grand Immortals and the Saintess will personally deal with this person after the day of spirit release. With his heart filled with dread, the bald old man sighed and decided against catching up with the caravan. If he were 200 years younger, he might have taken the risk. But now that he was nearing the end of his lifespan, he treasured what time he had left. The bald old man stared at the caravan as it made its way into the distance as he motionlessly stood in place. As for the pair standing behind him, they both glanced at each other with a bewildered expression, but neither of them were brave enough to ask about it. When the caravan arrived 10 kilometers away, Han Li felt a wave of relief. The master of the spiritual sense that had observed them back at the encampment hadn't followed them. Although Han Li had quickly responded to the spiritual sense search, he was unaccustomed to his drop in cultivation and withdrew his spiritual sense a bit late. He wasn't sure if he had truly concealed himself. And given how indiscernible the spiritual sense was, it was clear that the owner cultivated a secret technique. His heart relaxed a bit for the time being and he continued to conceal his aura, not daring to be careless. After traveling for over half a day, Han Li felt a wave of relief and began to slowly release his spiritual sense, covering a perimeter of over 10 kilometers. Sensing that nothing was out of the ordinary, Han Li summoned the purple-robed old man's storage pouch with a flip of his hand and poured out its contents in a flash of white light. Han Li swept his gaze past the pile of items and took a small bottle into his hand. He opened it and took a whiff before shaking his head and setting it aside. Then he took another bottle and did the same as if trying to find something. Eventually, Han Li opened the lid of an unremarkable green bottle. Before he even recognized what it was, a thread of purple mist drifted out. Han Li's expression grew sullen and he opened his mouth, spitting out a ball of azure light. The thread of purple qi wrapped around it and soon the azure light darkened. Han Li's expression changed. Before the azure light became completely corrupted, Han Li forcefully blew on the light and pushed it into the bottle before quickly sealing it. He then let out a sigh of relief. His actions hadn't been in vain. He had acquired the remaining agony poison, a rather significant gain. The 10 absolute poisons were rarely ever encountered. The Kong clan must have been an exceptional power to be able to possess something as rare as this. He carefully put away the bottle in his storage pouch and then released a thread of spiritual sense out of impulse, peeking into one of the Red Wolf tribe's carriages. Feng Yu was currently holding a fist-sized pearl with both his hands and meditating with his eyes shut. Black qi was flowing in from his eyes to the pearl in his hands, causing the pearl to shine with black light. There was a pile of medicine bottles stacked in front of him, but most of them were opened and there were even a few loose pills were scattered to the side. Han Li shook his head at the sight and withdrew his spiritual sense. Although this pearl appeared to be some sort of exceptional treasure capable of absorbing poisonous qi, it had already reached its limit. The absorbed poisonous qi would soon be replaced by the agony poison deep within his body and his efforts would be in vain. It was simply a delusion to believe that he'd be able to rid himself of the poison in a mere 10 days. With this thought, Han Li closed his eyes and sank into meditation. 8 days later, the road had been peaceful apart from 2 low-grade iron-hoof beasts. They encountered the caravan in a moment of carelessness, much to the joy of the cultivators, but Feng Yu, Han Li and one other cultivator hadn't participated in the hunt. The cultivator that hadn't taken action had aroused Han Li's interest and when Han Li examined him with his spiritual sense, he found that the youth was simply a diligent foundation establishment cultivator that was immersed in cultivation. Han Li quickly lost interest in him after examining him a few more times. As for Feng Yu, he had failed in his many attempts to rid himself of the poison and had grown frantic, despair occasionally appearing on his face. His black hair had gradually turned white as well. This came as no surprise. He was the sole descendant of the Feng clan and was completely helpless as the death of his bloodline approached. What he suffered was far beyond what an ordinary person could bear. Now there were only 3 days left before he ran out of time. Anyways, Han Li had finished comprehending the incantation Monarch Soul Divergence had given him 2 days prior. He had gained much peace of mind as he no longer had any fear of being surrounded by nascent soul cultivators. One day as night approached, the caravan of several hundred people stopped beside a river that was about 1 kilometer wide and made shelter for the night. The various tribes had raised bonfires all around them and were roasting livestock. When Han Li heard the sound of flowing water, his heart stirred and he departed from the carriage. The young woman named Ying Shan had been eating a piece of dried meat when Han Li suddenly emerged. With a face flushed with embarrassment, she tossed the meat to the side and respectfully saluted Han Li saying, "Sir Immortal, do you have any orders?" Since this was the first time Han Li had emerged from the carriage during the long journey, she had been thrown off guard and was somewhat flustered. Han Li took a glance at the woman's dainty face and looked the meat she tossed aside, then saying, "I have none. I've meditated enough inside the carriage and thought I'd have a look around." "That?" Somewhat at a loss, the woman proposed, "Immortal Han, how about I go fetch you some fresh water?" Han Li glanced at the river nearby and nodded. "That'll be good. Although I no longer feel the need to eat, a drink of fresh water will be good." When the young woman heard this, she gave a lively response despite the turmoil she felt in her heart and ran to the river with a water sack. When Han Li glanced at her from behind, his heart stirred and he unconsciously smiled. A short moment later, the young woman brought back the water sack and was holding a piece of roasted meat in her hand. She was panting for breath and offered the two items to Han Li with an embarrassed expression. With an earnest tone, the young woman said, "Sir Immortal, the roasted meat is quite good. Will you try some?" Han Li chuckled and said, "Sure. It's been many years since I've eaten something. A bit of food should be interesting." He then accepted the meat and took a bite, finding the taste to be quite good. When the young woman saw this, she revealed an adorable expression. When Han Li was finished with his bite of food, he set it aside and said, "It must have been hard waiting at the side of my carriage. You're participating in the Day of Spirit Release, right? Extend your hand and let me take a look at your spirit roots." "Many thanks, Sir Immortal." When the young woman heard him, she extended wrist with unconcealed excitement. Han Li grabbed the woman's wrist, channeled a bit of spiritual qi into her body and pondered for a moment. If his cultivation hadn't been reduced to foundation establishment stage, he would have been able to examine her aptitude without touching her. "Immortal Han, how is my aptitude? Do I have any chance of becoming an immortal?" The young woman eagerly asked. Her face wore an expression of hopeful excitement. "You should have no problem becoming an immortal, but it can be considered destiny that you've met me. Take the medicine before the spirit release rites." Han Li released his grip on her wrist and summoned a small white bottle with a flick of his hand. "This?" The young woman received the small bottle with complete surprise. "Although the medicine pill isn't particularly precious, it will improve your constitution and will aid you on your path to cultivation." The medicine was a marrow-cleansing medicine pill, something valuable to low-grade cultivators but was of little value to Han Li. "Many thanks for Sir Immortal's great kindness." The young woman rejoiced and hastily bowed. "Stand up." Han Li waved his hand at the young woman and said, "Perhaps if fate will have, we'll see each other again in the future. By the way, since this river is so wide, could it be the southern portion of the Heavenly Water River?" The young woman carefully put the bottle away and said, "That's correct, Sir Immortal. It is a branch of the Heavenly Water River. It runs over 50 kilometers down before joining with the true Heavenly Water River." When Han Li heard this, he said nothing else and began to recall all the details pertaining to the Heavenly Water River. If he remembered correctly, the river was incredibly long, earning its title as the largest river in the endless sky plains, and it even reached down to the Jin Empire under the name of the Mystical River. He couldn't help but ponder over this fact. Then Han Li's expression stirred and he raised his head to look at the sky across the river with a gloomy expression. "Quickly inform the tribe elders that there is something flying towards us," Han Li sullenly commanded. "I don't know if they is passing through or if they're specifically heading towards us." The young woman was startled when she heard this and she repeatedly nodded her head before running to Ing Lu and the other tribe leaders. A short moment later, an uproar was raised and everyone quickly ran away from the river. Before most of the people could return to the carriages, green light flashed from over the horizon and a series of low-pitched cries sounded out, revealing a huge bat covered in green light. Its sinister and frightening appearance caused the mortals to shiver in fear at the sight of it. The many soaring tribes cultivators in the caravan all leaped out at their carriages and looked at it with solemn expressions. Han Li's gaze wasn't focused on the bat but the cultivators that were standing on top of it. Although they were quite some distance away, he was still able to clearly see them with his bright-side spirit eyes. The group of cultivators had 4 men and 4 women. The men wore embroidered robes, jade bands and magnificent ornaments. As for the women, they wore golden belts, white robes and were barefoot. From their attire, one could clearly tell they weren't from the soaring tribes. All of them were at foundation establishment stage apart for the 2 core formation cultivators that were leading them. And much to his relief, it appeared they hadn't come for him. As these thoughts quickly flashed through Han Li's mind, the 20-meter-long bat flew above the caravan and wildly flapped its wings before stopping above it. A windstorm suddenly assailed them, blowing several carriages over and scattering their contents out onto the ground. Many of the mortals present even fell to the ground. In that moment, the soaring tribe's cultivators were all deeply shocked by this display and looked at each other in dismay. "Who is your leader? Come out and speak." A 40-year-old man standing on top of the bat swept his eyes across the caravan and spoke coldly in the soaring tribe's language. This person was one of the 2 core formation stage cultivators. The other core formation stage cultivator was a white-clothed woman that had a beautiful icy appearance. When Ing Lu heard this, he felt his heart drop and immediately walked out in the front. But when he bowed and attempted to speak, he was interrupted by the middle-aged core formation cultivator with an annoyed expression. I'm not talking about the mortals but the cultivators. The huge bat then waved one of its wings and shot out another gust of wind, blowing Ing Lu several steps back and nearly causing him to fall onto the ground. When the soaring tribe's cultivators saw this, they were filled with terror. It appeared these cultivators didn't come with good intentions. A moment later they all looked in Han Li's direction. After all, in the cultivation world, leadership defaulted to the one with the highest cultivation. When Han Li saw this, he felt a wave of gloominess. However, he then discovered that Feng Yu and one other soaring tribe's cultivator had yet to emerge from their carriages. It was understandable why Feng Yu hadn't emerged. After all, the proximity of his incoming death had left him on the edge of despair. He had nothing to fear from offending a high-grade cultivator. As for the other cultivator, he was the curious soaring tribe cultivator that only possessed a foundation establishment cultivation. It was quite questionable why he hadn't emerged. Could it be they came for him? Han Li pondered. Helpless, Han Li could only step forward and ask, "May I ask what brings you two seniors over here? If you wish to find someone, something, or have us perform some other task, we are willing to do our best to comply." A cold glint appeared in the middle-aged man's eye when he heard Han Li speak in a tone that was neither servile nor arrogant. He glanced at his cloak and said, "If you want to talk to me, take off your cloak. I wish to have a look at your face." When Han Li heard this, his heart grew sullen. But since he never revealed his true appearance in his battle against the soaring tribe's cultivators, the demand wasn't cause for alarm. Without another word, Han Li took his cloak off to reveal an ordinary face. The cultivators standing on the bat all gazed at Han Li, and he even sensed a secret technique employed through the man's eyes to observe him. A moment later, the man withdrew his gaze and turned to the woman at his side saying, "That's his true face. He isn't the traitor." The woman nodded and then she swept her gaze past the other cultivators in the caravan and shook her head. At that moment, the middle-aged man turned to Han Li and said, "Tell your companions to come out. We're looking for someone and suspect they might be hiding amongst you. After we find him, we will leave the rest of you alone." Then the middle-aged man's lips moved, sending a series of voice transmissions out, and he waved his hand. The 6 foundation establishment cultivators flew off from the bat and they surrounded the carriages containing Feng Yu and the other foundation establishment cultivator. The 2 carriages were completely silent. When the others saw this, the air became so heavy they could hardly breathe. The tribe leaders who hired these 2 cultivators turned deathly pale. Han Li frowned but remained silent. When the man saw that the carriages were silent, he couldn't help but coldly laugh. With a wave of his hand, several fist-sized fireballs appeared in the air and shot down towards one of the carriages. At that moment, a bitter laugh sounded out from one of the carriages. "Commander Gu, I already fled for the soaring sky planes and traveled such a far distance. There is no need to execute me here, unless you absolutely insist on having this be my place of death?" Before he finished speaking, the carriage erupted and a blanket of white glacial chi spread out, extinguishing the fireballs upon contact. A burly youth in his late 20s made an appearance as he held a snow-white crystal ball in his hands, his expression continuously changing. When the cultivators on the huge bat saw this, they revealed expressions of joy. The middle-aged man's smile then faded away and he malevolently said, "Jiang Jianying, the snow crystal pearl was in your possession as expected. My mistress had you bring this pearl to North Ice Mountain Sage North, but you dared to steal it away. You still have the audacity to speak? If you obediently return with us, we'll spare your soul." At that same time, the 6 foundation establishment cultivators blurred and surrounded the youth, leaving him nowhere to run. When the youth heard this, he smiled with rage. Having me go to Sage North was the same as having me be a sacrifice. Wasn't I assigned that task because I had ice-attributed spirit roots? I would have been ideal sacrificial material to refine for this pearl. If I didn't run, I would have died. Standing on the bat next to the middle-aged man, the icy woman snorted and said, "So what if that were the case? Don't forget your current cultivation was all due to the medicine pills our palace gave to you. Otherwise, you would have perished 100 years ago as a beggar, let alone become a cultivator. Not to mention the palace even allowed you to marry and have descendants. There is no problem in the palace asking for your body in return." "Nonsense." The youth scoffed. "Even if the palace didn't take me in, another large sect would have, given my mutated spirit roots. As for my wife and children, they are only small acts of kindness in exchange for my life. The palace can't actually believe that to be fair." He then raised the snow-white pearl and a pure white mist spouted out from it, surrounding him in a mist of ice spanning over 60 meters. You held such rebellious thoughts? The woman emotionlessly said, "It is no wonder you didn't care for your family. We will have to bring you back to the palace to deal with your betrayal. Do you believe the snow crystal pearl will be enough to deal with us? You're delusional." She waved her hand and the 6 Foundation establishment cultivators raised scarlet spell flags in their hands. The flags then shot out of their hands and transformed into scarlet fireballs before condensing together into a single 30-meter-wide fire cloud. When the youth showed himself, the parties involved began to speak the language of the Great Gene. The other soaring tribe members were left at a complete loss. As for Han Li, who already learned their language ahead of time, he was particularly dumbstruck when he heard their conversation. What palace were they talking about? And a commander? Their words were greatly different from what one would expect of a cultivation sect. Rather, it was reminiscent of the various powers that existed in the scattered star seas. Could it be the cultivation world of the Great Gene was as complicated as the one in the heavenly south? While the soaring tribe's members couldn't understand their conversation, they knew that matters had turned for the worse. The mortals had already gone into hiding. As for the soaring tribe cultivators, they didn't dare to depart out of fear of causing a misunderstanding and could only protect themselves from accidental injury. As the fire cloud slowly pressed down on the icy mist, steam roiled and dispersed in every direction in a rather lackluster display. Although the ice crystal pearl was rather wondrous, its user was a mere Foundation establishment cultivator. He wasn't able to refine the treasure and make use of its true abilities. As soon as the confrontation began, it became obvious the icy mist was at an immediate disadvantage. The burly youth knew things were far from good and mustered the icy mist with all the might he could, but he was trapped by the fire cloud. Not long after, the ice mist began to shrink and the burly youth wasn't able to block the fire cloud no matter how much magic power he poured into the pearl. After a few minutes, the mist had shrunk to the size of 10 meters. When the core formation woman saw this, she turned to the man at her side and said, "Commander Gu, take action. Since he is still useful, capture him alive. Be at ease. It will be done." The man nodded and then shot towards the icy mist in a streak of white light. When the 6 Foundation establishment cultivators saw this, they all formed a hand incantation and released the fire cloud. The icy mist roiled and a short moment later, a huge bang sounded out along with a muffled hum before the mist slowly faded away. The middle-aged man was firmly standing in place as he held the unconscious youth in one hand and the snow crystal pearl in the other. Given the huge disparity in their cultivation, the old man struck down the youth with ease. The icy woman wore a satisfied expression. "Look after him. This trip can be considered a success." The middle-aged man handed over the youth to one of his subordinates and then pensively looked at the soaring tribe's members who witnessed this battle. The woman frowned and said, "Don't overreach yourself. This is the Endless Sky Plains, not our 9 Immortals Palace. Although we are acquainted with the Endless Sky Temples, it would be best not to incur any trouble. The soaring tribes are very defensive of themselves." "I understand. Then let us set off." "This is..." The man nodded and was about to leave when he unconsciously swept his gaze past one of the items left onto the ground and yelped with alarm. When Han Li followed his gaze, he saw a transparent fist-sized stone. It appeared quite peculiar. Its exterior was crystalline and its interior shined with a golden flame. Most of its exterior was filthy and unremarkable, but after the earlier steam wiped away the dirt that surrounded it, the stone regained a trace of its original appearance. Just as Han Li was pondering where he had seen this stone before, Monarch Soul Divergence suddenly shouted out its name, "A gold flame stone. It's actually a gold flame stone. Youngster Han, your luck is quite good." At that moment, he recalled the item was one of the crucial ingredients he needed to craft the 7-flame fan. It hadn't been seen in the heavenly south for countless years and it was only something that could possibly be found in the Great Gene. In a rush of wind, golden light flashed in front of the middle-aged man and the gold flame stone suddenly flew through the air. Slow to react, he reached out to grab it in his alarm but the gold flame stone flew out in a streak of light and into Han Li's grasp. In that next moment, all of those present were stunned by what they saw. Han Li was holding the stone in a single hand and was carefully examining it while ignoring everyone else. The middle-aged man's complexion turned pale with rage. He eerily stared at Han Li and uttered, "Give that to me and I'll let you live if you cut off your arm." After Monarch Soul Divergence confirmed the gold flame stone was genuine, Han Li put it in his storage pouch with a flip of his hand. He then smiled towards the middle-aged man and said with an indifferent tone, I also want this item. But I don't wish to give it to you or cripple myself. Would it be better for fellow Taoists to just return without raising a scene? When the middle-aged man heard this, he grew even more furious and his hands tightened into fists. A foot-wide layer of white light suddenly shined around him as he was about to take action. When the icy woman at his side saw this, she felt there was something amiss about Han Li. Using the language of the Great Jin, she asked, "Commander Gu, what's the matter? What is that strange item? If it isn't important, don't stir up any trouble." When the middle-aged man heard this, he hesitated before sending her a voice transmission. When she heard this, she revealed an astonished expression. Her expression froze and she asked, "Is that true? Are you not mistaken?" "I am absolutely certain I am correct," the middle-aged man said with excitement. "You should also know I was originally a toolsmith and have looked through the Supreme Stone records countless times as a result. If we bring this wondrous treasure back to the palace master, the merit we would receive would be far beyond what we would gain from returning the traitor and the snow crystal pearl." When the woman heard this, she looked at Han Li once more and verified he was truly only a Foundation establishment cultivator. A cold light then flickered from her eyes and her heart was filled with killing intent. With a raised brow, the icy woman commanded, "Attack! Kill all of the Soaring Tribe's members. Leave no witnesses. The Endless Sky Temple won't become hostile with our 9 Immortals Palace over a few low-grade cultivators and a couple hundred mortals. At worst, we'll merely compensate them for a fraction of the price." She then opened her mouth and spat out a streak of silver light, arriving in front of a Soaring Tribe's Foundation establishment cultivator in an instant. Although the Soaring Tribe's cultivator was protected by a blue barrier, it wasn't able to block the full-powered strike of a core formation cultivator. As a result, a scream sounded out and he was split into two. The silver streak circled once in the air to reveal itself as a sparkling white dagger that was about a foot long. As for the Foundation establishment cultivators from the Great Jin, they immediately complied with the woman's orders and released their magic tools, attacking the remaining Soaring Tribe's cultivators. As for the mortals farther away, they were left alone for the time being since they couldn't run. When the Soaring Tribe's cultivators saw the Great Jin cultivators attacking them, they felt both alarm and fury. However, one of them was at early Foundation establishment stage while the other two were at Qi condensation stage. Against the joint attacks of the 6 Great Jin Foundation establishment cultivators, they were only able to resist for only a moment before being killed. After they were dealt with, the Great Jin Foundation establishment cultivators approached Feng Yu's carriage to deal with him. The icy woman showed indifference at the sight of this as she stood on the bat. But when she turned to look at the middle-aged man, her expression vastly changed. When the middle-aged man heard the order to attack, he immediately spat out a flying sword and had it attack Han Li in a white streak. Han Li sighed and flipped his hand in response, summoning a small pitch-black flag into his hand. With a wave, the flag surged and transformed into a black barrier that protected him from every side. When the silver streak struck the barrier, it was repelled and didn't cause the slightest damage. Feeling anxious and alarmed at having his attack easily repelled, the middle-aged man quickly employed a sword art, causing the silver streak to circle in the air before turning into a 10-meter-long python. The python tightly wrapped around the light barrier and gaped its mouth wide open in an attempt to rip it open with its fangs. However, the black light barrier was completely unfazed by the huge python's attempts to crush it. When the icy woman had a good look at the barrier, her heart turned gloomy. As she predicted, there was a reason why that Foundation establishment cultivator would dare to contest a core formation cultivator over the item. With that in mind, the woman pointed to her dagger in the distance and the magic treasure trembled for a moment before fiercely striking down at the black light barrier in a streak of light. The icy woman and middle-aged man exchanged a glance and then looked at the intact black barrier with astonishment. The icy woman turned to her subordinates and sharply commanded, "Ignore the one in the carriage. Quickly set this one aflame." When the Foundation establishment cultivators heard this, they released their fire-red spell banners into the air and created a cloud of flame into the sky once more. It slowly pressed down on Han Li's black barrier. "Good, very good. This will save me quite a bit of effort." After Han Li said this, light flashed from the top of the black barrier, revealing a giggling black-green nascent soul. It was holding a small pitch-black flag in its hand. "Nascent soul. You're a nascent soul cultivator." The icy woman felt as if she were struck by a hammer when she saw the appearance of the nascent soul. She then immediately pleaded, "We'll stop attacking and we'll immediately leave. We don't dare to contest for the item." At that same moment she commanded her dagger magic treasure to return. But then Han Li's second nascent soul wore a faint sneer and waved its flag. Suddenly the flag surged to 10 meters in height and enveloped everything nearby in a rush of dense black chi, including the fire cloud and magic treasures. As this occurred, all the great gene cultivators lost their mental connection to their magic tools and treasures. Ain Sifting Banner? You're an elder of the Ain Sifting sect. When the middle-aged man saw the banner, he cried out with fright. Then with his body glowing with light, he took to the skies in a blinding streak, abandoning his magic treasure in the process. When the icy woman heard the flag was the sect-protecting treasure of the Ain Sifting sect, she felt her blood run cold. Without another thought, she struck the huge bat with several spell seals and pressed down on it with her foot. The bat suddenly grew a third larger, brightly glowed with green light, and released a strange cry before tearing through the sky in a green streak. It flew in the opposite direction of the middle-aged man. Accustomed to the devilish sect's habits of pursuing revenge, the woman didn't truly believe the Ain Sifting sect elder would truly cease his attack. She also felt hatred towards the middle-aged man for acting so meddlesome. If it weren't for him, they would have been able to return without a problem. The Foundation establishment cultivators were all frightened in a panic and scattered in every direction on their magic tools. Azure light flashed from within the cloud of devilish chi and Han Li emerged above it. He looked at the fleeing great gene cultivators with cold intent. He slapped one of the pouches at his waist and summoned a dozen half-foot-long streaks of light that took off after the 6 Foundation establishment cultivators in groups of 2. They were the 6-winged frost centipedes. At that same moment, black light flickered from the banner, creating a meter-wide pitch-black hole in the air. A huge gold-devouring beetle wrapped in black chi flew out from the hole with eyes flickering with crimson light. It suddenly unfolded its wings and transformed into a golden light as it quickly gave chase to the middle-aged man. After the gold-devouring beetle flew off, the black-green nascent soul flew onto the Ain Sifting banner and had it dive into the cloud of devilish chi below. The devilish cloud began to roil without end and released a shrieking pitch before charging through the sky. In a blur, the cloud appeared over 300 meters away and began to surge in the direction of the huge bat. As it left dense black smoke, it resembled a devilish deity that descended upon the earth. Han Li remained motionlessly floating in the air as he observed this all with indifference. The soaring tribe mortals had fled into the distance when they saw their several immortals were killed. There were a few braver mortals that remained nearby, but they didn't dare to draw close to Han Li, given the power he displayed. In nearly the blink of an eye, the 6-winged frost centipedes had chased down the 6 Foundation establishment cultivators. These cultivators were no match, as even core formation cultivators would hold the centipedes' icy chi in fear. They covered the cultivators in large chunks of ice, saving them for later to devour their primal soul. The middle-aged man fled at a speed was no quicker than his Foundation establishment subordinates, as he no longer had his magic treasure. A huge insect was soon tailing after him. With a face of despair, the man was helpless as the gold-devouring beetle easily bit through his several barriers and bore into his body. The man then promptly fell from the sky in anguish before soon dying. As for the icy woman and the huge bat, neither of them possessed a high cultivation, but the woman's spell seals and techniques mustered an extreme speed. However, Han Li's second nascent soul managed to eventually overtake them and envelope them with the black cloud, giving the woman a silent departure from this world. By the time the second nascent soul returned, Han Li was fiddling with the snow crystal pearl in his hands. When he turned to look at what the great gene cultivators left behind, he had a bewildered expression. Han Li muttered to himself as he looked down at the corpse of the burly youth that was originally in possession of the snow crystal pearl. He had wished to save the youth and ask about the great gene, but from his black-purple complexion, it appeared he committed suicide with poison. Knowing this calamity would be difficult to escape from, he swallowed a fierce poison before the battle. In case he was captured, he wouldn't have any fear of having his soul being refined, but given how fast his soul dissipated, it seemed he had done something else as well. Han Li shook his head, feeling at a loss of whether he should laugh or cry. What a shock it would have been if he had somehow found out that Han Li would have saved him after he arrived in the afterlife. Regardless, Han Li had no relationship to his person and didn't feel particularly strongly over the matter. Then he flicked a small fireball at the youth's corpse, turning it into ash without much further thought. A moment later, the cloud of devilish chi returned. Han Li's second nascent soul waved the small black flag in its hand and absorbed all of the devilish chi into it. Then it flew a circle above Han Li before disappearing into the top of his head. He then looked around and saw the soaring tribe's mortals looking at him with fear. "Let's not stay here any longer. Follow me. You still need to tell me the location of the secret cave before you die." Han Li spoke at one of the carriages. Feng Yu slowly emerged from the carriage with his head wearing a cloak. Then with a voice faintly carrying a trace of excitement, he said, "So you were actually an elder of the Yin-sifting sect. It was no wonder you were able to easily kill that traitor Feng Zhen and possessed a medicine as rare as the vast essence pill." "A Yin-sifting sect elder? I'll speak of the matter later. Let's go." Han Li coldly chuckled and then took to the sky on a flying sword. Feng Yu hesitated for a moment before closely following after him. Two streaks lit the sky and slowly departed into the distance. At that moment, the soaring tribe mortals finally gathered the courage to reform their caravan. When their leaders met face to face, they wore a bitter expression. All of the immortals they hired were either dead or gone. They were still confused over what had happened to them. Over the next few days, the matter was eventually made known. Although the cultivators were low grade, their deaths were still significant, particularly because it involved cultivators of the Great Gene. The cultivators of a few temples immediately responded after hearing of the news. After a bit of investigation, they recognized the killer of the Great Gene cultivators was that same foreign cultivator that had slain several of their immortals. From what the mortals saw and given the cultivators who perished were from the Great Gene, the identity of this foreign cultivator was made known to be an elder of one of the 10 grand sects of the Great Gene, the Yin-sifting sect. In their previous battles, the foreign cultivator clearly hadn't made full use of his powers as he still held his sect protection treasure in reserve, but now that the Yin-sifting sect flag was discovered in his possession, it was now made clear the foreign cultivator was amongst the most important elders in the Yin-sifting sect. The soaring tribe's immortals that fought against him trembled when they found out about this. At that moment, a few soaring tribe's immortals came to a conclusion on why the foreign cultivator had appeared in the endless sky plains and was attacking them with such strength. In the Holy War several tens of years ago, the Yin-sifting sect was supporting the Mulan. Could it be that the Yin-sifting sect elder had infiltrated deep into the endless sky plains for revenge over the Mulan tribe's defeat, or was it some other conspiracy? This reasoning made just enough sense to justify his actions. The soaring tribe's immortals felt much more at ease with that misleading conclusion as they now had a background to attach to this enemy foreign cultivator. They believed now they knew how to better deal with him. The Endless Sky Temple immediately sent a large number of cultivators out to patrol the border of the Jin Empire and the Endless Sky Plains to prevent the Yin-sifting sect from rescuing their elder. They also quickly gathered a large number of nascent soul cultivators in order to eliminate the Yin-sifting sect elder. Regardless of the foreign cultivator's identity or powers, he wouldn't be leaving the Endless Sky Plains alive. If he were to somehow escape, it would cause a massive loss of face and prestige for the Endless Sky Temple if it were made known. For this day of spirit release, the Endless Sky Priestess was personally presiding over the spirit release rites at one of the temples and hastily rushed through the ceremony in 2 days. The next day, over 100 high-grade immortals finished their bathing rites and began to gather behind the temple in a carefully guarded area. This restricted area spanned over 3,000 meters and had a huge formation diagram at its center with over 100 mid-grade spirit stones embedded within it. At the center of the formation, there was a light gray altar over 20 meters tall. It was rather simple and was made of white stone. Apart from several unknown talisman characters on its walls, there were no other decorations and engravings. There were about a dozen early nascent soul cultivators surrounding the spell formation, all standing in place with a solemn expression as if waiting for something. After a brief moment of silence, 2 women and 1 man walked into the restriction. A slender silver-robed woman walked between them and had her face covered in a white shawl, but her flawless skin, jet-black hair and enchanting eyes were enough to stir anyone's soul. The man that accompanied her was an elegant man in his early 30s, but his eyes seemed to contain a vast depth. As for the woman at her side, she had a beautiful face and an alluring figure, not to mention her strange purple hair. She wore yellow clothes and walked with exposed arms with jet-black, fist-sized ghost heads biting down on each of them, but she didn't reveal the slightest pain. "Greetings, Saintess. Grand Elders." When the surrounding soaring tribe's cultivators saw the 3 entering, they immediately bowed. The 3 nodded in acknowledgement and walked 10 meters in front of the altar before coming to a halt and turning around. The silver-clothed woman gracefully turned around and slowly spoke in a clear and pleasant voice. "Everyone, there is no need to be overly courteous. We are not only performing this summoning ceremony to hunt the foreign cultivator down but to also have the incarnation of the sacred beast remain permanently at our temple. I hope you fellow Taoists will assist me with all your strength. In order to succeed with these summoning rites, these two Grand Elders have spent over 10 years in preparation. Grand Elders, please present your offerings. The other soaring tribe immortals revealed excitement upon hearing this. The elegant man and purple-haired beauty glanced at one another and smiled before they clapped their palms together, shaking the ground with a series of heavy thuds. This came as a great shock to many of those present, and they hastily looked around them. Two groups of 6-meter-tall copper statues walked in from both sides of the plaza. There were 8 statues in each group and their bodies shined with golden light. They were all holding 2 huge wooden palanquin as they slowly made their way towards the altar. When the bronze statues brought the palanquin in front of the altar and placed it down, even the more collected bystanders couldn't help but gasp in shock at the sight of what was on it. On one palanquin there was a large bison that glowed with azure light. On the other was a huge white python coiled up. They were both soundly asleep on the palanquins. The most notable thing about these demon beasts was the demonic chi their bodies emitted. It indicated these demon beasts were at the peak of grade 7 and were on the verge of becoming fearsome grade 8 demon beasts. It was no wonder why the Grand Elders spent such a long time before they managed to capture them alive. The silver-clothed woman coolly swept her gaze across those present and calmly said, "This is an azure wind bison and an ice armor python. They are rarely ever found and will be suitable sacrifices. We will have to see whether or not they will be enough for the sacred beast's incarnation to remain in our mortal world. Let us now begin preparations for the sacrifice." She then waved towards the huge beasts on the palanquins. Suddenly, silver threads shot out from her hand and tightly wrapped around the beasts. Silver light then glowed from the threads and the huge beasts began to float from the ground and make their way towards the altar. At that moment, the azure bison began to awaken, and when it saw what was happening, it knew it was in danger and began to shake its body in an attempt to break free. However, there were several types of restrictions placed on its body as well as over 100 silver chains restricting it, preventing it from moving in the slightest. It could only watch in furious alarm as it floated towards the altar. Its attempts to roar were in vain as its mouth was tightly shut. The silver-robed woman turned towards the altar and flicked her sleeve, launching a fist-sized ball of azure light in the air. It circled once around the bull before stopping above it and revealing itself to be a small cauldron wrapped in faint azure flames. It continued to spin in place as it floated in the air. The saintess formed a hand gesture and began to slowly mutter an incantation. The azure flames surged around the cauldron, causing it to gradually grow to 3 meters in height. If Hanli saw this, he would have been shocked dumbstruck. Apart from the cauldron's flames, it looked almost exactly the same as the Heaven Void cauldron. It had both a similar shape and similar decorative carvings on its surface. The endless sky saintess gradually sped up her incantations and extended her finger at the cauldron, ordering its lid to launch into the air in a streak of azure light. Then, sparkling grains of sand flew out from the cauldron and enveloped the altar, entrancing all the spectators present. When the saintess saw this, she stopped her incantations and pointed to the chained bison on the altar. In a flash of light, the silver chains constricted, tightly digging into the beast's flesh until they cut through it like 1,000 blades, splitting the beast into over 100 pieces and filling the air with the scent of blood. The azure sand began to stream onto the silver chains and densely cover the altar. Then, the bison's corpse began to pulse in azure light as the sand gradually consumed its flesh, much to the shock of those watching. A ball of green light suddenly flew out from the bison's corpse and directly shot into the air. It was the primal soul that the azure wind bison had strenuously cultivated for many years. But before it could travel far, several bolts of azure light streaked out from the altar and struck it down, submerging it into the streams of sand below. After the time it took to finish a meal, the huge beast's corpse had completely disappeared. The entirety of its flesh and bones had been consumed by the azure sand, with each grain containing a trace of its blood. When the saintess saw this, she calmly waved towards the huge white python and the chains tightened around it, silently bringing it to the top of the altar. A similar sacrifice occurred with the python. With the flesh and souls of the 2 grade 7 demon beasts consumed, the azure sand transformed into a cloud of blood above the altar and floated there motionlessly. Then, the saintess used an incantation gesture to will the huge cauldron to slowly float from the altar in a series of trembles. She turned to the two late nascent soul cultivators behind her and respectfully said, "I am going to start summoning the holy beast. Please lend me your power." The elegant youth smiled and calmly said, "Of course. We will do our utmost." The purple-haired woman pursed her lips in a smile as well. The saintess nodded and raised her hands. She flicked her fingers and repeatedly struck the surrounding spell formation with spell seals. Soon it began to shine with bright light and activation. Both the huge cauldron on the altar and the spell formation underneath began to pulse azure light in synchronization. The azure flame on the cauldron also weakened. The saintess walked half a step forward and raised her head, uttering a cryptic incantation. Then the two grand immortals placed a hand on the saintess' shoulders and slowly channeled spiritual power into her body. The saintess' body glowed with silver light and the pattern of a flood dragon with an ox head appeared on her forehead. She pressed her hands together and then opened them to release two beams of pure spiritual power at the cauldron. As the cauldron spun, it absorbed the white light without end. And soon, it began to spout out a mist of azure light that soon condensed into a head-sized ball of light above the cauldron. As time went on, more of the mist concentrated in the ball and glowed with blinding light. The saintess' expression turned grim when she saw this, and the beams of light in her hand fluctuated in size as if attempting to control the cauldron. The two grand immortals continued to pour in spiritual power into the saintess' body, not daring to stop or neglect their task. As time slowly passed by, the ball of light grew more dazzling and began to release a sharp shriek. At that moment, the spell formation surrounding them began to hum and continuously release beams of various colored light towards the ball. The saintess' expression grew stern with caution and she began to quicken her incantation. A while later, the ball of light shrunk before rupturing into a blazing azure sun. It faded away to reveal an egg-sized azure hole floating in the air. The hole only existed for a short time before fading away. Soon, a scarlet light shot out from the hole and charged into the cloud of blood above. The scarlet light was a magnet to the bloody grains in the cloud, drawing the sand towards itself in a rush and tightly covering it in a squirming foot-large crimson cocoon. The soaring tribe immortals watching this were dumbstruck by the sight. The saintess silently pointed at the huge cauldron, causing countless azure threads to shoot out from it, wrapping around the crimson cocoon and dragging it into the cauldron. Then its lid slammed down onto the cauldron and sealed it. Azure flames surged to 10 meters in height around the cauldron, completely submerging it. The spell formation below the altar then began to flicker with light and condense an astonishing spiritual chi that slowly poured into the flames. When the saintess saw this, she sighed with relief. The saintess turned around and spoke with a clear voice. The ritual was finished smoothly. However, we will need to wait a month before we can see the result of the Holy Beast's incarnation. Of course, even if the Holy Beast incarnation can't remain long in our mortal realm, it will last at least a week. This will be more than enough time for the Holy Beast to find the foreign cultivator. After the Holy Beast completes its sculpted body, the two grand immortals and I will lead the hunt for the foreign cultivator. Before this, everyone should rest and prepare yourselves. Naturally, the soaring tribe immortals didn't raise any objections to this and they all departed. However, a few were curious and couldn't help but take a few more glances at the huge cauldron. Not long after, only the saintess and the two grand immortals remained in the restricted area. Fellow Taoist Su, immortal son. The saintess called out to the two late nascent soul cultivators and said, "I must trouble you two to guard the cauldron for 2 days to prevent anything unexpected from happening." "Of course," the purple-haired woman immediately replied, "we don't wish for our 10 years of effort to fail while we're on the verge of success." The elegant man nodded and said nothing else. The saintess relaxed when she heard this, but then, a series of thunderous growls faintly shook the cauldron and caused her expression to freeze. Soon after, the 3 cultivators present exchanged a glance and promptly sat cross-legged around the altar. 2 days later, the sounds of a bell repeatedly rang throughout the endless sky temples. The many low-grade cultivators and tribes that still remained at the temples looked at them with astonishment. Afterwards, over a dozen streaks of light tore through the sky and flew south without any intention of stopping. Although the streaks of light traveled quickly and no one could see who was flying inside them, it was obvious that none of these streaks of light could have belonged to low-grade cultivators, much to the shock of those who saw them. 3 days later, an azure streak flew past the southern end of the Heavenly Water River, the endless sky plain's largest river. It flew a large circle on the river's surface, revealing itself to be a crimson flood dragon with an ox head. The flood dragon was only a dozen meters long and a layer of faint azure light covered it, obscuring its precise appearance. The endless sky saintess was floating above its head, as she examined the surface of the water. A moment later, several streaks of light flashed from the sky and two grand immortals had appeared. "Fellow Taoist Lin, has the holy beast found him?" the purple-haired woman asked. The saintess answered, "Definitely. Since this person is carrying so many gold-devouring beetles, he won't be able to conceal himself from the holy beast. He shouldn't be far from the surface of the water. This person is truly cunning to flee when the holy beast submerged. It was how he was able to conceal himself from us so many times. Let us go." "Good," the elegant man coldly replied. "I also wish to see whether or not he is truly a yin-sifting sect elder. He was already struck by brother whose elemental immortal rest palm, but he is still able to safely evade us. I truly wish to see what he is capable of. I heard this person's appearance wasn't very tall and he seemed young. I also wish to see who is this powerful character," the purple-haired woman said. "Since you two are so eager, let's go." The silver-robed woman chuckled and then a silver mark appeared on her forehead. By using some sort of ancient language, she spoke into their holy beast beneath her with a respectful tone. Afterwards, the holy beast snorted and took off in a streak of azure light. When the other cultivators saw this, they hastily followed after her. They followed the river for over 200 kilometers before finding a section of narrow river channels. Afterwards, a faint crimson streak emerged from the water and streaked far into the distance before suddenly disappearing. The saintess waited for her two companions to catch up and said, "Not good." The foreign cultivator had sensed something and used a secret evasion technique to run. He is now over 100 kilometers away. It will be troublesome given how powerful this person's spiritual sense is. The others are too slow. Let's go ahead and block his path. Otherwise, it is going to be hard to track him again. The two grand immortals didn't raise any objections. They promptly raised their hands and sent a voice transmission to the few cultivators following them. Then the three quickly followed the foreign cultivator's track with all their speed. Although they were so far away and weren't able to lock their spiritual sense onto the foreign cultivator, the incarnation of their holy beast possessed profound and great abilities. The three were right on his tail. The chase continued for an entire day. Although Hanli would use the blood shadow evasion technique to separate from them by a huge distance, they would soon track him down and give chase once more. Hanli was forced to unseal his cultivation 3 times, and now that he was still unable to shake them off, his heart grew sullen. "Senior, I've already shaken off these soaring tribes cultivators 3 times and left a large distance between them each time, but they were always soon to catch my trail. Could it be there is some spiritual sense strengthening technique that is beyond the Great Development Technique? How can they catch sight of me so far away?" Hanli asked, his complexion deathly pale from strain. At that moment, Hanli had already lifted the soul lock seal and was flying through the air in an azure streak. He had done this 3 times already to make use of the blood shadow evasion technique each time, bringing Hanli's body to the brink of crisis. If he wasn't using several high-grade secret techniques to forcefully suppress his baleful chi backlash and his use of a dozen drops of myriad spirit milk to make up for the blood essence requirement of blood shadow evasion, he feared he wouldn't be able to press on. And under such strain, he had already lost 3 years of his cultivation. If it weren't for the many medicine pills he had taken, it was quite possible that he would have dropped to an entire level of cultivation. With his body pushed to its limits and the late nascent soul cultivators pursuing him, he found himself in dire crisis. But before he figured out how the soaring tribe's immortals were tracking him, he couldn't rashly make use of the blood shadow evasion technique. Otherwise, he'd be ruining himself only for them to eventually track him down. Monarch Soul Divergence coldly snorted and said, "Although I am completely confident in my great development arts, I don't dare to boast it as the #1 spiritual sense technique in the cultivation world. There aren't many who possess aptitude greater than mine, but they do exist. The possibility of them possessing a particularly powerful technique is minuscule. However, those chasing you aren't tracking you down through an immensely powerful spiritual sense. Instead, they are tracking you through inhuman means." When Hanli heard this, he came to a sudden realization. "Inhuman means? You mean that demon beast?" "That's right. Didn't you sense something similar to a demon beast behind you? Its appearance is exactly the same as what the soaring tribe's mortal described of their patron god, the Endless Sky Beast. Those people from the Endless Sky temples most likely summoned the beast to deliberately reclaim the face they lost from having their nascent soul immortals killed by you. It isn't odd for something not from this world to be able to track you down. Hanli frowned and hesitantly asked, "The endless sky beast? I've made note of it, but this particular beast only possessed magic power around the level of a grade 7 demon beast, far inferior to the Mulan's sacred bird. How can it possess such abilities?" "Hee, I've heard you speak of your continent's war against the Mulan and how they summoned a projection of their sacred bird with the assistance of a treasure. It merely possessed an illusory body and emerged in this world from nowhere. From what I sensed, the demon beast following you should have a genuine body. If that's the case, the endless sky beast seemed to use an ability similar to the elder devil's possession through the use of some other beasts as a medium to bring itself into this world. Do not underestimate the abilities this incarnation possesses. If you give it enough time, it will grow into a fearsome existence. To the best of my knowledge, there are several other similar incarnations that descended into this world, but they are all fearsome to behold. And they are rarely ever seen by common cultivators. There are such kind of beings in our mortal world? However, there is no time for me to further discuss this matter with you. Regardless of whether this is a demon beast or a holy beast, does Senior have a method of escaping its pursuit? It will be greatly troublesome if the seal continues to be lifted." As Hanli swept his spiritual sense behind him, he spotted 3 cultivators and a demon beast in the distance behind him and grew apprehensive as a result. Monarch Soul Divergence answered, "There are countless strange beasts in the upper realms. Who knows what kind of amazing abilities it is using to track you? Your chi restraining abilities are quite to my satisfaction as well. It appears there are no good methods apart from slaying this beast. However, I can instruct you on a simple method of feigning death, capable of extinguishing all signs of life from your body, but I do not know how useful this will be. After all, the demon beast might not be tracking you down through your aura." Hanli grew silent and then a cold glint flickered from his eyes. He fiercely said, "Fine, then I will kill this beast." Monarch Soul Divergence said with alarm, "I fear you won't have the opportunity to kill that beast. It is being accompanied by 2 grand immortals and that masked mid-nascent soul stage woman should be the Endless Sky Saintess. Her abilities shouldn't be anything to underestimate either. If I don't take the risk, there will be no opportunities. I will have to treat my second nascent soul as a disposable resource if I am to succeed," Hanli said with an icy tone. Silvermoon then said, "Master, if you plan on doing that, I also wish to help you." After hearing her, Hanli asked, "How are your injuries? Will you be able to persist in drawing their attention away as an artifact spirit?" Silvermoon smiled and said, "I am the artifact spirit of Master's magic treasure. No matter how severe my injuries may be, so long as Master's flying swords aren't destroyed, I will not die. Master doesn't need to worry much on my behalf. At most, I will only remain asleep in Master's magic treasure for a few years." After some consideration, Hanli sighed and said, "All right. Since our current situation is far from good, I will have to trouble you." Afterwards, Hanli learned the incantation for feigning death from Monarch Soul Divergence. With that memorized, he then immediately placed his hand on the top of his head. His second nascent soul appeared in a flash of black light and spat out the een-sifting banner from its mouth. It then shook the flag without end and leaped into the air. In the blink of an eye, black clouds gathered around them in a storm, darkening the sky for a whole kilometer and filling the air with devilish chi. "Take this. If the Endless Sky Saintess chases after you with the beast, use this sword to strike it down," Hanli said with an imposing tone. Then with a wave of his hand, he summoned a small crimson sword and tossed it into the black clouds. It was the Blood Devil sword. Afterwards, a piercing shriek echoed from the clouds and the sword flew off with astonishing momentum. Hanli glanced at the devilish cloud in the distance with a sullen expression. Then he summoned a small bottle with a flip of his hand and poured a drop of myriad-year spirit milk into his mouth. His body brightly glowed with spiritual light and he tore through the sky in an azure streak. "What's going on? If I'm not mistaken, the foreign cultivator's nascent soul materialized and fled on its own?" When the purple-haired woman saw this, she couldn't help but yelp in astonishment. The elegant man shook his head and said in a grave tone, "That can't be right. If an ordinary nascent soul materializes, its body cannot move on its own. However, that person is now fleeing in a different direction from his nascent soul. Could it be he cultivated something similar to the three-corpse soul technique?" The purple-haired woman wore a pensive expression and said, "If he's trying to use a doppelganger technique in an attempt to escape us, he won't succeed. The nascent soul won't be able to escape us either so long as we pay attention to its whereabouts. Now that an intact nascent soul has fled, it shouldn't be something like the six soul divisions technique that fellow Taoist Gui cultivates. Could it be this is a legendary second nascent soul? The saintess frowned and felt a wave of alarm. The elegant man turned his head to the saintess and asked, "Did the holy beast sense anything strange?" "It can't," the saintess sighed. "The holy beast only managed to bring a trace of its spiritual sense into this world. It will need over 100 years of cultivation before it can completely make use of its spiritual sense. Its abilities are limited as its cultivation is only at the level of a grade 7 demon beast." The elegant man pondered for a moment before saying, "This will be somewhat troublesome. Since we can't distinguish which one is genuine, we cannot allow either one to flee. How about I take on the nascent soul while you two pursue the man with the holy beast? With my abilities, it shouldn't take much time to deal with a mere nascent soul." "That plan sounds reliable," the purple-haired woman said with a smile. "With me by the saintess' side, nothing should happen to her. While that nascent soul might not be his primary soul, don't kill it for now. First, try to find the method to breed the gold-devouring beetles from it." "Of course," the elegant man said, "I've considered that as well." The saintess felt there was no problem with this plan either and agreed. The elegant man parted ways with the other two and flew after Han Li's second nascent soul in a 30-meter-long green streak of light, disappearing from view. The endless sky saintess and the purple-haired woman didn't change direction and continued pursuing Han Li. Soon, the two traveled over 50 kilometers and closed the distance between them and Han Li. "We should only be about 30 kilometers away from them. Silvermoon, it's time for you to leave." Han Li's sleeve trembled as a small silver wolf flew out from it, landing at Han Li's side. Then in a blur, Silvermoon took the shape of Han Li's form. Han Li's face wore a wry smile in response, but since there was no time he said nothing else and summoned a storage pouch and a thumb-sized azure pearl before handing them over to Silvermoon. Han Li explained, "Since you're a tool spirit without a flesh body and won't be able to nimbly control magic treasures, bring the gold-devouring beetles with you and the lightning pearl. If that demon beast follows after you, consider nothing else apart from wounding the beast. It will be fine so long as you disable it for the time being. Master, be at ease. If the endless sky beast follows me, I will not allow it to easily escape." In Han Li's image, Silvermoon took the two treasures and tore through the sky in a silver streak. Han Li looked at Silvermoon's transformed appearance as she departed, sighing in amazement at her impressive illusion. In all manners of appearance and aura, she appeared exactly the same as him. Does Senior believe Silvermoon's illusion techniques will allow her to trick the two pursuers? Han Li asked Monarch Soul Divergence. In any case, they should most likely not be able to see through her since I can't detect anything either. Your artifact spirit is quite unique. Even I am unable to completely see through her illusion. At one moment her illusion is weaker and in another, it is stronger. If it weren't for the holy beast of theirs, they definitely wouldn't be able to differentiate between the two of you. After a moment of silence, Han Li's feeling of unease still remained, but he flew in the opposite direction of Silvermoon regardless. Of course, Han Li couldn't have known that giving Silvermoon a portion of the gold-devouring beetles was an unintentionally effective move. When the soaring tribe's immortals saw that Han Li split into two and were heading in different directions, the purple-haired woman and the saintess exchanged a look of dismay and stopped. The purple-haired woman brushed the hair from her face and she clicked her tongue in amazement. "What is this? An incarnation technique? Their auras and spiritual chi fluctuate at the same strength and they both appear entirely the same. That cultivator truly has many techniques." Feeling quite the headache from this sudden development, the saintess said, "The distance is too far between them. There is no way of telling which one is the genuine of the two with our spiritual sense. I'll have the holy beast examine them." Soon after, the woman uttered a few words to the endless sky beast with an ancient language. Azure light then flashed from the beast's body and the pair of bull horns on its body became crystalline and transparent. It cried out several times and it gave the saintess an answer with its spiritual sense. "It is truly troublesome. He might have discovered we were tracking him through the scent of the gold-devouring beetles. Both of these doppelgangers possess the beetles and the holy beast isn't able to differentiate them." The purple-haired woman raised her brow and said, "If that's the case, we can't let either of them escape. It's no matter. Let us each pursue one of them each. Now that we're so close and he's using such tricks to split us apart, he shouldn't have anything else up his sleeve. Since he plans on dividing our forces, how about we properly oblige him?" The saintess then wore a cold smile. Yes, but I heard that while this person possesses mid-nascent soul cultivation, his abilities are no weaker than a late-nascent soul cultivator, the purple-haired woman worriedly said. However, he's injured, so you shouldn't have much to fear from him if you encounter his true self. I will chase the other one. So long as he doesn't use any wicked movement techniques, I should be able to deal with him and join back with you. Please don't worry, Immortal Sunday. Although that crimson movement technique is strange, it clearly comes at great cost, or he would have already used it to leave us behind. He's managed to escape us until now, but I reckon he is at the end of the line. I also have the Holy Cauldron to protect me, so there are no worries. The Saintess smiled and spoke with confidence. In that case, it should be fine. I'll be heading out first. The purple woman smiled and then flew off in a purple streak of light, chasing after one of the Han Lees. As for the Saintess, she chased after the other one with a cold glint of light flashing from her eyes. With a rare tone of concern, Monarch Soul Divergence said, "They've separated as you've expected. Youngster Han, your plan to separate them was truly effective. It appears their holy beast only has a fraction of its soul and is still lacking in its abilities. Even if you don't kill that endless sky beast soon, the duration of the seal release will run out and the two grand immortals will return. You'll be left in dire straits, not to mention the endless sky Saintess won't be easy to deal with either." Han Li used his spiritual sense to look at the Saintess trailing behind him, and he sullenly replied, "I have a plan. I don't wish to kill the woman, only the holy beast. It shouldn't take much time." "Oh? Then I will wait and see what happens," Monarch Soul Divergence said with a calm tone. Han Li didn't reply. When the time came and he felt an opportunity was about to arrive, he suddenly flew in a circle and slapped his storage pouch, releasing several thousands of gold-devouring beetles in a surging rush. They formed a golden buzzing cloud that revolved in the air. Then, several tens of sparkling gold flying swords shot out from his sleeve. Under the control of a spell seal, they transformed into over 100 astonishing sword lights wrapped around his body. After forming 2 incantation gestures, he shouted, "Join!" The sword lights trembled and flew upward, filling the air with blinding golden light. In the blink of an eye, it formed an imposing 20-meter-long sword. Han Li then opened his mouth and spat out a ball of purple flames. It transformed into a foot-long bird and charged into the huge sword. The purple firebird ruptured and covered the huge sword in a layer of purple flames. Countless small arcs of golden lightning then flashed from within the purple flames, in a display of immense power. Han Li frowned when he saw this. After some thought, he spat a mist of azure chi onto the sword. Suddenly, the arcing lightning from the sword disappeared without a trace. He nodded with satisfaction from the sight, and under his mental command, the golden sword pierced into the sky, instantly entering the black clouds and disappearing without a trace. At that moment, a faint speck of light could be seen from the horizon. It was the endless sky Saintess. Han Li narrowed his eyes when he saw her, and his sleeve trembled, summoning a set of azure flying swords that began to circle around him. A blue shield then flew out from his other sleeve to block his front. He flipped his 2 palms to summon an ancient purple mirror he acquired from Devilfall Valley in one hand, and his spirit subjugation talisman in the other. With the soul lock seal lifted, the last use of his talisman should raise his cultivation to an even higher level than the last 2 times he used it. Having thought that, he quietly waited in place for the Saintess to arrive. Although the holy beast didn't possess a high cultivation, its speed was truly unordinary. In a span of a few breaths, it quickly arrived several hundred meters in front of Han Li. Han Li coldly examined the Saintess and then turned to look at the endless sky beast. Apart from its large bull head, he wasn't able to make out anything particularly fearsome about it. Compared to the beast, the endless sky Saintess was far more eye-catching. She possessed outstanding and unique charm, not to mention her immensely powerful cultivation as well. As Han Li examined her, the Saintess did so as well. She felt somewhat alarmed by Han Li's young appearance, but her attention was immediately attracted to the huge cloud of gold-devouring beetles in the sky. She couldn't help but betray an expression of delight. "You?" The Saintess hesitated for a moment as if wanting to ask something. However, Han Li had a limited amount of time before the soul lock seal would take effect again, and he also feared she would discover the huge sword hidden in the sky. Uninterested in the woman wasting his limited time, he silently pointed to the gold-devouring beetles in the sky and commanded them to charge towards her. Then, the azure flying swords fluttering around him swept towards the woman in waves of sword blurs. "You're courting death." When the endless sky saintess saw that Han Li immediately set out to attack, she flew into a rage and raised her hand, releasing a dark green bracelet from her wrist. It massively grew in size and rushed to meet the sword blurs. She tossed the spirit beast pouch into the air with her other hand. In a flash of golden light, over 10 huge fully matured gold-devouring beetles shot towards the insect cloud. As this all happened, she hadn't noticed how the black clouds in the sky were slowly growing closer to her. The jade band was a powerful ancient treasure. As soon as the azure sword blurs made contact with it, the jade band began to quickly spin and contain all the sword blurs inside of it. When Han Li sensed the swords rendered completely ineffective by the powerful revolving force, he felt his heart tremble. As for the dozen mature gold-devouring beetles, they had a huge advantage against Han Li's swarm. Han Li clearly saw that while his own beetles far outnumbered the fully mature gold-devouring beetles, they weren't able to harm them in the slightest. Rather, the fully mature gold-devouring beetles were devouring the smaller beetles one bite at a time. With a sullen expression, Han Li silently slapped the spirit subjugation talisman on his body, instantly beginning his transformation. His entire body glowed with crimson light as red scales covered it and a flood dragon horn appeared on the top of his head. An astonishing aura then surged from Han Li's body. The saintess yelped in shock, "What technique is this?" But then without the slightest fear, she opened her mouth and spat out a scarf magic treasure. It circled around her body before growing over 10 meters long. It then stood upright to reveal the portrait of a huge silver silkworm. Han Li was startled when he saw this. Just as he pondered about the treasure's abilities, light began to glow from the silver silkworm portrait on the scarf and it came to life. It opened its mouth and shot out streams of silver thread in Han Li's direction. The two were separated by a gap of over 300 meters, but the dense streams of silver thread closed the distance in an instant. In Han Li's alarm, he pointed to the blue light shield without any further thought. The shield immediately transformed into a large barrier of light and completely enveloped Han Li. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a ball of purple flame at the barrier of light. Purple glacial chi burst from the light barrier and covered an area of 10 meters in front of him. Then with a crackle, a purple ice wall 30 meters tall was raised in front of him. With a large clap, the silver thread struck the ice wall and created a dense grouping of holes. It nearly appeared as if the ice wall was on the verge of collapsing from the damage. When Han Li saw this, he raised his hand and struck the ice wall with a spell seal. Purple light flowed across the ice wall and released an astonishing glacial chi. Not only was the damage from the silver threads repaired, but the wall condensed another layer of thick purple ice around it, quickly turning it even more difficult to destroy. In addition, the glacial chi turned into purple flames in the blink of an eye and spread across the silver threads towards the embroidered scarf magic treasure. It appeared almost as if thin purple snakes were fiercely pouncing towards it. With an expression changed from shock, the saintess thought, "What is this vicious technique?" Despite her surprise, her actions didn't slow in the slightest. She held her hands in an incantation gesture and then gracefully pointed at the embroidered scarf floating in the air. The portrait of the silver silkworm opened its mouth once more and spat out a puff of white flame. It traveled along the silver threads and rushed towards the purple flames to meet their attack. Both of the flames quickly struck each other on the silver threads and the purple-white flames weaved together, and after a short moment, the purple flames massively overtook the white flames and quickly gained ground. When the saintess saw this, she unconsciously frowned and spoke a few words in an ancient language. Suddenly, the soaring sky beast let out a low roar from underneath her and spat a stream of azure flames to merge with the white flames. Joined together, the azure-white flames were able to block the purple ice flames for the time being. In the gap of delay, the saintess waved her hand and summoned an octagonal metal pendant into her grasp before tossing it into the air. The metal pendant then instantly transformed into a huge bagua diagram, blazing with scarlet flames, and launched itself in Han Li's direction. Han Li curled his lips at the sight of this. Without a change of expression, thunder clapped from his back, summoning a pair of silver wings. As the bagua diagram was about to strike him, he blurred and disappeared in a flash of silver lightning. With the bagua diagram missing its mark, Han Li reappeared over 100 meters away with a flap of his wings before disappearing once more. Lightning movement. When the saintess saw Han Li draw closer to her, she muttered the name of this famed technique with a solemn expression. She then grasped her hands in an ancient incantation gesture and had the soaring sky beast spit out a vast sea of white mist before they quickly took cover within it. In the blink of an eye, they completely disappeared into the mist. Another clap of thunder soon rang out and Han Li reappeared at the mist side with an expression of surprise. He wasn't able to find any trace of the Saintess within the white mist as it completely blocked his spiritual sense from entering it. However, he didn't have the time to allow the two to continue hiding away. Han Li waved his hand with an icy expression, summoning an ancient purple mirror in front of him. Then with the mirror held in his hands, he poured the entirety of his spiritual power into it, causing it to pulse with light and release a beam of sparkling purple light through the mist. The beam of purple light caused the white mist to roil before soon scattering it away, soon to leave no further cover for the Saintess. But at that moment, an azure flame spat out from a portion of the remaining mist, blocking the purple light from pressing any further. Han Li quickly focused on the source of this flame and faintly saw the lone silhouette of the endless sky beast deep in the mist. However, there was no trace of the Saintess standing on top of it. Han Li rejoiced at the sight. He was originally planning of a way to separate the woman from the holy beast, but now that she took the initiative to abandon it, an extremely rare opportunity had appeared before him. Although he didn't know where the endless sky Saintess was hidden or what technique she was preparing, he couldn't allow this opportunity to pass him by. With that thought, Han Li sent out a mental command without the slightest hesitation. The huge sword hidden away in the clouds up above suddenly let out a sharp howl and parted away the clouds with a flash of lightning as it chopped down at the endless sky beast with astonishing speed. Ablaze with purple flames and golden lightning, the sword left claps of thunder in its wake. It was only moments before splitting the beast into two. Han Li watched with delight, but soon his expression twisted with disbelief. The soaring sky beast's body turned into rolls of white mist before disappearing from sight. Losing his judgment in his excitement, Han Li wasn't able to see through the beast's illusion and had impulsively taken action. Not good. Han Li shouted out in alarm. No longer attempting to look for the endless sky beast's true body, he quickly withdrew, but a large sparkling azure light shined above him and immediately slowed his movements. At that same moment, he could hear the Saintess chanting an incantation. Ha hastily looked up in alarm and saw a ball of silver light. The Saintess was floating 100 meters above him and ancient silver patterns appeared on her forehead. As she continued chanting, a small cauldron appeared in her hand. The cauldron then released a large expanse of silver light that enveloped an area of 100 meters around it. The Heaven Void Cauldron? Han Li shouted out its name in alarm and his face completely paled. He hastily looked inside of himself to find the Heaven Void Cauldron safely stored. What was happening? Could there be a second Heaven Void Cauldron in this world? Yet to recover from his bewilderment, the small cauldron above him began to glow with light and surge in size. In the blink of an eye, it grew to 12 meters in size. Then under the command of the Saintess spell seal, the cauldron dazzlingly glowed and released an unending stream of sparkling azure sand. The stream of sand gathered together into a cloud before moving to envelop Han Li. When Han Li saw this, his wings flapped without another thought and silver lightning sparked from his back. But then, faint roars of thunder could be heard from the white mist. The sound wave of the thunder swept past Han Li and caused the silver lightning of his wings to flicker and completely disappear, disabling his lightning movement for the time being. What ability is this? Han Li hastily glanced at the mist in alarm and saw the faint silhouette of the endless sky beast at the edge of it, but he was unable to tell if it was its genuine body. With the cloud of sand only 30 meters above him, Han Li was helpless to escape it. He could only point at the blue light shield and have it wrap around him in a large blue barrier. As soon as the sand and blue light barrier made contact, the azure sand brilliantly shined and massively expanded in size, each grain turning into the size of a boulder as it smashed down on the blue light barrier. A series of booms echoed through the air. No matter how formidable the blue light barrier may be, it wasn't able to withstand such a vast number of powerful strikes. In an instant, it blurred and dimmed. In addition, the cloud of sand split into two and transformed into two flood dragons, wrapping around the light barrier to restrict Han Li. Without another thought, Han Li opened his mouth and spat out a small cauldron. He flicked his finger against it and a blue icy flame appeared on its surface. It was the divine spirit treasure he cultivated to its first layer, the Heaven Void Cauldron. Although he was only able to make use of only a small portion of the cauldron's power, Han Li had no choice but to use it after being pushed to the brink. He swept his hand past the surface of the cauldron and a wave of blue light flew out from it, tightly wrapping around him. Han Li then spread out his arms and flicked his fingers at the two sand flood dragons. A dozen streaks of azure sword chi were released, weaving through the air and fiercely striking the flood dragons. As a result, a dozen thumb-sized holes appeared in the flood dragons' heads, but to little effect. Hanli felt his heart grow tense. Just as he thought to avoid the incoming attacks, his body felt as heavy as a mountain and his actions were brought to a standstill, restricting his movements in their entirety. The flood dragons appeared before him and charged into him, collapsing into clouds of sand on impact in two muffled groans. Then, with bright light glowing around Hanli's body, the cloud of sands condensed into a giant cocoon around him, soundly sealing him inside. The saintess had been initially shocked when Hanli brought out a small cauldron similar to her own holy cauldron, but when she saw how easily Hanli had been trapped by the sand, she simply smiled. The might of the holy cauldron's sand was immensely powerful. So long as someone was trapped in it, they would be completely disabled and at her mercy. Even late nascent soul cultivators wouldn't be able to escape in a short time. A huge bang sounded out as Hanli's blue light barrier was shattered and another layer of sand immediately wrapped around his body. In that moment, the woman felt at ease and floated down as she stood on top of her huge cauldron. But after descending only 30 meters, a massive change occurred. Countless beams of light suddenly penetrated from within the hardy cocoon from every direction. Before the saintess could give another command, the sand cocoon collapsed back into a cloud and floated motionlessly in the air. At the center of the sand cloud was a large dazzling blue light. Hanli was inside of it, holding a small cauldron in his hand as he stared at the saintess. The saintess came to a sudden stop and looked at Hanli with an unsightly expression, disbelief flooding her mind. A cold snort could be heard from Hanli as he slapped the lid of the heaven void cauldron. Ripples upon ripples of blue light clearly resonated from the cauldron and soon spread around him, causing the surrounding sand to vanish as soon as the ripples of light passed by them, appearing almost as if the light had consumed it. The saintess was wildly alarmed by the scene and hastily formed a hand incantation, ordering the sand to resume its attack. However, the sand quietly remained in place as if having completely lost connection to the saintess' spiritual sense. Suddenly, the saintess betrayed panic from her face and stamped down on the huge cauldron. It continued to revolve for a time before spouting out a blinding azure light to envelope Hanli. One Bagua, also known as the 8 trigrams. It is most often represented as a yin-yang symbol with 8 different trigrams surrounding it in an octagon. Hanli narrowed his eyes and began to circulate the first layer of the Heaven Void Cauldron's artifact imprint technique. A dragon's cry roared out from the cauldron and the cauldron's lid launched into the air in a streak of blue light, revealing the rainbow light that shined from within it. Then the sea of azure light the saintess used to freeze Hanli's movements was quickly absorbed into the Heaven Void Cauldron. They were both shocked to see what was happening. The saintess' huge cauldron had released a strange hum and suddenly shot down in a streak of light. The saintess turned deathly pale at this sudden change and hastily formed a hand incantation, ordering the cauldron to stop, but her commands were ineffective and the cauldron disappeared into the Heaven Void Cauldron down below. Furious alarm filled the saintess' mind, but it didn't stop there. The Heaven Void Cauldron suddenly flew out from Hanli's grasp and spun in the air before pointing its mouth towards the white mist at the side. As the cauldron faintly glowed with light, a roar of terror sounded out from the mist, followed by a black silhouette shooting out from it into the sky. It was a flood dragon with a bull's head, the endless sky beast. Then an enchanting azure mist shot out from the Heaven Void Cauldron and chased down the endless sky beast with incredible speed, instantly wrapping around the beast. The endless sky beast wildly howled and struggled with all its might, but the blue mist held firm as if unaffected by the beast's attacks. The mist spun around and quickly sank itself along with the beast before flying back into the cauldron. Then the cauldron's lid spun once more before slamming into the cauldron and sealing it shut. This strange turn of events had occurred all in the blink of an eye. The saintess' expression turned completely pale in complete disbelief. It was clear that she was initially winning the battle. How was it that she had fallen into the abyss of defeat so quickly? Not only did Hanli escape from her cocoon of sand, but he seized both the holy cauldron and the incarnation of the holy beast. However, the woman was someone of unordinary character and still retained her composure. Her gaze then dropped down to the Heaven Void Cauldron in Hanli's grasp. She clearly understood that the change of circumstance in the battle was due to that cauldron. The loss of control over the holy cauldron must have been due to a connection between it and Hanli's cauldron, or something so great wouldn't have occurred. She had to acquire that cauldron. In the blink of an eye, the saintess resolved herself. Han Li was delighted by this sudden turn of events, but when the woman's icy gaze flickered past him, he smiled, knowing precisely what the woman was thinking. Then his wings flapped, he disappeared in a flash of silver lightning, only to reappear 100 meters away. He then recalled his condensed flying swords without any hesitation, and his fingers blurred as they formed a series of strange hand gestures. Azure light flashed around his body as astonishing spiritual chi was emitted from his body. He then opened his mouth and spat several mouthfuls of blood essence into the air. They transformed into threads of blood mist before turning into a strange azure red color. Additionally, his complexion turned from dark red to a blood crimson in an astonishing display, and his figure grew indistinct inside the mist of blood. Not good. When the saintess saw Han Li's actions, she immediately thought of something and she cried out in panic. She raised her hand and released 2 beams of silver light, turning into countless silver threads in midair in an attempt to cover Han Li. But by the time the huge sword returned to Han Li, his image inside the crimson mist began to blur and he disappeared from view. In the next moment, crimson light glowed from the horizon before fading away. I suspect that cauldron is the divine spirit treasure that our holy cauldron was modeled after. It can't be explained any other way. Divine spirit treasure? That isn't very likely, the purple-haired woman doubtfully said. Those treasures aren't something that can appear in this world. There were treasures that ancient cultivators brought down from the realm above. The refinement method for the holy cauldron was something that a unique genius ancestor had acquired after using a secret technique to communicate with the holy beast. How could the divine spirit treasure still remain in the mortal world? The elegant man shook his head and said, that might not be certain. Since elder devils were able to appear in our mortal world, it is possible there are several divine spirit treasures that exist in our world as well. When the saintess and the purple-haired woman heard the elder devil being mentioned, their expressions changed. The purple-haired woman snorted and said, it was said the elder devil was extremely fearsome, but it is a shame we didn't have the opportunity to fight it. However, the devil's movement techniques are truly wondrous. It was easily able to cross our plains and enter the great Jin. The elegant man sighed and spoke with a wry smile. That is because the elder devil was gravely wounded. If it were to encounter us, we would give chase, preventing it from finding the time to heal. If it weren't for that, the devil could have spread chaos throughout the plains. Gloominess worn on her face, the saintess said, regardless of whether that cauldron is truly a divine spirit treasure, he had killed many of our immortals and seized the holy beast. We cannot allow this to be. Since the holy cauldron was seized away from me, I must make the trip to personally find it and the holy beast's incarnation. Otherwise, we will not be able to answer the holy beast's questions the next time we summon it. When the other two heard this, they exchanged a glance as if communicating their opinions. The elegant man then nodded and said, since the saintess feels strongly about this, she may as well make the trip to the Great Jin. However, many cultivators' sects of the Great Jin are prejudiced towards our soaring tribe immortals. You had best keep your identity a secret. After all, those of the Great Jin should possess vast abilities. You should first take a look at the Yin-sifting sect and see if that person is truly a Yin-sifting sect elder. After making his identity clear, you should immediately return to the plains and we will lend you our power. I understand. Since that person's abilities are likely beyond mine, I won't rashly take action. The saintess said with a grave expression. Thus the three promptly returned. After the endless sky saintess finished handling her affairs, she set off to the Great Jin to search for Han Li. The Great Jin's Liao province was one of the 108 provinces of the empire. It was split into 10 prefectures, but a majority of them were located in a vastly snowy area where few lived. The more prosperous of these prefectures were still somewhat destitute. The Liao province's Mystic River is the province's second largest river, and it was one of the few rivers that wouldn't freeze during flood season. As a result, whenever the time came, merchants and travelers would all use this river to travel as it was far more convenient than carriage or horse. And at every portion of the river, there would be empire vessels making their patrols. But regardless of this, there were many ships on this vast stretch of river. Naturally, there would be many criminals that would take the risk of seizing the ship of worse. As a result, there would be a few larger ships that would hire skilled martial artists as guards. Wang Cheqiang was a common example of such a guard. And as his name would suggest, he was somewhat skilled with spears, but this was secondary to his vast experience as a guard. He has been a guard for over 20 years, turning from a hot-headed youth to an experienced and profound Jianghu practitioner. At the moment, He was steadily standing at the bow of the ship with a hand resting on the boat railing. He was examining the nearby waters with a calm expression. On this journey he was but a common bodyguard. The only thing exceptional about this job was that the ship's owner was rumored to be the trusted confidant of a very important government official. That being said, most bandits would be unwilling to take action against a ship, even if it were lightly guarded. And this was shown across their long journey, where not even a single event had occurred. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, he recalled how generous the ship's owner had paid him. The silver could afford his wife several good fabrics to make several sets of good clothing. With that thought, Wang Cheqiang couldn't help but smile as he thought about his 7-year-old son. But then a woman's voice suddenly cried out, "Quick, come! There's a huge block of ice there. It seems to have someone inside." 1. The chonk in his name means spear. When Wang Cheqiang heard this, he was stunned for a moment. The voice sounded very much like the maid named Huang Ying. However, it was quite odd for there to be ice floating in the river during flood season, not to mention the day's warm weather. He couldn't help but take a look above up at the sky and make sure that the sun was blazing in the middle of the sky. He felt on the verge of sweating even as he wore his thin clothes. Could it be there was someone on the ice? Despite the many years spent in the world of Jianghu, this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. He then reached behind him to grab the 2 short iron short spears he kept on his back before walking over to the source of the commotion with silent steps. When he arrived at the side of the boat, he saw 7 men and women gathered there, consisting of maids, servants, and boatmen. They were all talking and pointing at something in the river. He glanced over and saw something about 15 meters away. There was a sparkling white object floating on the surface of the river. He focused his gaze on it and found that it was a sparkling crystal block of ice containing someone inside. Wang Cheqiang wore an expression of surprise and couldn't help but mutter, "How strange! Could it be that someone had fallen in the river and is now trapped in a block of ice?" He heard footsteps from behind him and a hoarse voice asked, "Brother Wang, what's the matter? Brother Gao, you've come?" Without turning his head, Wang Cheqiang already knew that the owner of the voice was his partner of many years, Gao Dafeng. He cultivated a body-hardening technique for many years and was somewhat famous for his boxing techniques. The large man with a full beard casually walked to Wang Cheqiang's side and clicked his tongue in wonder. "Oh, there really is someone in the ice. How rare." Wang Cheqiang coldly laughed and said, "It is only a single dead person. No matter how odd the circumstances, there isn't much to say about it." Gao Dafeng stroked his beard and chuckled. "Definitely. At the very least, the corpse hasn't come to rob us." A middle-aged man in Confucian robes walked towards them with a sullen expression and scolded the servants. "What are you making an uproar about? Didn't you know the mistress had just gone to sleep?" This person was Master Zhou, the person who was reportedly the trusted confidant of an important government official. He was currently employing Wang Cheqiang and his partner to guard the said official's family. "Master, in the river." The young maid named Huang Ying shyly extended her finger and pointed in the river. When Master Zhou saw Wang Cheqiang and Gao Dafeng, he felt somewhat baffled. Then when the young maid said something, he unconsciously glanced where she was pointing to find a block of ice with a person inside of it. He wore an odd expression on his face before he frowned and said, "It is only a dead person. There is no point in looking at it any further. Go back to your duties. Could it be that you want me to call over Steward Wang?" The man's final words were spoken with a harsh tone. When the servants heard the name Steward Wang, their expressions immediately changed and they immediately scattered. The 3 boatmen also made a discreet departure. Wang Cheqiang and Gao Dafeng exchanged a glance and were about to leave as well, feeling that it would be unwise to remain there any longer. But after Gao Dafeng took a few steps, he glanced at the river and shouted out in alarm, "How is this possible? That person is still alive." Wang Cheqiang and Master Zhou were both alarmed when they heard this and they looked at the block of ice to find that it remained completely still. Master Zhou glared at the large man, but Gao Dafeng stood firm and said, "I am not mistaken. I saw the person in the water move his eyes. Brother Gao wouldn't fool us. It seems he is still alive." Wang Cheqiang spoke with complete trust in his partner. Master Zhou still felt a bit of doubt after he heard this, but after some thought he shook his head and said, "It doesn't concern us if that person is alive or dead. There is no need to attract any trouble to the mistress and her daughter. And since other boats haven't done anything with the ice, there is no need for us to meddle with it either." When Wang Cheqiang heard this, he didn't feel any anger or injustice over the matter. It was odd for there to be someone inside the ice, but that didn't give him any intention of allowing him on the boat. After all, as one who had tread in Jianghu for many years, he found these odd situations to be more difficult to guard against than ordinary people. However, a trace of hesitation had appeared on Gao Dafeng's face. "Master Zhou, please wait." A sweet voice suddenly sounded from across the boat. "The act of saving a life is greater than any mountain. And my mother has a merciful heart as well. Since this person is still alive, can we save him?" Then a young woman in embroidered robes soon approached them, followed by the maid Huang Ying, who was walking with a dropped head. It appears that she was the one who told the young lady about the matter. When Master Zhou saw this woman, he respectfully saluted her and hesitantly said, "Young miss, this isn't very wise. Having a stranger on the boat. What's unwise about it? Since he has survived catastrophe and encountered us, it will be considered a display of our clan's virtue to save him. We even had an empty room on the boat. Could it be with so many of us that we have something to fear from a dying man?" The young woman spoke with a soft voice, but her expression clearly displayed that she wouldn't change her mind. After a moment of thought, he could only agree with a salute. "Very well. Since the young miss had given the command, I will send out men to rescue this person." The young woman responded with a smile and then walked back with her maid in tow. Master Zhou tightly frowned as he glanced in the direction of the ship's hold, and then he wryly smiled, saying, "You heard her. Since this person must be saved and is trapped in a huge chunk of ice, I fear I will have to trouble you two to go make the trip. It's no problem. We have little else to do and have the strength to break this person out," Gao Dafeng said with a casual tone. Wang Cheqiang then examined the huge block of ice and slowly nodded, raising no objections. After spending an unknown amount of time in the darkness, Han Li woke up to a splitting headache. Before he even opened his eyes, he heard a young woman's voice sounding out, "Old scholar, when will this person awaken? It's already been 2 days. Has nothing truly happened to him? The young miss is waiting for my reply." A snort sounded out and an old man's voice sullenly said, "What does a servant like you know? I only have a cursory understanding of the medicinal arts. How can I know when he will awaken? However, this person's disease is truly strange. His complexion is clearly pale and he shows signs of great loss in blood and qi. However, his blood vessels and meridians appear to be far stronger than an ordinary person. This is truly beyond my understanding." The woman chuckled and teasingly said, "It seems the old scholar most likely read the blood vessels wrong." "Nonsense. Have I ever been wrong when I was looking after you all when you were sick? Perhaps this person encountered a strange sickness that hadn't been seen before. Since I am no great doctor, I am baffled by this." The old man seemed embarrassed, but he spoke boldly nonetheless. As Han Li heard this, he realized that he was lying down on a very comfortable bed. There was a smooth blanket on top of him and a thick mattress beneath him. Han Li felt somewhat at ease when he heard the two speaking in the language of the Great Jin. It seems not only had mortals rescued him, but that he was also inside the borders of the Great Jin. However, his current situation was far from good. In the instant he awoke, he used his spiritual sense to look deep into his body. As a result, he felt his blood run cold. After he escaped from the endless Sky Saintess pursuit and put thousands of kilometers between them, the soul lock seal had gone back into effect. At the time, he had fallen into the river and used the technique for feigning death that Monarch Soul Divergence had taught him, sealing himself in a block of ice and allowing him to escape pursuit from the soaring tribes as he floated down the river current. However, his body's present conditions were as worse as could be. The excessive use of the blood shadow evasion had caused a massive loss of blood essence and immensely weakened his body. Additionally, his severe loss of true essence had caused his cultivation to violently drop to qi condensation stage. Under such circumstances, he would need to properly recover for 5 to 6 years if he had any chance to recovering his original cultivation. Han Li gloomily sighed in his heart and suddenly thought of something before examining the flying swords inside of his body. He then found the primal soul of a greatly weakened and unconscious Silver Moon, much to his relief. However, he felt quite a headache over the fact that his second nascent soul had yet to return. Although he was too far away to know its true location, he was still able to feel an extremely faint connection to it, affirming that his second nascent soul had exceeded his expectations and managed to survive. If he couldn't call back the nascent soul after a certain amount of time, it would not only become independent but it would likely attempt to dominate him. The only good point was once he restored his original cultivation, his second nascent soul wouldn't stand a chance against him. It wouldn't be difficult for him to retrieve it at that point. With that thought, he spoke through his spiritual sense to the bamboo container he was carrying. Senior, how long was I unconscious since I've arrived at the Great Gene? Are there any Great Gene cultivators nearby? Oh, you're finally awake. You've been floating in the river for a year already. Once your magic power ran out, the block of ice began to flow on the surface of the water. But I must say, youngster Han, your current situation is far from good. Monarch Soul Divergence responded with a lazy tone. Han Li smiled and contently said, how could I not know how terrible my body's condition is in? However, my fortunate survival could be said to be a great escape from calamity. There isn't much to complain about. After all, few could have escaped from the hands of several late nascent soul cultivators in that situation. Monarch Soul Divergence snorted and gloomily said, well, aren't you carefree? However, I must ask you why you've never mentioned your divine spirit treasure to me. It was no wonder why you placed me outside your room while you were in seclusion. I've always wanted to personally investigate a divine spirit treasure. Forget the excuses. When you are able to take out the cauldron again, hand it over to me for examination. One Jianghu is the world of mortal martial artists operating beyond the reach of the government. Of course I have no objections in letting Senior examine the Heaven Void Cauldron once I recover. Han Li calmly replied. Good. Monarch Soul Divergence said with a relaxed tone, since you've agreed, the matter is done. As for any nearby cultivators, there is only one on board this ship, a girl at the third layer of Qi condensation. You don't need to pay her much mind. The third layer of Qi condensation? Han Li felt somewhat surprised and then he opened his eyes. Han Li looked to the side of the bed and saw a girl of only 15 years of age. When she saw Han Li open his eyes, she joyfully shouted out, Old scholar, he's awake. The girl was quite adorable with wide bright eyes and fair skin. Yes, I can clearly see. Sitting in a chair at the girl's side sat a gray-robed old man. He appeared around the age of 60 and had a kind face. He was examining Han Li with a calm expression. Old scholar, look after him. I will go and inform the young miss. Before Han Li could say anything, the girl quickly chattered to the old man and quickly ran off. Han Li was stunned by the sight of this, but the old man simply chuckled as he shook his head. He kindly smiled at Han Li and said, I hope you don't take offense at the girl's temperament. Han Li returned the smile and sat up, slowly saying, I don't dare to. Are you the two who saved me? Where is this place? We're on a boat in the Mystic River. While your life laid uncertain inside the river, my clan's second young miss gave the order to save you. As for me, I am He Wen, a scholar that the clan's mistress hired. Han Li cupped his fist and said, so it was like that. My surname is Han and I will have to thank this young miss for saving my life. With a smile on his face, the old man curiously asked, our young miss certainly does have a compassionate heart, but it is hard to say whether or not she will see you. Will Mr. Han say how he was sealed inside a block of ice and still lived? I'm quite curious. This? Han Li hesitated for a moment before saying, I don't wish to deceive you, sir, but it is inconvenient for me to say. That's fine. Everyone has their own difficulties. The old man waved his hand in a kindly manner and let the matter go. At that moment, the girl rushed back with a spring in her step and said, Scholar, the young miss will have this man rest for the time being. She'll leave the rest for later. The girl then curiously examined Han Li. When Han Li saw this, he smiled at her. As a result, the girl slightly blushed and lowered her head, thinking, this person is a bit unremarkable. He is a bit lesser than the young miss past friends. Why is she treating him with such consideration? Since it's the young miss command, how about Sir Han rest for now? I'll be taking my leave. The old man stood up and then walked out of the room. Han Li naturally uttered another word of thanks before the old man left the room with the girl. Now that Han Li was alone, he looked up to the ceiling for a short while before letting out a sigh. In the following 2 days, no one had disturbed him apart from a maid bringing 3 meals a day. This was to Han Li's satisfaction as it gave him more time to take medicine pills and meditate. As for the girl at the third layer of Qi condensation that Monarch Soul Divergence had mentioned, Han Li had examined her a bit with his spiritual sense. The girl was beautiful and behaved in a humble manner. She was the second young miss that gave the order to save him. She should have seen through his identity as a cultivator. And from the idle chats of the others on board, Han Li found the general circumstances on the boat. The people on the boat belonged to the clan of a military officer surnamed Chao of the Liao province. He was rushed to be mobilized in order to replace his predecessor, and his clan slowly followed after him. There were only a few members of his clan: his original wife, 2 concubines and 3 children. The second young miss was born from the original wife and was said to have a weak and sickly body when she was young. She was fostered by another woman during her childhood and had only recently returned to the clan. The other 2 children were born from the concubines. The eldest daughter was already married away to a suitable clan. As for the son, he was the youngest of the children at 12 years old. The other noteworthy individuals included Scholar He, Master Zhou, and an icy-eyed steward Wang who was in charge of the other servants. There were also 2 guards on board, Wang Tietjiang and Gao Dashan. When Han Li paid close attention to these individuals, Han Li felt a strong circulation of true qi from the body of steward Wang, far deeper than the superficial martial arts of the 2 guards. Although Han Li found this somewhat odd, he withdrew his spiritual sense once he figured out the circumstances on the boat and focused his attention on cultivation. 2 days later, the second young miss sent a young maid to invite Han Li over. Of course, Han Li didn't refuse, and he was led to one of the larger rooms on the boat. When the second young miss saw Han Li, she sent away the others in the room and smiled at him. Brother Han must also be someone from a Taoist sect. My name is Chao Mingrong, a disciple of the profound Jade sect. Might I know which sect Brother Han is from? The girl spoke with a polite tone. It seemed she concluded that Han Li originated from a Taoist sect since she wasn't able to detect any devilish qi, Buddhist light, or the strict qi of Confucian sections. The profound Jade sect? Han Li frowned. He hadn't heard of this name before, but it didn't come as a surprise. There were innumerable smaller sects in the Great Jin. When Chao Mingrong saw that Han Li was hesitant, she smiled and said, "My sect is merely a small obscure sect in the Liao province. It is natural for you to not know of it. Fellow Taoist Chao is quite modest. I am but an unaffiliated cultivator. I've only recently entered the cultivation world of the Great Jin and I am not familiar with the sects here. I'm afraid I've made a fool of myself." Han Li cupped his fist and assumed an embarrassed appearance. So it turned out Brother Han had recently come back to society. Chao Mingrong sweetly smiled with bright eyes and said, "I've also only left my apprenticeship recently, but my sect is truly a small one. However, Brother Han is so young and possesses a particularly profound cultivation. This is truly worthy of congratulations." "It's nothing much," Han Li casually replied. "I've only managed to reach this stage through luck." When she saw that Han Li didn't go into detail, she wore an understanding smile and dropped the matter. She instead changed the subject, asking, "Why was Brother Han floating in the river inside a block of ice? Could it be that you were attacked?" "That is mostly the case. And I must thank you for saving me." Han Li bitterly laughed, unwilling to go further into detail. With a firm expression, the woman said, "It was only a trivial affair. In truth, I saw that Brother Han would have escaped from the ice sooner or later, with or without my help. However, it is quite startling to the mortals for you to float in the river like that, so I decided to meddle. In addition, it is only natural for unaffiliated cultivators and small sect cultivators to assist one another." When Han Li heard this, he felt somewhat surprised and gave the girl an appraising glance. He then silently nodded his head and said nothing more. "Ah yes, how is Brother Han recovering? If fellow Taoist would like, you may stay on the boat for a few more days. I also hope you'd be willing to provide me with some cultivation guidance." Han Li pondered for a moment before answering, "I don't have more important matters on hand, so I may as well stay for a few more days. However, providing you guidance will be out of the question, but we can exchange our cultivation experiences." Chao Mingrong was overjoyed to hear this. She had left her apprenticeship earlier because of her limited aptitude. As a result, she hadn't learned any deep magic techniques. Having a superior cultivator such as Han Li to provide some guidance was exactly what she had wanted. After setting up a time for the occasion, Han Li chatted with the girl for a moment before he respectfully took his leave. Once Han Li returned to his room, Monarch Soul Divergence asked, "Youngster Han, why did you agree to remain behind? Don't you wish to find a spirit vein to help restore your magic power?" "Naturally, I will be looking for a spirit vein, but they will certainly be occupied by the various sects of the Great Jin. Furthermore, there seems to be more cultivators in the Great Jin than I expected. If I rush out at my current cultivation, it will prove dangerous. I don't wish to carelessly walk into death while I don't have the power to protect myself." "Oh, so you plan on I have enough medicine pills on hand and several spirit well objects, Hanli slowly said. A year will be enough for me to recover my foundation establishment cultivation and will still give me plenty of time to find a method to dissolve my baleful qi. As for the girl, she seems quite shrewd, but her cultivation is shallow and she holds no malicious intent. I'll have her make a few things clear about the Great Gene cultivation world before I head on my way. And since I've only just arrived at the Great Gene, I can afford to wait a year. Do as you wish, but I don't have much time left, Monarch Soul Divergence worriedly said. After a few more years passes, I fear that it will be too late for me. After all, it will take you quite some time to collect the materials for my puppet body. Senior, don't worry, Hanli explained. As I look for the method to dissolve my baleful qi, I will also look for the materials. However, the best method would be to acquire the assistance of a sect. This way we can cut down on the time needed. Acquire their assistance? This isn't the heavenly south where we can draw on your fame and title. It won't be so easy. The larger sects won't pay attention to you and the smaller sects don't have the capability. After all, the materials that I want are rarely ever seen in this world. The specifics have yet to be determined, so let's take this a step at a time. Perhaps I won't even need to find them and they'll just come knocking on my door, Hanli jokingly replied. Afterwards, he ceased talking to Monarch Soul Divergence and took out a set of formation flags from his storage pouch. Then, he placed down a simple restriction around him before taking a medicine pill and meditating on the bed. Low-grade cultivators such as themselves couldn't afford to buy them, let alone mid-grade magic tools. Any magic tools they had were gifted to them by the sect. If they didn't advance in their cultivation, it was likely they would only possess one magic tool throughout their lifetime. Additionally, the cultivators that were bestowed flying magic tools most likely had backers behind them. This is particularly true for small sects such as theirs. When the new arrivals appeared at the mountaintop, Hanli glanced at them and revealed no change of expression. As of current, it had already been 9 months since Chao Mingrong had rescued him. Perhaps because his injuries weren't as severe as he thought or his pills were more effective than anticipated, he was able to recover a portion of his strength during his time as Chao Mingrong's guest, allowing him to recover his foundation establishment cultivation. Although his vitality was still injured and he still had yet to recover most of his blood essence, he now had the power to defend himself in the cultivation world. Of course, Chao Mingrong didn't have the cultivation to see through this astonishing change and she would often ask him a few questions about problems she had on her cultivation. As a mid-nascent soul cultivator, Hanli was overqualified to give this qi condensation cultivator some guidance and managed to clear the girl's doubts with just a few words. With much joy, Chao Mingrong began to treat Hanli with greater respect. Hanli's pointers had allowed her to ascend to the 4th layer of qi condensation, bringing her closer to becoming an official disciple. While this happened, he was already preparing himself to depart in a month. After all, the girl had already given him an explanation of the general circumstances of the Great Gene cultivation world. And while he did have some medicine pills for qi condensation cultivators, they weren't so trivial that he could give them to others. After all, there were countless opportunists and robbers in the cultivation world, even more in the Great Gene than the Heavenly South. But unexpectedly, Chao Mingrong received a letter of warning from her master and in the girl's alarm, she sought out Hanli. When Hanli heard that there was an 8th layer qi condensation cultivator looking to fight her, Hanli indifferently agreed to duel the opponent on her behalf. Afterwards, he would make use of this opportunity to leave. Although the 2 new arrivals were surrounded by the brilliant glow of their magic tools, he was able to clearly see them. They were cultivators at the 8th and 11th layer of qi condensation. They were below his notice. As the 3 women were all lost in shock, Hanli slowly walked out from the stone pavilion and raised his head to look at them, saying, I will be fighting on fellow Taoist Chao's behalf. Do you plan on having a match or do you wish for this to be an all-out battle? The ball of white light descended on the ground and in a flash of white light, 2 people were revealed. A middle-aged man with slender eyes and a wood-board magic tool in hand snorted and said, It was fortunate that I've come or Junior Marshal Brother Wu would have suffered a loss. Your face is quite unfamiliar but your cultivation is high. I will be your opponent. Let us fight now and save the words for later. The other man was tall and appeared over 30 years of age. From the way he coldly stared at Hanli and the others, he appeared to be Wu Xiaoyu. The older senior martial sister wore an expression of shock and asked, Ma Yulin, how could it be you? You are an enforcer of the Sharp Spirit sect. How are you able to easily take part in the affairs of others? The middle-aged man spoke with a harsh tone. It seems that Fairy Lu doesn't know that I am not an outsider. Junior Marshal Brother Wu and I have mutual family. Assisting him is no problem. The younger senior marshal sister revealed an expression of apprehension when she heard this. Chao Mingrong's expression wavered and she found herself at a loss of what to say. Han Li then took another glance at the middle-aged man and mysteriously smiled, saying, "Then let us quickly start. When we are done, I have some urgent business to attend to." When the middle-aged man heard him, he coldly smiled and put away the wood-board magic tool in his hand before taking out a small yellow pitchfork from his storage pouch. When the three girls saw that Han Li and the middle-aged man named Ma Yulin were about to fight, they all unconsciously took a step back and held their breaths. In their point of view, a battle between two high-layer qi condensation cultivators was something rarely ever seen. But to Han Li, dealing with a qi condensation cultivator was hardly worth any interest. He simply stood in place with his hands behind his back as he waited for his opponent to attack. Ma Yulin grew furious upon seeing Han Li's careless attitude and raised the small pitchfork in his hand, muttering an incantation and forming a hand gesture with his free hand. Then after a moment, the small pitchfork trembled several times before releasing a flash of light as it shot towards Han Li in a yellow streak. Han Li's expression remained calm and showed no intention of using a magic tool. Instead, he raised his hand and released a dozen talismans, each of them combusting into a fist-sized fireball as they charged towards the yellow streak. When Ma Yulin saw this, he inwardly sneered. The yellow wind fork was a mid-grade magic tool that his master had personally given him. A few fireballs weren't going to be able to block it. Despite these thoughts, he wasn't willing to meet the attack head-on and potentially damage his magic tool. He promptly formed an incantation gesture and had the yellow streak made a sudden turn and avoid the fireballs in an arc before streaking back to attack Han Li. Han Li smiled and pointed at the fireballs. Suddenly, the fireballs came to a stop and condensed together to form a cloud of flame the size of a wheel. It promptly turned into a 3-meter-long fire snake and shot towards the flying pitchfork, coiling around it and completely restraining it. Ma Yulin was greatly shocked and hastily poured the entirety of his magic power into the magic tool in an attempt to break it free, but as a result, the pitchfork simply glowed with brilliant yellow light and became further tangled with the fire snake. As the struggle continued, the magic tool suddenly dimmed and released a series of hums, a clear omen of its destruction. The middle-aged man saw that things were turning for the worse. Unwilling to have his magic tool destroyed, he quickly shouted out, "Stop! Fellow Taoist's magic power is outstanding. I concede defeat." When Han Li heard this, he smiled and pointed at the fire snake, having it relax its grip before disappearing into embers of flame. Han Li's effortless battle against an opponent of seemingly higher cultivation came as a delightful surprise to the three women in the pavilion. Wu Xiaoyu wore an unsightly expression when he saw this and hesitantly muttered, "Senior Marshal Brother Ma, this." "Enough, Junior Marshal Brother Wu." Ma Yulin quickly interrupted. "You've clearly seen that I am no match against him even with my yellow wind fork. The life of your nephew has been decided." He retrieved his magic tool and felt relieved after finding that it wasn't damaged. However, he now had a newfound fear towards Han Li's abilities and was unwilling to meddle with him any further. Wu Xiaoyu was brimming with resentment upon hearing this, but if his 10th layer qi condensation senior marshal brother didn't prove to be Han Li's match, then he wouldn't either. Afterwards, there was nothing to say and the two sharp spirit sect disciples flew off the mountain with anger in their hearts. As for the other three women, they had gathered around Han Li and were asking him about the magic techniques that he used. He gave them a practiced excuse, explaining a bit about the small tricks he used to control the low-grade magic techniques. Then, the two senior marshal sisters sincerely requested Han Li to answer a few questions about their cultivation problems, to which he casually agreed. As time slowly passed by and the day turned to night, the three found it awkward to stay and reluctantly departed. When the three women returned together on the next day, they found that Han Li had disappeared, only to leave behind a letter of farewell. After Chao Mingrong read the letter, she blankly stood in place. For some unknown reason, Han Li's sudden departure had caused her to feel an indescribable pain. When her two senior marshal sisters saw this, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Over 100 kilometers away, Han Li was slowly flying through the air on a flying magic tool and was chatting with Monarch Soul Divergence with his spiritual sense. "Youngster Han, have you truly decided to first head to the Guaning Prefecture and open the Feng clan's secret cave? Of course, Han Li replied. I don't know when the pestilence demon soul lock seal will stop being effective. Naturally, I will first need to find a Buddhist technique to dispel my baleful qi, or else the matter will always be lingering on the back on my mind and I won't be able to focus on restoring my magic power. I urge you to not put too much hope into this. Monarch Soul Divergence indifferently said, I don't fully believe that a trifling small clan of Buddhist cultivators could possibly possess a high-grade technique to dissolve baleful qi. Han Li frowned and replied, I know, but the Feng clan's secret cave is the easiest way. It would be for the best if I happen to find it there. Otherwise, I'll have to head to a famous Buddhist sect, and with my current cultivation, it will be quite difficult to resolve the matter there. Monarch Soul Divergence snorted several times in succession and said, After you cultivation dropped, these many simple matters have become far more complicated. If you still had your mid-nascent soul stage cultivation, you could have found a Buddhist sect and have them sell you such a technique on behalf of your status as a nascent soul cultivator. When Han Li heard this, he could only shake his head with a bitter smile. It was said that Buddhist sects are prejudiced against outsiders. Even if he was still a mid-nascent soul cultivator, how could the sect easily allow their high-grade techniques to leave the sect? If it truly couldn't happen, he could only infiltrate a Buddhist sect and see whether or not he would be able to steal the technique he needed. However, when he thought of the oaths and shaved head he needed to enter a Buddhist sect, he felt somewhat gloomy. Perhaps it would be easier to find a method to dissolve the baleful qi in a Confucian sect, he sullenly thought. The Liao province's Wuyuan prefecture was on the west border of the Guaning prefecture. As a result, it only took Han Li a couple of weeks before crossing into the Guaning prefecture. Along the way he hadn't encountered any high-grade cultivators. He only saw a few qi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators flying from a distance. He didn't have any reason to call out to them, so he kept his distance and focused on his journey. After flying for a few days, the mortals became less frequently sighted and the land became wild and overgrown as though uninhabited. But 2 days later Han Li arrived at Falcon Cloud Village and descended from his flying magic tool before slowly entering on foot. The village was far more crudely constructed than the other villages he had seen on his way. Not only was it smaller but also only had 4 roads crossing one another. The buildings were also all constructed from yellow mud and scorched wood. He frowned and glanced around him as he walked on the road. As of that moment, the weather was exceptionally chilly, but he simply strode in with his neat Confucian robes. The mortals didn't appear particularly surprised when they saw this. Han Li wore a pensive expression, and just as he felt that something was odd, his expression stirred as a pair of white-robed men approached him, one tall and one short. They were both around the age of 20, but their bodies possessed spiritual qi fluctuations, displaying cultivation at the 8th and 7th layers of qi condensation. When the two saw Han Li, their expressions revealed a trace of alarm and approached him until they were 10 meters away. The tall, skinny youth respectfully saluted him and asked, "Might I know Senior's esteemed name? Surely he must have come to participate in the Grand Assembly." Han Li was stunned for a moment before speaking with obvious surprise. "The Grand Assembly? I'm not aware of it. I'm only in the area in search of spiritual herbs." "Didn't I say?" The taller white-robed youth said to his shorter companion. "The assembly had started yesterday. If Senior wished to take part in it, he would already be at Snowmound Mountain. It seems he was only passing by." "That doesn't matter," the shorter youth said. "Senior still has the time to enter the Grand Assembly. This assembly is being jointly conducted by the 3 great clans of the Guaning Prefecture. Not only are there many common spiritual herbs on sale, but also many that are several of hundreds of years old, and there is even a 1,000-year-old wild monarch ginseng on sale. The gathering should be about halfway through and the final auctions are about to begin. Surely this will be much better than trying to find herbs on a barren mountain. There are also many loose cultivators and a few small sects trading medicine herbs and materials as well. Our 3 clans doesn't place taxes on any of the revenue." Due to Han Li's many storage pouches at his waist and his foundation establishment cultivation, the 2 white-robed youths didn't dare to slight him. Han Li's eyes flickered and he asked with surprise, "The 3 great clans? Could they be the Kong, Zhao and Dong clans?" "That's right," the taller youth said with a smile. "We are disciples of the Kong clan. We are here to receive any cultivators that were rushing over. Originally, we didn't think that there would be more guests and were thinking of participating in the gathering ourselves, but it turned out Senior just happened to arrive on time." Instead of agreeing, Han Li glanced around and asked, This village is already under the direct supervision of the Kong clan? These mortals seem rather accustomed having cultivators nearby. This is quite rare. The taller youth explained, Senior is quite intelligent. 6 years ago, the village entered the ownership of our 3 clans and was filled with our clan's mortal descendants. As a result, they don't hold much fear towards cultivators like us. So it's like that. This will be troublesome. Han Li muttered, revealing an unsightly expression. The shorter youth's expression stirred and he eagerly asked, What? Does Senior have some other affairs? Could he tell us? Perhaps we can be of assistance. Han Li pondered to himself for a moment before calmly saying, It's nothing. It won't be too late to mention it in the future. Since there is an extensive gathering here, I'll take a look at there first. After the 2 white-robed youths glanced at one another, the shorter youth smiled and said, That's good. Let us lead the way, Senior. Soon after, each of them took out a disc magic tool and tossed them into the air before leaping onto them. When Han Li saw this, he tossed a sparkling flying sword and appeared on top of it in a blur. Having seen the sword, the shorter youth revealed an expression of admiration and said, Senior's magic tool is a high-grade flying sword. You must be an inner disciple of a large sect, right? There is no way a master or sect would give a magic tool of that quality to a low-grade disciple. Han Li chuckled and answered, My sect has a rule where we're not allowed to reveal the identity of our affiliation while we're on a journey. I hope you 2 fellow Taoists will refrain from asking these questions. The 2 youths felt somewhat embarrassed, but now they felt even more certain that Han Li was a disciple from a large sect and their expressions grew even more respectful. The 3 cultivators then headed south of the village on their magic tools. The snow-mound mountain wasn't very far away from the village. As they flew towards it, they could faintly see a line of black mountaintops in the distance. It was more appropriate to call it a mountain range than a mountain. The mountain range spanned over 500 kilometers and was one of the several great mountain ranges in the Liao province. Additionally, it was reportedly said that there were demons and ghosts lurking deep into the mountain. Let alone mortals, even lower-grade cultivators would occasionally disappear in the mountains. The friends and sect of the cultivators who disappeared formed search parties and scoured through half the mountain range only to find no sign of them. After this, more cultivators would disappear regardless. Fortunately, disappearances only rarely happened and most of those that disappeared were low-grade cultivators native to the Liao province. As a result of these repeated incidents, few cultivators ever tread too deeply into the mountains and the disappearances slowly stopped as well. Of course, the grand assembly that was hosted by the 3 great clans of Guaning wasn't being held deep into the mountain range. It was located at a town on the top of a lofty mountain at its edge. When they eventually arrived, Han Li saw beautiful towering buildings erected on top of this mountain. His eyes flickered and he was able to see that the mountain was newly constructed. He couldn't help but wear a pensive expression at the sight. Senior, we've arrived. The taller youth pointed at the town down below and said, All of the foundation establishment cultivators that arrive are given their own room. As for the seniors at core formation stage and above, they are given their own building. This way, all seniors are given a proper place to rest. Han Li nodded and remained silent, only releasing his spiritual sense to carefully look at the town below them. He unconsciously frowned and sensed that there was a nascent soul cultivator in the town. It was unknown whether he was a cultivator joining in the gathering, or if he was the eccentric Kong that Feng Yu had mentioned before he died. The noble clans of the Great Jin were not to be underestimated as rumor had indicated. In the heavenly south, cultivation clans had late core formation cultivators within their ranks at most and weren't capable of producing a nascent soul cultivator. But to his surprise, the nascent soul cultivator he sensed on the mountain faintly emitted the aura of a corpse. Although it was very faint and well concealed, Han Li was able to clearly see through it with his overwhelming spiritual sense. No matter how well it was hidden, it would have been detectable with some careful observation. Could it be this person cultivated a devilish Tao or a wicked heretical technique? If he remembered correctly, the Kong clan hailed from the famous Confucian sect known as the Heavenly Sage sect and the clan still received the sect's backing. Regardless of whether or not this nascent soul cultivator was the Kong clan ancestor, it would be inappropriate for a sect of their standing to either practice this technique or have a guest of this nature. As he pondered this, they descended to the village gates and were immediately welcomed by 4 blue-robed cultivators. At nearly the same time in a secret room over 70 meters deep underground, the lid of a pitch-black coffin suddenly moved and a pure white hand suddenly emerged from the gap. Then it pushed the lid of the coffin completely off to reveal a yellow-robed man wearing a king's crown. He appeared in his 30s and wore an odd expression of bewilderment. What's going on? I suddenly felt a wave of trepidation. Could it be that someone was spying on me? The man muttered to himself. After some hesitation, he carefully released his spiritual sense and swept past the entire mountain, particularly focusing his attention on the many cultivators in the village above. After a long while, he found no trace of any other nascent soul cultivators and tightly knitted his brow. Perhaps it was just an old fart that journeyed nearby and swept his spiritual sense. The black jade coffin should have concealed my corpse chi so it shouldn't attract any attention. The crowned man muttered to himself before returning into the coffin. The lid then slid back in place of its own accord and sealed the coffin, causing silence to fill the room once more. Back on the surface, the blue-robed cultivators recommended Han Li to go to the huge plaza at the center, which was sprawling with 1,000 variously dressed cultivators. However, these cultivators were divided into several groups and each gathered into clearly different areas of the village. There were some that were talking and others that were selling items. The plaza was also covered in variously sized vendor booths with some that have set up tables and others that had their items arranged the ground. It made for quite a lively scene. Han Li smiled and recalled the first time he entered the cultivation world at the Great South meeting. He felt a bit emotional over the memory. But to his surprise, there was a huge tent that was erected at the center of the plaza. It was sparkling with white light, revealing itself to be a magic tool, and it spanned over 300 meters wide. There were many people walking in and out of its openings. His eyes stirred and he looked at the rest of the plaza. There were stone buildings that were flickering with light with people occasionally flowing through them, but they received far less traffic than the tent at the center. There were even a few cultivators that were pacing back and forth around the buildings or were chatting with their companions. Apart from the few chi condensation cultivators from the 3 clans, there were only cultivators at foundation establishment stage and above. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he found that there were over a dozen core formation cultivators present. Even without the nascent soul cultivator, the cultivators present were beyond a number of what large clans in the Heavenly South could produce. And this was only a trade fair that a few of the local noble clans in the Great Gene were hosting. When Han Li thought this, he couldn't help but sigh. As he was informed by the disciples that had welcomed him, he knew that morning was the time for free trade and the afternoon was when the auction would start. If he had rare materials, magic tools or other items, he would be welcome to exchange them before the auction. Additionally, the trade fair was planned to only span 3 days and on the last day, the 1,000-year-old monarch ginseng would be auctioned. It was likely that the core formation cultivators had come solely for this item. After glancing around for a while, he began to stroll around the plaza. Han Li was currently a foundation establishment cultivator that had joined the trade fair on its 2nd day. Although his face was unfamiliar, no one took notice of him. He was just another ordinary cultivator in the crowd. The items around the vendor booths were all common as expected and were of little interest to Han Li. There were items that would prove to be attractive to foundation establishment and core formation cultivators, but he already had countless precious materials in his possession. The only vendor booths to catch his attention were selling particularly odd magic tools and materials. But after some careful observation he easily recognized them. Past that point, there was no further value in investigating them. After spending quite some time roaming around, he didn't end up purchasing anything, and just as he thought to enter the tent at the middle of the plaza and see what was being sold there, his expression suddenly changed and he vigilantly turned around. He saw an old man with pointed ears and thin cheeks looking at him with amazement. He possessed cultivation at early foundation establishment stage. With an icy glint in his eye, Han Li coldly said, "Fellow Taoist, you've been following me for quite a while. Could it be that you recognize me? Please don't misunderstand, fellow Taoist." The old man wore an embarrassed smile and calmly explained, "My name is Jin Yuan and I don't mean any harm to you. I was simply curious. This is the first time we've met, but you seem to have a great understanding of many of these tools and materials. I hold you in quite some admiration." "Oh, I didn't know fellow Taoist was so observant," Han Li calmly said, "but since you've been following me for so long, surely you have more business with me than just a chat." "Hehe. It seems you're quite sharp. In truth, I actually have something to request of you." "Please go ahead and state it." Han Li crossed his arms and wore an indifferent expression. The old man examined the storage pouches at Han Li's waist and chuckled with narrowed eyes, saying, "I have a strange treasure here and I've been unable to make any sense of its uses and origins. I was hoping fellow Taoist could appraise it. Of course, if fellow Taoist is able to read through it, I may as well sell it to you. With your background you will certainly be able to purchase it. A strange treasure? Han Li's brow stirred and his gaze wandered around the old man for a while. He eventually nodded and pointed to a room at the side. Fine. Since fellow Taoist has been following me for a while, it seems you hold good intentions. I may as well take a look. Let's go to that hidden room and have a chat. I also have a few things I wish to have explained as well. A hidden room? You have to pay a spirit stone for that. That's quite luxurious. The old man hesitantly said. Han Li mysteriously smiled and said, That's fine, I will pay the spirit stone. I simply hope that your strange treasure isn't to my disappointment. 1. Chapter 128. The old man Jin Yuan chuckled and said, Relax, fellow Taoist. I went through quite some danger to obtain it. It is definitely unordinary. Han Li nodded and said nothing else as he led Jin Yuan to a building at the side. After entering the building, they arrived at a huge hall that was over 100 meters wide. It was empty apart from a middle-aged foundation establishment woman sitting cross-legged on a prayer mat. When she saw Han Li and Jin Yuan enter, she immediately opened her eyes and stood up. Since fellow Taoists have arrived, it seems you either wish to look at some of the hall's collection of magic techniques or perhaps you require a hidden room to exchange cultivation experiences with one another. A hidden room is what we want. Han Li calmly said. He didn't have the slightest interest in looking at the records there. After all, techniques that foreign cultivators were allowed to see were likely all ordinary. That will be 1 spirit stone. In addition, you will lose your room when you leave the hall. The middle-aged woman said with a smile. She then reached for her waist and took out several inch-sized miniature rooms into her hand. Han Li was momentarily stunned when he saw this and casually took out a spirit stone and traded it for a miniature room. He then curiously examined it. When the middle-aged woman saw his curious expression, she keenly asked, Is this the first time that fellow Taoists saw a hidden fortune room? That's right. Is this a magic tool? Han Li weighed the item in his hand and felt that it was light as a feather. The hidden fortune room can be considered both a magic tool and not a magic tool, the woman explained, but it is very simple to use. You only need to pour in enough spiritual qi to use it. Of course, a low-grade hidden fortune room is only able to expand to a certain degree and doesn't have much other uses. It is difficult to call it a true magic tool. However, higher-grade hidden fortune rooms can have spell formations and restrictions placed within them and could even be considered to be on the level of magic treasures. Of course, the one I gave you is a more common type, but there should be no problem in stopping others from eavesdropping on your conversation. When Han Li heard this, he felt a wave of shock. Although he was told that there would be hidden rooms being rented here, he didn't think they were actually these strange items. Such an item didn't exist in the heavenly south. Many thanks for the explanation, fellow Taoist. Han Li then walked to the side chamber the woman had pointed out. Jin Yuan closely followed behind him and after a short moment he couldn't help but say, It truly came as a surprise that this is the first time fellow Taoists saw a hidden fortune room. But this isn't too much of a shock considering that they are normally only sold to loose cultivators and high-grade cultivators that travel often. Given your young age and current cultivation, it seems you are a meticulously nurtured disciple of a sect and would have had little need for something like this. Furthermore, they are actually quite expensive. The spirit stones would better be used for magic tools and medicines. Oh? Then what's the price of an ordinary hidden fortune room? Han Li casually asked. When Jin Yuan saw his interest, he explained what he knew, saying, A low-grade room would cost a little over 100 spirit stones. And while a high-grade room would have spell formations and restrictions, they cost much more than magic tools of the same grade. With that being said, there's a large variety of hidden fortune rooms ranging from pagodas, pavilions and courtyards. It is said that the greatest of hidden fortune rooms are small-scale cave residences. A small-scale cave residence? When Han Li heard this he was shocked. When the Jin Yuan heard him he chuckled and said, Brother Han, don't jump to conclusions. The simplest hidden fortune room on the scale of a cave residence will cost you several tens of thousands of spirit stones. They aren't something that cultivators like us can dream of. Han Li nodded, his expression returning to normal. At that moment they had already arrived at the side chamber. There were 6 stone rooms that sparkled with white light scattered around the place. They appeared to be enlarged versions of the miniature stone room Han Li held in his hand. Han Li's heart stirred and he casually probed one of the rooms with his spiritual sense. As expected, there was a restriction that prevented his spiritual sense from contacting it. This was a rather simple restriction and could be easily broken, but the master of the room would immediately detect this and realize that they were being eavesdropped on. This was a rather secure way of preventing others from spying on you. With that thought, Han Li tossed the miniature room into the air and his hands sparkled with azure light. After pouring spiritual power into it, the room grew hot and trembled. Then, in a flash of white light, a muffled bang sounded out, followed by the appearance of a 10-meter-wide stone room. He glanced at the stone room and then politely said, "Brother Jean, please enter. Then I'll be heading in first. But I must say that although I've seen hidden fortune rooms before, I haven't had the opportunity to enter many." Jin Yuan stroked his chin and chuckled before going in. Han Li smiled and followed him inside before swinging the door shut. The room wasn't large but was well decorated. At the center there was a stone table and stone chairs and even a stone couch nearby. Jin Yuan had already taken a seat in one of the chairs. Han Li pressed his hand against the wall and activated the restrictions before joining Jin Yuan by taking a seat across from him. With a stiff expression, Jin Yuan spoke first, asking, "I heard you mention before that you had a few things you wanted to be explained. What did you want to know?" "It's not much," Han Li calmly answered. "I just wanted to prepare for a short stay in the Guaning Prefecture. However, I wasn't able to find out much about the local noble clans. From your tone, it seemed that you are a native and would be able to tell me about them." Jin Yuan's expression relaxed and he said, "So it was like that. That will be no problem. I don't mean to boast, but I know much about not only the Guaning Prefecture but the entirety of the Liao province. What would fellow Taoists like to know about it?" With a content tone, Han Li asked, "Since the masters of Guaning Prefecture are the three noble clans, how about you give me an introduction on them and tell me any great events that have happened in the past few years? Where should I start on the noble clans of the Guaning Prefecture? This land could be considered to be under the rule of Confucian sects as many noble clans hail from them. But the great four clans of this prefecture came from different origins with the exception of the Kong clan." Han Li curled his lips and casually asked, "The four great noble clans? Didn't the Guaning Prefecture have three great noble clans?" It turned into three noble clans only recently. 10 years ago there were still four. However, the Feng clan had committed an unknown offense against the other three clans and as a result, they overthrew them in a single night, exterminating all of the direct disciples. At the time, I heard the Feng clan was discussing something of great importance and had gathered together all of their direct disciples. Jin Yuan then continued with the rest of the story. Han Li sat down and calmly listened to what had happened to the Feng clan. When he compared it to what Feng Yu had told him, there were a few parts that were rather strange. Following that, Jin Yuan began to introduce the various clans in the Guaning Prefecture. He was clearly well-traveled and knew about the many prefectures in the province with great detail. Han Li was satisfied by what he heard and now had some understanding of the cultivation world of the Liao province. This was far more detailed than what Chao Mingrong was able to tell him. Jin Yu spoke in a flurry without stopping, only occasionally pausing to state his own take on the matter. About half an hour later, he eventually said all that he wanted and Han Li smiled, saying, "Thank you for the trouble of telling me all of this, but now let's move on to the topic of your strange treasure. Could you take it out and allow me to broaden my experiences?" "The treasure? Of course. I still wish for fellow Taoists to help me inspect it." Jin Yuan replied with a satisfied tone. Then under Han Li's gaze, he took out a jade box from his storage pouch and placed it on the table. Han Li swept his gaze past the box and wrapped his spiritual sense around it. Soon he felt his heart stop. The item in the box released a strange power that repulsed his spiritual sense, in turn greatly captured his interest. Jin Yuan carefully opened the box and revealed a fist-sized ball of dazzling golden light with hazy surface. He pushed the box towards Han Li and eagerly said, "Fellow Taoist, please take a careful look and see if you can recognize it." Han Li raised his brow and brought the box to his eyes before taking a careful look. It appeared like a bubble with a transparent center and a surface that sparkled with golden light. However, it didn't possess the slightest spiritual qi as though it were an ordinary object. After examining it for a long while, he extended his finger and wrapped it in a layer of azure light. Then he poked the object with it, finding it to be soft and flexible as though it were truly a bubble. Han Li revealed an expression of shock, and after a moment of thought, he attempted to wrap his spiritual sense around it, but it was repelled to the side as the bubble flickered with light. He then unconsciously responded by increasing the intensity of his spiritual sense, attempting to force threads of spiritual sense into it. Suddenly, a strange scene occurred. Golden light repeatedly flickered on the surface of the bubble and it began to expand one moment and contract in another, resembling the beating of a vigorous heart. Han Li tightly frowned for a long while before sending a voice transmission to Monarch Soul Divergence. "Senior, have you seen this before? Do you truly believe that there is nothing that I haven't experienced and nothing I don't know?" Monarch Soul Divergence bluntly asked. "No, I don't know what it is, but since it is able to block your spiritual sense, it could be considered a rare treasure. Ask him in detail where he acquired this item. Then you can decide whether or not you'll take it." Han Li inwardly chuckled when he heard this. Then with a flicker of his eyes, he withdrew his spiritual sense from the bubble and put the box back on the table. "How was it? Did fellow Taoist recognize it?" Jin Yuan quickly asked. "Apologies, my experience is still too lacking. I couldn't recognize it," Han Li said with a sorrowful expression. "Even fellow Taoist wasn't able to recognize it," Jin Yuan dejectedly said, "but from the way the item reacted, I had believed fellow Taoist found out how to use it." Han Li smiled and casually said, "That strange reaction was something that I was only able to produce when wrapping a large amount of spiritual sense around it. Although I don't know what it is, it does qualify as a rare treasure." "Oh, so it was like that." Jin Yuan appeared skeptical and then his gaze focused on the golden bubble on the table before he released his spiritual sense. Han Li calmly observed Jin Yuan's actions, and after a moment, golden light began to flash from the bubble and faintly pulse. The old man then let out a long sigh and wore a tired expression as he withdrew his spiritual sense. "It seems I've made a fool of myself. Fellow Taoist's spiritual sense is far stronger than mine." He spoke with a tone of admiration. He originally believed that Han Li possessed cultivation on par with his own. However, his greatest efforts were barely enough to stir the bubble at all, while Han Li's minor efforts were able to induce a powerful reaction. This solidified his assumptions that Han Li was a heavily nurtured sect disciple that possessed countless prospects. Han Li simply smiled and didn't refuse his claims. "Brother Jin, where did you acquire this item? From its peculiar nature, does it come from a particular origins?" "Of course, if Brother Jin finds it difficult to say, you don't have to answer," Han Li said with an indifferent tone. Jin Yuan initially appeared hesitant before wearing a bitter smile and saying, "It is no secret where this item came from, but I fear you wouldn't believe me if I told you. The matter is rather incredulous. If you don't say it, how am I supposed to believe it? If you tell me where it came from, I might be able to recognize this item. Perhaps I'll be reminded of similar items of this nature," Han Li said with a grin. From Jin Yuan's tone, it seemed he had quite the story. Jin Yuan sighed and said, "It isn't anything worth hiding. But in order to acquire this item, many of my good friends had died and I didn't want to have the memory fresh in mind." Han Li was stunned when he heard this, but when he saw that Jin Yuan wore a pensive expression, he knew that Jin Yuan was thinking about what to say. "Fellow Taoist might have guessed, but I am a loose cultivator, one who cultivates an earth attribute cultivation art. My other abilities may be unremarkable, but it just so happened I was given an earth spirit constitution and am obviously talented in earth movement techniques. If it weren't for my poor spiritual roots, many large sects would have competed to take me in as a disciple." Once that was said, he wore a regretful expression before continuing. "When my cultivation reached a certain point, I became fond of looking for ancient cultivator ruins or other curiosities in the wilderness in hopes of finding some good fortune. However, ancient cultivator residences and items weren't so easy to find. Although it could be said I made some gains, my efforts also took up a great amount of time. That is, until 3 years ago." Jin Yuan suddenly paused for a moment before his tone turned sullen. 3 years ago, I was given an invitation by a good friend of mine, saying that he discovered the huge tomb of an ancient cultivator. He planned on drawing the support of my earth movement techniques to probe into it and see if there was any treasure that could be acquired. Naturally, he would give me a portion of the treasures. I was elated to hear this and promptly agreed. As a result, we went together with a few of our other close friends. By then, I realized that the ancient tomb was greatly unordinary. It was only after we entered that we discovered. At that moment, his voice began to tremble. We discovered that the tomb actually belonged to an illustrious mortal monarch during ancient times. He was widely known as the glorious Blaze Monarch while he was alive and was said to be a legendary character. When we saw this, we were greatly disappointed, fearing that our trip was in vain. After all, no matter how grand a mortal may be, their treasures are of little value to cultivators like us. But who could have known that we would have discovered many magic tools and precious cultivator materials buried with the king in his grave room? We were overjoyed by our newfound gains, but the decayed husks in the room suddenly began to come to life and became invulnerable soldiers. No matter the magic tools or techniques we used to attack them, they were of no use. Most of my companions were unable to protect themselves and were torn apart by the undead soldiers. And then, a strange sound came from the monarch's coffin, as if the glorious Blaze monarch himself was about to come to life. Fortunately, I was able to flee with my earth movement techniques when things turned for the worst, or else I would have perished there. The others didn't have such luck. Jin Yuan's complexion turned pale when he was done talking as he recalled the frightening scene. Feeling somewhat moved by the story, Han Li pointed to the box and said, "Then that item is." It was one of the offerings on top of the monarch's coffin. I took it just as I left. I originally thought since the item was peculiar, it would be a great treasure, but when I brought it to various market cities, none were able to identify it. Although they all knew it was an unordinary item, none were willing to purchase it at a high enough price, so it had remained in my possession ever since. Jin Yuan answered bluntly and wore a clear, gloomy expression. With an odd look on his face, Han Li said, "Since it was an item buried with an ancient monarch, it isn't strange that no one can recognize it. After all, there are countless items during ancient times that are now lost to the cultivation world. However, there are questions to be had if a mortal monarch possessed cultivator items and turned into a walking corpse. Didn't you have anyone else to explore the tomb?" "Of course I did. I even brought a large group of high-grade cultivators with me. But who could have known that the ancient tomb would miraculously disappear when I arrived, only to be replaced by wilderness? Even more unbelievable was that the secret mark I placed at the entrance of the tomb was still clearly present." With that said, Jin Yuan's expression became particularly sullen. Han Li frowned. If this was all true, then Jin Yuan was the sole survivor of the group and he wasn't able to later find the place. Needless to say, his life afterwards can't have been good. After a moment of thought, Han Li calmly said, "Fellow Taoist, could you tell me where the ancient tomb was?" Jin Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "If it was still there, it'd be deep into the Snowmound mountain range." A glint flickered from Han Li's eyes and he slowly asked, "The Snowmound mountain range? If I remember correctly, you stated that cultivators often disappeared in the mountain range. Could this have anything to do with it?" After some hesitation, Jin Yuan answered, "It's possible. If fellow Taoist is interested, I can give you the location of the tomb. Perhaps you can discover something there." Afterwards, he took out a jade slip and imprinted something onto it before handing it over to Han Li. After a moment of silence, Han Li took the jade slip and calmly said, "Good. If I have the time, I'll be sure to take a look." Jin Yuan chuckled with a beaming smile and said, "It seems we've become quick friends and it has been a long time since I've been able to talk about my bitter experiences with someone else. How about this? Since you seem so interested in it, how about I sell it to fellow Taoist? It will only cost you 100 spirit stones. How about it?" 100 spirit stones? That is quite cheap, but I can't have Brother Jin suffer a loss. How about I give you 200 spirit stones instead?" Han Li said, wearing an embarrassed smile. Afterwards, he touched the storage pouch at his waist and handed 2 mid-grade spirit stones over to the old man. When Jin Yuan saw the spirit stones, he couldn't help but smile. Then, after uttering a polite word of thanks, he took the spirit stones and handed over the jade box containing the golden bubble. Han Li received it and promptly placed it into his storage pouch, completing the transaction, much to Jin Yuan's satisfaction, as if in fear that Han Li would change his mind. But at that moment, a spirit beast pouch at Han Li's waist began to stir and release a strange cry. "This is..." Jin Yuan looked at Han Li's spirit beast pouch in shock. Han Li took a glance at his spirit beast pouch and calmly said, "It's only a few low-grade spirit beasts that I nurtured. They must have thought the box was a treat and were excited." Jin Yuan was doubtful when he heard Han Li's explanation, but he didn't pursue the matter. Instead, he chatted a bit more with him before taking his leave. After Jin Yuan walked out of the room, Han Li's smile slowly faded away to reveal a gloomy expression. Shortly after, he took the jade box out and silently looked at it. Monarch Soul Divergence calmly asked, "What? Do you plan on truly taking a look at that ancient tomb?" "Of course not," Han Li sneered. Although I don't know if his words were true, I'm not about to brave this danger like some novice. However, I am quite curious about this monarch's tomb. After I restore my cultivation, I might delve to take a look. However, it is clear that he didn't tell me this out of the kindness of his heart. Saying that we've become quick friends, does he believe me to be a child? How could an old man like him easily tell others of this secret matter, let alone a stranger he just met? Given how eager he was, it is certain to be a trap. That's right. But if it were those young fellows that have just left the sect, they will certainly be tricked by such people with ease. He believed that he managed to gain your trust and would have likely betrayed you in the future. Reminds of when I... Monarch Soul Divergence then sighed and his voice came to a sudden stop. Oh? Was Senior deceived by such a trick in the past? Hanli asked with a chuckle. Monarch Soul Divergence snorted several times out of embarrassment. I was young once too. It isn't so strange. It's all right. This junior won't ask Senior about his past shames. However, it seems the Weeping Soul Beast is interested in this item. It does seem quite strange. Han Li's face blanked and he slapped the spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing a streak of black light. It landed on the table and revealed itself to be a miniature foot-tall monkey covered in jet black fur. As soon as the monkey appeared, it began to sniff the air and began to stare at the golden bubble with a hesitant expression. Baffled, Han Li joined his spiritual sense with the Weeping Soul Beast. From its response, it seemed the monkey simultaneously felt somewhat fearful and excited of the golden bubble. What's going on? Before Han Li realized what was happening, Black Yin Chi suddenly covered the Weeping Soul Beast's body and it charged into the golden bubble headfirst. Soon after it entered, the golden bubble brilliantly shined with light and produced a wisp of gray flame that wrapped around the beast's body. The Weeping Soul Beast wore an expression of pain and remained still as it continued to release a pitch-black chi around its body to counter the gray flame. Han Li's brow tightly frowned when he saw this. Although he didn't know what was happening, it appeared that the Weeping Soul Beast wouldn't be emerging from the bubble anytime soon and was drawing on support from the gray flame to cultivate something. But what baffled him the most was how the golden bubble was suddenly overflowing with astonishing spiritual chi fluctuations out of seemingly nowhere with the gray flame's appearance. Monarch Soul Divergence yelped in surprise and said, Wait. I've seen something like this before. Has Senior recalled something? Han Li asked in surprise. Let me think. Monarch Soul Divergence replied with a solemn voice, It was a very long time ago. When Han Li heard this, he remained silent and turned his gaze to the Weeping Soul Beast in the bubble, pondering about what was happening. A long while later, Monarch Soul Divergence finally broke his silence with a tone of astonishment. I remember now. When I was journeying around, I saw something similar on a 10,000-year-old corpse monarch that was once a senior monk of a Buddhist sect. After he became a corpse monarch, he refined his crystal relic into an incredibly powerful protective treasure. It would render him invulnerable for a short period of time after it was released from his body. I've suffered quite a bit at the mercy of its might. However, this was something from a long time ago and the protective barrier was silver. Furthermore, this type of treasure should be hidden within the corpse monarch's body. How did a Foundation establishment cultivator like Jin Yuan get his hands on it? You were at its mercy. Since it is so powerful, it could be considered an extremely precious treasure. Han Li then asked with a tone of worry, but leaving aside how it was acquired, do you think it poses any danger to the Weeping Soul Beast? Monarch Soul Divergence muttered, You still haven't realized it? Your spirit beast is currently absorbing the corpse flames contained in the relic. Not only are you an abnormality, but all of your spirit beasts are marvels as well, with this one specialized in restraining ghosts and spirits. In the many years I've been alive, I've never heard of a beast like this. Absorbing the corpse flame? Han Li examined it for a moment and found that the Weeping Soul Beast's yin chi was slowly consuming the gray flames, much to his relief. After recalling Monarch Soul Divergence's words, he couldn't help but wryly smile and say, To tell the truth, this beast has greatly deviated from its original cultivation method and had evolved several times already. It's hard to say if it is still a Weeping Soul Beast. Oh, so it's a spirit beast variant? I was wondering why there was the design of a demon ghost on its back. And given the light gray color of the flames, they are certain to be pure corpse flames that are over 10,000 years old. Common cultivators and spirit beasts would perish upon contact, but this beast dares to consume it. TCH, how truly unordinary. However, it appears that the treasure isn't still completely refined and doesn't have a master, or it would have been tracked down by the corpse monarch that created the treasure, no matter the distance. This in itself is quite odd. After a moment of silence, Hanli smiled and said, "It still hasn't recognized a master? In that case, after the weeping soul beast is done consuming the corpse flames, I will have acquired a treasure for free." I didn't think that I'd acquire a precious Buddhist treasure before being able to acquire a Buddhist technique. I truly wish to see the power of the relic's barrier form. Monarch Soul Divergence sighed and explained, "I must also mention that this isn't a mere crystal relic but a Vajra relic. A vast majority of crystal relics are white with a few being other colors. Only golden relics receive the name of a Vajra relic and they are rarely ever seen. Normally, Buddhist cultivators that refine a Vajra relic are all given the role of a Vajra protector of the sect. It is a position most comparable to the title of enforcement elder in other sections." Han Li's eyes flickered and he asked, "Then you mean to say that this relic should be even more formidable than the one you encountered in the past?" After some hesitation, Monarch Soul Divergence replied with a somewhat uncertain tone, "That should be the case given the illustrious reputation of Vajra relics in other sects, but I've never had the chance to test them so it is hard to say." Han Li smiled and thought to ask something else when the golden bubble suddenly trembled and a grain-sized speck of green light suddenly shot out from it. Alarmed, he concentrated his spiritual sense onto it. Suddenly, the green light seemed to knock into something and began to bounce around in the air. This was caused by the concealed spiritual sense that Han Li surrounded it in. Then, the weeping soul beast snorted and released a mist of light from its nose, dragging the green light back into the bubble and into its stomach. Han Li tightly frowned when he saw this and stared at the golden bubble before faintly guessing something. In a grave room over 1,000 kilometers away, there were 3 stone coffins arranged next to one another. The room was remarkably large, spanning over 300 meters wide with walls engraved with ancient murals, and was faintly illuminated by huge copper jars standing at each corner, all of them brimming with raging green flames. At the moment that the green ball of light was consumed by the weeping soul beast, a pained yell sounded from one of the coffins and a large bang rumbled, followed by the heavy lid of the coffin shooting 10 meters in the air before falling onto the floor. Black chi gathered from the coffin and a tall silhouette suddenly rose up from within it. "My royal son, what happened? Why are you angry?" The voice of a middle-aged man sounded from the coffin in the middle of the room. It was calm, deep, and resounding. The tall silhouette wrapped in black chi roared several times before managing to collect itself to utter some words. My thread of spiritual sense is gone." "Your thread of spiritual sense is gone?" A woman's smooth voice suddenly sounded out from the smaller coffin nearby. "Perhaps someone saw the incarnation you sent out and dispatched it? It's no matter. It isn't some serious affair. So long as you continue to cultivate the underworld river corpse arts your Lord Father gave you, you'll be able to restore it soon enough. No need to fly into a rage. Are you still unable to control your temperament?" The tall silhouette then beat his chest with his fists and groaned, But, my, Vajra barrier. Vajra barrier? You mean the barrier I refined from the monk I killed the last time I awakened? Didn't I already help you refine most of it before handing it over to you? Why haven't you already made it recognize you as its master?" The middle-aged man's voice turned sullen and icy. The black silhouette grew flustered when he heard this and for a time, he found himself at a loss of what to say. "Great King, please don't blame the prince for this. I've already spoken of this matter with him." A groan sounded out from the smaller coffin and its lid slid open. A slender body sat upright from it, but it was difficult to clearly see the woman's appearance in the dim room. "What's going on?" The middle-aged voice asked with a softer tone. "Beloved concubine, explain it to me. That Vajra barrier was an extremely precious treasure. I saw that my son's magic power was still shallow, so I had given it to him for his protection, or I would have used it for myself." The woman's voice lingered in hesitation before letting out a sigh and saying, "Several years ago while your majesty slept, the prince had sent his incarnation to the surface, intending on drawing the power of moonlight in order to refine the treasure. But just as he was about to conduct the master recognition ceremony, a group of mortals suddenly intruded from the outside. Because the prince was absorbing the power of moonlight, a majority of the palace's restrictions remained dormant. As a result, the cultivators went as far as to intruding upon the prince's main room. Helpless, the prince could only temporarily halt the ceremony and activate the corpse puppets to help dispose of the cultivators. However, one of them was rather clever and had seen through the prince's identity as a corpse monarch and immediately pleaded to be placed under any restriction in exchange for his life. The prince saw some potential in taking him in and placed him under the restriction. And what does this have to do with the Vajra relic? The middle-aged man's voice asked impatiently. Please calm yourself, your majesty, the woman hurriedly explained. The point is that the old man gave the prince an idea. The old man said that he would be able to easily collect the primal souls of cultivators from the outside world. There would be no need for us to go through the effort of looking for them ourselves. Oh, tell me how he would do this. The middle-aged man's voice said with a curious tone. It's quite simple. That person mentioned that the prince should hand over a rare strange treasure over to him and hide a strand of spiritual sense inside of it. Afterwards, he would sell the item to lone vagrant cultivators and lure them to take the initiative to find the prince's tomb. Naturally, this would be leading them to their own demise, but in case they don't go to the tomb, the prince's thread of spiritual sense will find an opportunity to activate the hidden restrictions on the treasure, exterminating the person who is holding it and trapping their soul in the treasure before being brought back to the tomb. However, the treasure must be rarely ever seen and we would have to completely conceal any trace of the prince's spiritual sense thread or the corpse flame it contains, or else it would be all for nothing. The middle-aged man coldly interrupted. There is no need to continue. Surely the prince handed over the Vajra relic over to this old man before the treasure was refined to recognize the prince as its master. It is only with the relic's Buddhist nature that the prince was able to conceal the corpse chi. That's right, it is truly as your majesty thinks. Because once the prince is recognized as its master, the Vajra relic would no longer be able to conceal the corpse chi, and given the large number of cultivator souls that the prince currently requires, he took the risk and handed it over. However, I intentionally instructed the old man to not provoke any cultivators above core formation stage and risk having others see through the act. And over the past few years, we've had many cultivators delivered to us without mishaps, but now it appears that person has disobeyed, causing the treasure to be seized and the prince's thread of spiritual sense to be destroyed. We'll later activate the restriction on this person's primal soul and properly interrogate him. The middle-aged man coldly snorted and said, How many cultivator souls did you acquire in this minor scheme? I already have General Gu scheming something. Once he is done, we will have a steady supply of cultivator souls delivered to us. There will be no further need to lure those cultivators in. Is that the reason why your majesty brought General Gu outside a few years ago and returned alone? The woman said with shock. Yes. General Gu is now impersonating someone, controlling a cultivator clan, and having them work for us. But since I was dormant for over 1,000 years, they had forgotten about me and I am now able to take care of all of them in one go. When these sects discover me and take action, several years will have already passed and I will have broken through to the next realm with the aid of those cultivator souls, allowing me to refine a heavenly corpse body. Then I must congratulate your majesty ahead of time. After refining a heavenly corpse body, your majesty will no longer be confined to this tomb. The woman said with a happy tone. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, When the time comes, I will be able to cast a technique to free your soul and the princess from this tomb. Your majesty, you must also remember we still have to find that Vajra relic, the woman reminded. It is a valuable treasure that will be capable of turning you invulnerable for a short amount of time. Don't forget that old monk when released his crystal relic, it took your majesty 3 days of corpse fire before he could exhaust the relic's golden light and kill the monk within. Now that the relic has been turned into a Vajra barrier, I fear its might will be even greater. Beloved concubine, are you confused? The Vajra barrier is something that only corpse monarchs at the age of 10,000 years are able to refine. It isn't possible for human cultivators. And besides me, the only other 10,000-year-old corpse monarch is the Myriad Demon Valley's primeval corpse Xiong. Human cultivators wouldn't dare to go there. So long as the Myriad Demon flag is present in the valley, I fear that none of the great righteous and devilish sects would dare to go near it. The middle-aged man sneered. That is true. However, that rare treasure is extremely suitable to us. After it is made clear who acquired this treasure, let's send men to reclaim it. The woman gloomily said. Yes, even if you didn't say it, I would have done it regardless. But since that person noticed the prince's thread of spiritual sense in the Vajra barrier, they must be unordinary. Once the whereabouts of the treasure are found, I will send 2 of my incarnations to fetch it. So long as he isn't a mid-nascent soul cultivator, there shouldn't be a problem. I also want to go. The tall silhouette wrapped in black chi suddenly broke his silence. "How are you supposed to go out?" The middle-aged man's voice turned sullen and he coldly rebuked him. "You aren't able to withdraw the corpse chi in your body. Any cultivator will be able to see through your true nature. Speak less rubbish and quickly enter the coffin to cultivate." The large silhouette grew depressed after seeing this and simply waved his furry green arm into the distance before lying down, but his eyes then pierced through the black chi as they glowed crimson as if out of anger. The stone coffin lid then flew back from the ground and sealed the coffin once more. Over 1,000 kilometers away, Hanli couldn't have known that killing that meager thread of spiritual sense would provoke such a large problem. He was currently staring at the weeping soul beast inside of the golden bubble as his expression wavered. And at that same moment as Jin Yuan returned to his own room, his entire body was ablaze in gray flames and instantly blew away into the air as ash. His primal soul remained unharmed inside the flames, but it was clearly struck with terror. Soon, he felt as if he were dragged by something, and his primal soul was wrapped in a ball of gray flames before shooting through the half-open window in his room, only to completely disappear without a trace. After a long while inside the hidden fortune room, Hanli eventually decided to put the weeping soul beast inside his storage pouch while it was still inside the golden bubble. Then he walked out and shrunk the hidden fortune room back to its original size. After he went back to the main hall, he returned the room to the middle-aged woman before heading out to the plaza. At that moment, it was already afternoon and there were nearly half as many cultivators as before. They were all heading in a peculiar stone building to participate in the auction. Without another thought, he moved to join them. A white-robed cultivator standing at the entrance of the auction saw Hanli and greeted him with a salute. "Fellow Taoist, to prevent too many idle spectators, we are charging 3 spirit stones to participate in the auction." Hanli smiled and silently pressed his hand against his storage pouch before handing over 3 spirit stones to the white-robed cultivator. The cultivator smiled back and gave him a palm-sized jade plate, allowing him to enter. Hanli glanced at the jade plate as he walked through the entrance of the building and saw that it had engraved 243 in silver letters. Aside from that, there was nothing else remarkable. After walking through a 60-meter-long passageway, he came across 4 cultivators guarding a door that shined with white light. When they saw Hanli arrive, they all silently examined him with expressionless faces. Hanli ignored them and walked past them, opening the gate and entering the main hall. He then heard a loud man's voice saying, 500-year-old phoenix tail flower, 790 spirit stones. Is there anyone bidding any higher? No. Then this spirit herb goes to fellow Taoist 130. In a moment, please go to the back and pay the spirit stones for the medicine herb. Hanli clearly saw over 200 people sitting in the hall. Each of them was sitting in front of a table and had placed down their jade plate on top of it, clearly revealing the shining silver numbers on top of it. In front of the stone hall, there was a blue-robed middle-aged man with an imposing appearance. As he was speaking, he was holding open a jade box with a bright purple flower inside of it. The one who purchased this medicine herb was a fat old man. When he saw the middle-aged man verify the winning bid, he stood up with a happy expression and walked over to the side door as if he couldn't wait to acquire it. Hanli looked at the scene with indifference and walked over to a nearby empty seat. He sat down in a chair made of pure white stone. Its jade-like appearance and its warm sensation had aroused a bit of interest from Hanli. This is. Hanli pondered for a moment, recalling the stone materials in his memory only to find that he hadn't seen this material before. His lips faintly curled from his surprise. Fellow Taoist, is this your first time seeing warmstone? He suddenly heard a woman's voice with a faint giggle. Warmstone. He turned his head to the side and saw 2 young female cultivators who resembled each other so strongly they could be sisters. One of them was wearing yellow clothes and the other green clothes, but both of them were indisputably outstanding beauties. The one who spoke was the closer of the 2 and was wearing green. She found it silly how Hanli touched the table. Little sister, don't speak out of turn, the yellow-clothed woman quickly said. Fellow Taoist, please don't take offense. My younger cousin had just come out from the clan and her words are still rash. I hope you'll forgive her. Youngster cousin? They're not sisters by blood? Hanli thought with surprise. But for the 2 to reach foundation establishment stage at such a young age, they clearly had exceptional aptitudes. With that thought, he smiled and casually said, It's all right. I've only heard of warmstone before, but this is the first time I've seen it. Does fellow Taoist know about this item in detail? It can't be a common material or else I would have heard of it before, despite having cultivated in the wilderness all this time. Warm stone is completely different from the material known as warm jade, the yellow-clothed woman explained with a smile. It isn't strange for fellow Taoists to not know of it as it is a material rarely found in other places. It is only present here because it is a specialty of the Snowmound Mountains. But apart from being warm to the touch and exceptionally white, there is nothing else notable about it. But of course, it is far more valuable than the common jade found in the mortal world. So it was like that. Many thanks for your explanation. Han Li nodded with understanding and then his expression blanked as he turned to look at the middle-aged man auctioning a top-grade magic tool. His actions had caused the green-clothed woman to narrow her eyes and curl her lips, betraying a trace of disdain. Just as she was about to say something else, her older cousin shot her a stern glance, causing her to keep her mouth shut. Han Li completely ignored this and was calmly looking up at the magic tools and spirit herbs being auctioned. Although the auction was certain to be somewhat lacking considering that it was hosted by local clans, he paid particular attention to it as there was a vast difference in prices between the Great Gene and the Heavenly South. It would serve as preparation for when he would search for rare materials. After some calm observation he came to the conclusion that regardless of whether they were spiritual herbs or magic tools, they were significantly more expensive than they were in the Heavenly South. The rarer items were particularly costly. After some thought, he came to realize that although the Great Gene was over 10 times larger than the Heavenly South, they attracted a far greater number of cultivators considering their complete legacies of cultivation. This caused a severe lack of magic tools and medicines in comparison to the Heavenly South. Conversely, it could also be said that the Great Gene was abundant with resources and would have many rare materials that would never be seen in the Heavenly South and even the scattered star seas. In this auction alone, there were a few medicines and tool materials that he didn't know of. This was much to Han Li's joy. It appeared that if he paid a visit to the many high-grade market cities in the Great Gene, there was the possibility of acquiring the few rare materials he needed. Just as Han Li thought this, the blue-robed middle-aged man on the stage called out to bring out the next item, a tray with 3 deep red gems on it. They shined with a flicking light similar to a blazing flame. It was rather eye-catching. 3 fire's melt crystals, the middle-aged man announced with a smile, an ideal material for refining top-grade fire attribute magic tools. Fellow Taoists, the bid will now start at 500 spirit stones. Han Li took a casual glance at them and was about to turn his eyes away, but the crystals then caught his eye and he let out a yelp. Monarch Soul Divergence's voice lazily sounded out from the back of his mind. Youngster Han, from your reaction, it seems those gems have caught your eye. Gems? It seems there are times that even senior can be mistaken. Han Li sent out the voice transmission with a chuckle and announced a bid for 600 spirit stones. What? There isn't anything particular about these gems. Although my cultivation is gone, my spiritual sense remains. I don't believe I'm mistaken. Monarch Soul Divergence said with a doubtful tone. With a strange voice, Han Li replied, my experience may still be lacking, but I would dare to say there are few in this world that have more experience in demon beast cores than me. This has something to do with demon cores? Monarch Soul Divergence was stunned from hearing the confidence in Han Li's voice. Were it not for the many years he spent with Han Li, he would have believed Han Li to be confused. After a moment of silence, Monarch Soul Divergence continued, since you're certain, there must be some reasoning behind it, but I cannot bring myself to believe that there is something strange about those fire's melt crystals before I have the evidence. Needless to say, I'm not the only one who didn't see anything strange about the gems. Even the auction appraisers couldn't find anything exceptional about them, and they are vastly experienced in dealing with rare items. After hearing Monarch Soul Divergence's words of doubt, Han Li smiled and declared a higher bid, forcing the competing bidders to back down. Happy that the gems were sold for a high price, the middle-aged man glanced at the number on Han Li's jade plate and loudly shouted, 800 spirit stones. The 3 fire's melt crystals go to fellow Taoist 243. Please head to the back of the hall to pay for the item. When Han Li heard this, he took his jade plate and walked to the side hall. There was a white-robed chi condensation cultivator waiting for him there. When he saw Han Li arrive, he immediately led Han Li to a small waiting room in the rear hall. A short moment later, a servant girl brought him a cup of tea before departing. Han Li glanced at the cup of tea and left it alone as he calmly examined the room. Soon, a bald old foundation establishment cultivator walked in with a beaming smile. I am truly ashamed we kept you waiting for so long. Please take a look and see if this is the item you bidded on. After he said this, he handed over a jade box over to Han Li. Han Li promptly opened the jade box and found 3 crystals blazing with red light. With a calm expression, he carefully examined them in his hands and remained silent for a long while. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.